Mic test, mic test.
Try it again.
Good morning. My name is Nancy Oman, and I will be chairing today's Scarborough hearing for the Committee of Adjustment. Panel members joining me today are Eric Howe, Asif Khan, Anne Macaulay, and David Stinson. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting for the Committee of Adjustment for the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that apply to the property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and it is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applications and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing can watch on YouTube. Those who participate virtually and registered in advance will be connecting by video or audio. All virtual participants will be automatically muted upon entry, and when your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you mute your devices until you are called upon to speak. Those participating by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when their item is called. And during this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your allotted speaking time or to answer questions, and at all other times your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating via WebEx are not allowed to use the share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the committee's decision on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for the decision by email. Please include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email only. If you do not agree with the committee's decision, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda, and where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired, and when the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, and I will comment when you're reaching the 5-minute mark. Any presentation or other supporting materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing today. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. And please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revisions are accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. And when all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Panel members, I'm going to need a motion for the adoption of the minutes. Mr. Stinson?
Thank you, Chair. I move that we approve the minutes from the last meeting.
Okay, do I have a seconder?
Second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion to adopt the minutes from the last meeting, moved by Mr. Stinson, seconded by Mr. Khan. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Are there any declarations of interest by staff or panel members for the hearing today? Seeing none. Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any files to be closed today?
Through the chair, if we can share our screen, please. Through the chair, staff have closed. There are no files to be closed by committee. For your information, staff have closed a number of files, and they are included in the agenda package and are shown on the screen. Just for information, no action required.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer. Are there any deferrals today?
Through the chair, there are 2 deferral requests for today's session. The first one is item number 2, 32 MOORECROFT Crescent. Deferral at the request of the applicant to address concerns identified by community planning.
All right, is there anybody in the audience for number 32 MOORECROFT Crescent? Seeing none, do we have there is one. Okay, do you want to come down to the microphone? Are you here in opposition, ma'am? Okay, you can come down to the microphone. Come all the way down. Okay, is the agent on the line? Okay,
Good morning.
Good morning.
all right, just give me 1 minute. All right, Ms. Johan,
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair.
just identify yourself for the record, please.
My name is Mushra Jahan, address 3400 Danforth Avenue, Scarborough.
All right, and why are you asking for deferral?
We are asking for deferral because staff had concerns on the eaves trough because of its close proximity to the property line, and we want to shift the eaves troughs within the property line as per staff recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, we do have somebody here in opposition. Perhaps if you can note down the name and maybe have conversation with her if the deferral is granted. And ma'am,
Sure.
we're actually not dealing with the application today because planning has asked for a deferral because they want to deal with, as you heard, the eaves troughs. So I wanted to ask you how you feel about the deferral, although staff is asking for it. And I need your name and address first of all.
My name is Tina Marcelino, 30 MOORECROFT Crescent. I have a front door that's in the side, and the structure is right in front of my door. The owner goes and washes that on top of his roof. It's all closed. I can't see, you know, I have things written down so I don't forget.
Okay,
There's
well,
no open space at all between my house and his. The whole thing, I don't believe it's right. There's no open space. He's got the door closed with the garage door at the back and a wall.
Mrs. Marcelino,
Yeah.
I do understand your concerns.
And the eaves, yes.
The agent is listening, and
Yes.
she's heard your address, so you're right next door.
Right.
Hopefully she will get in touch with you, but this is going to go back to the planning staff for further discussion, and then you'll be notified again, and there will be a new hearing date. We're only dealing with a deferral today, to defer it to another hearing.
But he already moved the eaves, and it's a big mess in front of my.
Perhaps you could speak to staff after, and because if you think there's violations, they can direct you to the right place to call.
I already called. They all say it's over the property line, but
I understand, and I don't want to cut you off, but this committee we can't deal with those issues that you're telling us about.
from what I read, it said it was like what do you call it, a carport. That's not a carport. It's completely closed in.
Yeah, I really think you need to speak to staff. They can direct you perhaps to the planner.
Whom do I speak to?
After we make a decision whether or not to defer it, just any of these people here or this gentleman in the red sweater can direct you to the
After the end of all this?
Sorry?
Now?
Yes, after we defer the matter. Okay, we're just going to take it into committee to deal with the deferral. Are you against, do you support deferring this item or not?
I don't support that thing there.
No, you don't support the thing, the deferral.
What's that?
We're going to not hear the item today. It's going back to the city department, and then there's going to be a new hearing schedule.
Oh my God, this has been going on for approximately 5 years.
Go ahead, Mr. Stinson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming today. You only have one decision to make as of this moment.
Okay.
Do you agree with moving this to another date, or you don't agree with moving it to another date?
But the other date is to do with what?
To deal with this issue, to deal with the application. So you either agree with it or you don't agree with it.
I guess I have to agree.
All right.
You don't have to. It's your choice.
All right.
Okay, I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
Panel members, we're in committee. So to the deferral, as you heard by the agent, they want to have further discussions with planning regarding the eaves trough, and hopefully there could be a conversation by the agent with the neighbor also. So to the deferral.
That's a good idea.
Ms. McCauley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recommend deferral of 32 MOORECROFT Crescent
in order for the applicant to reconsider the application and for further communication with the adjacent neighbor.
Through the chair, it's subject to address concerns addressed by community planning. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, do I have a seconder?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, the motion is to defer the item so that, as per the agent's request, to have further discussions with planning, moved by Ms. McCauley, seconded by Mr. Howe. All in favor? Okay, that motion is carried, so the item's deferred, and if you could speak to one of the staff, or if perhaps one of the staff could just help Ms. Marcelino out, that would be very helpful, thanks. Okay, Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, is there another deferral?
The last deferral request for today's session is item number 14, 1153 Kennedy Road, deferral at the request of the applicant to address concerns identified by community planning.
Okay, is there anybody in the audience for 1153 Kennedy Road? Okay, are you here in opposition? Can you come down to the mic, please? Do we have the agent on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you just identify yourself?
Absolutely. Yes. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Committee of Adjustment staff. My name is Andrew Palumbo of Ian Hall Planning Limited. My address is 38 Betty Nagle Street in Toronto, Ontario. As already noted by the Deputy Secretary Treasurer, this deferral request is to continue discussions with planning staff and actually potentially reconsider the proposed car dealership use for the subject site. And I just wanted to thank community planning staff thus far. They've actually been very helpful in this whole process. But it's one of those things where there's policy regulations and restrictions in place that seem to be hindering the use that was contemplated. But then again, reconsidering a future proposed use for the site is likely what's going to happen based on the discussions we've had with planning to date. But we just want to continue those discussions in a productive, collaborative manner. And again, but unfortunately, we're at a point where the staff are not in a position to support the application, so we want to continue to work with them to potentially get it in a form, likely in the form of a different use that's in line with OPA 804, which contemplates employment uses across, it's a citywide OPA. So that's basically where this application is at right now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Palumbo. We do have somebody here in opposition. Could I have your name, please?
It's Ming Shen.
Hi, so what's your address, please?
It's 1149 Kennedy, so the next door.
Okay, so similar to the first application, there is a deferral request, and if you heard what the agent has stated, they're looking at further discussions with planning regarding uses that are permitted on the site. So, so we're looking at a deferral today.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with the planning, it's just to defer the date of discussion?
Right now, we're deferring the item. The agent has requested it, as as you heard.
Okay.
Because of, planning doesn't support the use, so if you have any technical questions, you can call planning, but this is on a deferral only.
Oh, okay. Well,
So
I would support the deferral.
Okay, great. And you would be notified if they come back again with a different proposal, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, panel members, we're in committee, so this is to the deferral. I'll need a motion. Mr. Howe.
Thank you, Chair. I move this deferral at the request of the applicant. I move approval of this deferral request in order for the applicant to address community planning concerns.
Okay, do I have a seconder for this motion?
Thank you, Chair. I'll second the motion.
All right, I have the motion for deferral moved by Mr. Howe, seconded by Mr. Stinson for the applicant, as requested by the applicant, for further discussions with planning. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, we're now going to go to item number 1, which is 15 HAIG Avenue. The panel has before it a public hearing notice, location map, plan of survey and plans, presentation materials from the applicant. we have a deferral request from planning, and we have forestry are asking for condition number 2. And is there anybody in the audience for 15 HAIG Avenue?
Hey, good morning. This is Mateo Saldarriaga. I'm going to be presenting on behalf of the homeowners of 15 HAIG Avenue for their requested minor variances.
All right, sir, just before you start, you are aware of the deferral request by community planning?
Yes, we're aware.
So you want to proceed with the application?
We want to proceed with the application. Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, your 5 minutes starts now. Is there anything you need the staff to put up on the screen?
I sent a presentation, so I would like to have the presentation on the screen. Or can I share my screen? I don't know how it works.
It'll go on the screen here, and then it'll.
Oh, okay, perfect.
You should see it too.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. So this application includes 9 minor variances. If we can go to slide number 2. It's relating to building height, number of stories, main wall height, floor space index, front yard conditions, and parking. I'll explain all of these briefly, but first I want to establish a little bit of the context of the property. If we can go to the next slide, please. The proposal includes the expansion of an existing livable 3rd floor, a limited horizontal addition at the 1st and 2nd floor, and interior alterations to the dwelling. The intent of the proposal is to improve livability while maintaining the property as a single-family home without impacting the visual aspect of the neighborhood. I'd also like to share that the main reason for the horizontal addition is to accommodate the space for a disabled person and caretakers. So if we can go to the next slide, please. And I would like to give some context of the existing conditions of the house. First, we have the front of the house, abutting HAIG Avenue. This house has been built for over 100 years, and it represents a legal non-conforming condition. What we're proposing in this application is not introducing any new conditions, but working within what already exists. You can see here that the main walls, the porch on the right, and the basement entrance on the left are all existing elements that will be remaining. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Looking at the adjacent properties, I want you to consider our neighboring property at 17 HAIG Avenue. These buildings already have 3 stories with main wall heights of about 9.2 meters with brick finish and larger overall massing. Compared to these, our proposal does not create any visual impact. Can we go to the next slide, please? This is the existing livable 3rd floor. So here you can see some pictures of the 3rd floor. Basically, we're proposing to extend it rather than just keeping or adding a new 3rd floor. Next slide, please. This is basically the historical context of the building. This property used to function in a different way. The rear of the house was abutting HAIG Avenue, while the front of the house, which is now the rear backyard, was the front of the house. Next slide, please. And I'm going to present here basically each of the items. Item number 1 is the height. The proposed height is 9.54 meters, slightly above the permitted 9 meters. This increase is basically due to the mansard roof enclosing the 3rd floor. However, the main brick wall remains lower at a height of about 6.8 meters, and the sloped roof reduces the perceived mass of the building. Next, item number 2. The maximum number of stories is 3 stories are being proposed, but the house already has a livable 3rd floor. This application is basically formalizing the condition of the 3rd floor. Item number 3, main wall height. The proposed main wall height reflects the mansard roof configuration. And again, it does not present as a full vertical wall, so it's going to reduce the visual impact. Next one, you can see some elevation comparison, basically the existing condition on the left side and the proposed condition on the right side, with our neighboring property on the left side with already 3 stories. Next item is going to be the floor space index with 0.74. This is primarily achieved through vertical expansion. We're not adding anything horizontal, or not that much. The horizontal expansion is about 25 meters square. Next one, we have the site plan for reference. Basically, the blue part is the existing building and the red part is the addition. Next one, we have this the item number 5, 6, and 7, which relate to front yard setback, front yard landscaping, and soft landscaping in the front yard. Basically, if we go down to the next slide, we're gonna just skim through this. Reference to the items 5, 6, and 7, you can see the averaging front yard setback, which is the red dashed line. This is an existing condition. We're not creating any impact with the proposed works. The proposed addition, the horizontal addition, is the blue hatch behind the front yard setback. And then the last two items are item 8 and 9, which relates with the parking space location. Basically, we're not adding any new parking space locations in the front yard setback, but it's mostly an existing condition, sorry. The item number 9 relates to the proposed width of the parking space, which is 3.07 meters, which is slightly below the required 3.2 meters. We believe that
Sir,
this is fully functional.
Can you wrap up, please? Your 5 minutes are
Yeah,
up.
yeah, no, basically, yeah, I just wanted to show you the parking space here in the site plan, and then the summary of request is basically we're respectfully requesting the committee's approval of the 9 variances described here, based on that this is mostly existing conditions, and we're not adding any new works in the zoning bylaws requirements.
Okay, thank you. Panel
Thank you.
members, do you have any questions? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. I have a little bit of a concern. The presentation is excellent, very good, but I don't understand some of the variances are minor. You are asking that these are existing conditions. Is it, you are asking 3 stories for 2 stories allowed? Is it existing 3 stories because of grade or what?
The house already has the house has been built for over 100 years, and I believe the property owners have had this house for.
Sir, respectfully, I'm cutting you off. I'm simply asking, is
Yes.
it 3-story existing?
Yes, there is an existing 3rd floor. Yes, sir.
Because of the grade.
Because of yes, I believe so. I mean, there is an existing 3 stories above grade, basically.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? Seeing none, let's take it into committee for a decision. Anybody? All right, Mr. Stinson.
Thank you, Chair. This would be a classic matter where the applicant has articulated through their agent very clearly why they would like these variations, these minor variations, confirmed by the committee. However, we also have the city department with its expertise suggesting from community planning that we defer the matter. I understand through the agent's presentation that this is in essence to confirm an existing situation, but my reluctance to affirm their point of view is that community planning has said we need some more time to talk with the applicant and the agent about refining the application. And I'm not sure, from my point of view, if that wouldn't be the best course of action by our committee. So I'm leaning in that direction, but I would like to hear from the other members.
Ms. McCauley.
Thank you. Yes, this is an application that's a little complicated, shall we say. The only part of this application that I have some concern with is the front yard landscaping and the soft landscaping. And the staff are recommending deferral to achieve, I guess, additional landscaping in the front yard. I don't really see that they have any room for additional landscaping in the front yard. That the existing building is, you know, a couple of less than a meter from the front yard. You need a parking spot and a driveway. So the area in between is the only place they have some landscaping, and that's what they're showing. So I'm not sure why we would defer this application as per community planning for additional landscaping. There isn't any room. So that's my comments at the moment. If there's no further comment, I'm prepared to move a motion.
Well, I'll just weigh in that I'm kind of feeling that way too. I mean, it's these variants 5, 6, and 7, which include the front yard landscaping and softscaping, are existing conditions, and what they're proposing doesn't make it less than it already is. It's not doesn't go into the front at all. So I'm kind of leaning toward, I don't see any point in deferring it either for discussion about landscaping, because they either have to move the house in its entirety or just knock it down and start from scratch. So I too don't see any merit in deferring the application.
Okay. On that basis, Madam Chair, I'm prepared to move approval of this application.
Okay, including forestry?
Including the condition of urban forestry.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion? Okay, well, I'll second it. All in favor? So that loses. Okay, so I'll need another motion.
Thank you, Chair. And notwithstanding what was said, I appreciate all the comments. I'd like to move that we defer this matter, giving an opportunity for community planning to work with the agent and the applicant just to refine some of the points if that exists.
Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer?
Through the chair, the committee may wish to take it out of committee to ask the applicant if they want their application deferred.
Okay, Mr. Saldariaga, do you want a deferral? I mean, you've already you've already seen the first vote, right? So
yes. What are the implications of me? I don't know if the homeowner is here, but and I don't have any contact with him right now. But what are the implications of deferring the application? Or
well, I mean, planning, as you know, is asking for a deferral to increase front landscaping.
Yeah.
So the deferral, I don't know what to tell you. It comes back to committee when you bring the matter back, right? And then it gets scheduled at the earliest available hearing.
Yeah, no, I guess I'm seconding what you said, and it's basically we don't have anything else to work on with planning. We basically have existing conditions, and we have we cannot add more soft landscaping in the front yard because there's just space. So I don't agree with the deferral.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Howe, you have a comment?
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for the applicant.
Oh, a question, sir. Sorry. So we're out of committee then.
I'm looking at your reference plan here, your front aerial. There, I see there are, I'm not sure if staff could pull up this. But anyhow, I see pavings, hard pavings.
Oh, sorry.
At the front. I wonder if you could, if removing those would improve your landscaping.
I don't see how this is not our up. Oh, okay, perfect. So yeah, which ones? Oh, the ones in the basement entrance on the left side, maybe.
Yeah, that's the map.
But this is the entrance for the basement. Or sorry, this is the pathway or the sidewalk to enter the basement entrance on the left side. So there is basically not more space for soft landscaping here, right? And on the right side, we have the driveway. We have the porch, we have the basement entrance, the house, driveway, and basically we have soft landscaping in the middle of the house, which is the only place that we can have this soft landscaping.
But I mean, that's something the community planning might possibly want to talk to you about, which is reducing the size, or if that's the way to improve landscaping to allow this to go through. So that's my comment is if there's a way to improve, that's what you might want to be talking with community planning about instead of, I mean, you've seen what kind of the committee's leaning towards, right? So,
Yes, sir.
if you get a refusal, and then you don't get a second stab at this.
Yes, sir. Yeah, no, and respectfully, I just don't see how we can improve that. Maybe we can improve the soft landscaping by about 1, 2, 3%, which I don't see how that's going to be any relevant to the application. But yeah, no, I would like to proceed without deferral.
Mr. Stinson, you have a question?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Agent, just remember, sometimes you've made reference to it's I don't see or I don't know. Remember, it's maybe something that community planning wants to approach you about. And the unknown there factor is they didn't send a note to us with a refusal. And I think there's a clue in that. But if you're destined to go with deferral, that's your choice. But just remember, community planning didn't ask us to refuse this.
All right, so we're still going to go ahead with this then, sir. Is that correct?
Yes, please.
All right. Okay, so I'll need another motion then, because the motion to approve lost, as you know, so we're back in committee.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move that we disallow the application for this adjustment based on the request from community planning for deferral.
Through the chair, I just point of clarification, is the motion to refuse the application?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
I think, yeah. Well, you didn't use the word refuse, but that's why.
Oh, okay, thank you. To refuse the application, I thought I did. Thank you.
You said disallow, but it's okay. All right, so I have a motion on the floor moved by Mr. Stinson to refuse the application. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Khan?
I will second the motion.
Okay, motion to refuse the application moved by Mr. Stinson, seconded by Mr. Khan. All in favor? That carries. Opposed? Okay, so that carries, and myself and Ms. Macaulay dissent. Okay, sir, the application is refused. The next item is item number 3, 44 Cotton Avenue. Panel has before it public hearing notice, location map, plan of survey and plans. We have a red line public hearing notice that is deleting variance number 1 and changing variance number 5, I believe, to 8.92 meters squared. And we have forestry asking for condition number 1. I do not, I have showing 1 speaker. And is there anybody in the audience for 44 Cotton Avenue? Okay, do I have both the speaker and agent on the line?
Through the chair, the agent is online. The speaker who registered is not.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Efimov?
Hello.
Hi. I need your name and address for the record.
My name is Maxim Efimov, 40 Hawthorne Road, Etobicoke.
Okay, sir, before we go any further, can you just confirm the changes? So you're deleting variance number 1, is that correct?
Yes, we're deleting variance number 1. Only one platform is proposed at the west rear wall,
okay,
on the rear of the house. And this platform is proposed smaller than it was proposed originally.
Okay, and then variance number, 5. It's 8.92 meters square is what you're making it now instead?
Yes, this platform, rear deck, is proposed smaller, 8.92 square meters. It is smaller than was proposed originally.
Okay, just to the staff, still no neighbor online? No. Okay, sir. I don't think we need a presentation. Panel members, anybody have any questions for the agent? No? Okay. Mr. Efimoff, is there anything you want to add that's not in the materials before us before we go into committee? And I assume you're aware of forestry condition number 1.
Yes, I understand I need to submit an application for moving the tree. So this is a very small tree recently planted, and I understand it's considered close to the driveway, and we need to plant another tree a little bit further to the left, away from the driveway.
Okay. Anything else you want to add? We're ready to take this into committee. We don't have any questions.
No, that's it. If you don't have any questions,
No, we're good. Okay.
thank you.
We're in committee. Ms. McCauley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would recommend approval of this application as amended for item number 1 and item number 5. There'll be only one platform, and item number 5, the area of the platform will be reduced, subject to urban forestry conditions.
All right. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion to approve the application as amended with the deletion of variance number 1. Variance 5 is changed to 8.92 meters squared, and forestry condition number 1. Moved by Ms. McCauley, seconded by Mr. Khan. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you, sir. Your application's approved. Okay, item number 4, 81 Southampton Drive. We have before us a public hearing notice, location map, plan of survey and plans, a cover letter from Architecture and Design, Inc., some site photos, and we have an advisory report from Metro Links. I don't show any speakers. Is there anybody in the audience for 81 Southampton Drive? Both of you? So the owner and the agent?
Yes.
Okay. And your name, sir?
My name is MD Ali Aurangzeb. I'm an architect, authorized agent, and family friend of the owner.
You're Mr.
Mohammed Hassan Jamil.
Okay. Are you both speaking or just one of you?
Yeah, we'll both speak.
Okay. 5 minutes between the two of you, okay? It's 5 minutes per address.
For sure.
Okay, so I don't know if we need a full presentation, panel members, or do we have questions?
Chair, I'm happy just to accept the application as it is.
Okay, so we don't need a full presentation. We do have, just so you know, we have your cover letter. We've read all the materials. So based on what I'm seeing, we're ready to make a decision. But if there's anything you would like to add, go ahead. That's not before us already.
I mean, if everything is in favor, then we have no question. One thing I would like to ask about the Metro Links.
Can you speak a little bit louder?
Yeah. So, no, we don't have anything to add. We just asked for 2 variances. One is the front setback and overall length of the building. That is really required for the owner's new project. One comment we got from Metro Links, which is we consider this is a very small construction. This is not even a floor addition above. So we believe there is no impact for Metro Links. So
yeah, it's just an advisory report to us. There's no conditions.
yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Oh, Mr. Howe, you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to the Metrolinx conditions. I think you would need to speak to Metrolinx on those on their requirements, because we're not representing Metrolinx on their behalf, and all we have is their email notice, right? So this is something you need to speak to Metrolinx and ensure that you do comply with any legal requirements that they require, right? If it's just advisory, then that's it. But if they need something more, then you have to look at the statute and confirm that on your own. Just want to make that very clear for you.
Thank you. Understood.
Okay, if there's nothing else to add, then we're ready to take it into committee. Okay, Mr. Khan? Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, madam. I will make the motion, and I have 2 variances in front of us, and they are minor in nature. Therefore, I move this application be approved.
Okay. Seconder?
Thank you, Chair. I'll second the motion.
All right, I have a motion before us, moved by Mr. Khan, seconded by Mr. Stinson, to approve the application as it's deemed to be minor, meets the 4 tests. All in favor? That's carried unanimously, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Committee.
Item number 5, 102 Cedar BRAE Boulevard. We have before us public hearing notice, location map, plan of survey and plans. We have presentation materials from the agent. We have site photos. We have transportation with just advisory comments, the same with ravine and natural feature protection, TRCA, all the departments are okay. And we have 93 form letters in support. I'm not going to read all the addresses, but it's mostly people on Cedar BRAE Boulevard and several addresses on Fairway Drive and Braeburn Boulevard. I am not showing any opposition speakers online. Is there anybody here for 102 Cedar BRAE Boulevard? Okay, are you in opposition? Come on down. Okay, if you can just bear with me, do you have the agent on the line? Do you need a full presentation, ma'am?
I'm sorry?
Do you need the agent to do a full presentation?
No.
No. Okay, can I have the agent for a moment then, please? Thanks.
Good morning, Madam Chair and the committee.
Hi, Ms. Jahan. I have somebody in opposition here. She does not require a full presentation. Would you like to hear the objections first and then speak to those?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, ma'am, I need your name and address first of all for the record.
My name is Fanny Lozon, and I'm from 76 Cedar BRAE Boulevard.
Do you mind spelling your last name, please?
Lauzon.
Okay. So we're gonna have you speak first because normally it's the other way around, but we don't need presentation. That way she can hear what your objections are and address them, okay?
I'm going to give you a heads up.
So you have 5 minutes.
I understand.
And 70, you said 76.
Correct.
76 Braeburn.
No, 76
Or Cedar BRAE, I mean. Okay. All right, go ahead, ma'am.
I will give you a heads up. Public speaking is a nightmare for me.
No worries.
So you're going to get a scramble, I think. I'm sorry, I have brought some materials with me, some photos as well. It was my original intent to submit this formally, but I've had a hectic 2 weeks, and Apple products don't seem to want to download the city's documents, so I had to kind of figure a way to do that. I made some notes late last night, and I'm sorry I got to read them because that's just how I have to do it. On first look, this immediate area has large lots, particularly the north end of it. And they have long driveways, many circular driveways. And these driveways can easily accommodate 4 cars plus at times. So it raises the question as to why this proposed parking pad be viewed any differently. And I believe that because of these existing large circular driveways, that this is the basis for most of the support that the applicant has been able to get. Someone, in fact, also said to me that they have kids, that will soon be having cars, and so they didn't want to oppose this parking pad because they want to be able to park themselves 4 cars, so they didn't want to kind of create any issues there. And I understand that. I had grown kids at some point. I had 4 cars in my driveway at some point as well. And generally speaking, this is a really nice community. It's a small area, and we want to enjoy a very beautiful neighborhood, and we want to get along with our neighbors. But I do have a couple of reasons that, I do oppose this. And I think that, I've been in the area for 30 years, and it's only been in the last 4 years or 5 years where we've come to the committee with, last year we came with the support of those 90 residents on 4 different occasions, and we were successful in 3, we lost 1 kind of idea. This is new to our neighborhood. We are not opposed to change. In fact, you know, there's been a lot of new construction in the area, and in truth, it's been welcome updates to our community. And I do appreciate that we're given the opportunity to voice our concerns. In the interest of making the process more efficient as residents, we have lost some rights, because I know last year when we tried to appeal it, we did not have the right to do that. But the city can't be everywhere, every day. So as residents, we do have the role of being a check along the way for the processes. I take issue with how this was done. The owner of this property is here only because he was caught doing the work without a permit. If someone was to ask if they needed a permit to replace a window or the roof or to build a deck or a shed, they might think not. But if someone were to be asked if a permit would be required to convert a single dwelling into 3 apartments, I believe most people would be certain a permit would be required. So my feeling is that this was done intentionally. It was a general disregard for the process, which protects both the tenants as well as the community. It creates a difficult situation when someone has already built for neighbors to speak out against. The owner of this property removed 4 to 6 legal parking spots, 2 in the garage and up to 4 in what was then a driveway. I note that the variance application asks for 3 spaces, but in reality, the parking area was built for 4 spaces and is used periodically for 4 spaces. I have a photo of it just on Sunday with 4 parking spots on it. The driveway used to be 19 feet 8 inches wide. It is now over 37 feet wide. I can show you my photos. I'll hold them up in the air. I'll describe them to you, but I'm just going to go a little further if I can. Parking pads in Scarborough are not permitted. There are parking programs in the City of Toronto and East York and in North York. And a presentation was made to Scarborough Community Council twice in the past. Both times, the Scarborough Community Council opted not to adopt parking programs. So parking pads are not permitted, and I understand that this is why we're here today. Those programs regulated how many cars could park, where they could park, and the landscaping requirements that would need to be met. Okay, I gotta go thing.
So, yeah, your 5 minutes is up. I'm sorry, but Mr. Stinson has a question for you.
Sure.
Public speaking, you said it's not your thing. You did very well.
Look at this.
What would you say to the professionals, planners, architects, designers, experts at City Hall that are saying that this is nothing they're objecting to? Because through us, you can say, as a community member, what you feel since it's your neighborhood.
I have photos that show someone parking on their walkway across the street. They have parking for 8 spaces. I have a picture of someone down the street parking 6 cars, the 6th one being on their lawn. I have a photo of where they wanted to park a boat. I have a photo where they've got a 20-foot, 100-foot long paved area behind the sidewalk. We are the check. And so there were recent changes, so that no parking is required. This person does not need to provide any parking on their property. I get why they want some. They had it. They had legal parking. This was by choice. And now it's kind of putting the onus on the area residents. I would, changes are happening, and maybe the city needs to look again at those programs. Because I understand his point of view is that it doesn't look different than anything else here. But it does set a precedent in that area in terms of this is a parking pad, not a legal driveway to a legal parking spot. I don't know if I really answered your question.
You did, thank you.
Does anybody else have any other questions? No? Okay. You had one other thing to say.
I was going to mention the landscape space in their own site plan. Mm-hmm. It suggests that the driveway is 15%. I would suggest look at that site plan. The driveway and parking area that they're talking about is not 15%.
Have they already done the work, do you know?
Long time ago.
Oh, I see, so this is.
It was about a
this
year
is
ago,
just
a
to
year ago that-
legalize it, okay. All right, anybody else, any questions? Okay, thank you. If you want to grab a seat at the front for now, we'll see what the agent has to, I'm going to go back to the agent. Ms. Jahan, are you there?
Yes, good morning.
Ms. Jahan, the work's already been done, is that correct?
Yes, the driveway is the existing driveway, and beside the driveway, you can see that's the hardscape. And the internal works are done, and we submitted building permit application to the city. City has gave their comments on zoning and OBC reviews. TRCA has shown no objection on the conversion of triplex. We have received the approval from TRCA. After this committee approves, if the committee approves these variants, then zoning will be closed. We will be left with the OBC requirements to be fulfilled.
Okay. Is there anything you would like to add to address the comments made by the neighbor?
Yes, ma'am. To the neighbor, we understand your concerns. We are not going beyond what zoning or zoning examiner or the committee can approve. We are asking for their permissions because we don't want to disturb the neighbors by parking on the streets. Owner is requesting to permit at the front yard. Another one is that you have seen 4 cars parking on Sundays. That could be the guests coming in and out. And then I know you are also concerned about the percentage of the driveway, but it is within the maximum width. And beside that is the hard landscaping, which is also the permitted landscaping. If we had any chance to move it to the soft landscaping, the parking spaces, we could have done it, but then it would impact the soft and hard landscaping too. So right now we are within the limit of soft landscaping and hard landscaping. And these are the right spots, what we have proposed for the 3 parking spaces. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Khan has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. I have a very simple question, and I'll be thankful if the reply is very short. Is there any other such example in the neighborhood where the garage has been converted to living room?
No, sir, we haven't looked through that.
You are the first one?
I haven't looked at the history, sir, and the neighborhood. But when we went to to take the support from the neighbors, they were all welcoming, and they understands that if approved, then it will not create nuisance on the streets.
Thank you, madam. I was coming in that direction. That's why I asked, are you aware there is any such example in the neighborhood or not? So I assume you don't know. 93 people have supported your proposition for this variance, and now I think there will be quite a few other people will be encouraged with this reference if we approve. So that is what I wanted to bring to your kind notice, that this precedence is going to change the neighborhood.
You mean for the parking?
Yes, ma'am. That is the variance that you are asking.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Before I go to Ms. McCauley, I just want to make note of the fact that in the 93 support, both adjacent neighbors support the application. Okay, Ms. McCauley.
Okay, I have a fairly simple question. The existing garage and house was converted to 3 new units. And on the plan we have, it said issue for permit. Was a permit achieved? the conversion of the garage specifically. The conversion of the garage obviously means that they've taken away the parking spaces. Was this conversion, or was a permit issued to convert the garage to residential uses? If the applicant can tell me that and when that happened.
So basically, this was a single family dwelling. Owner had a large family, and he wanted more rooms. We don't deny that this wasn't built. This was built with a permit, but he completely relied on the contractor and made the expansion. And once he came to know about the violation of the bylaws, he immediately applied for building permit. And once we go through the TRCA approvals, they had no objections. They did have some objections about the ravine slope, and we have met their conditions. And the zoning, as you know, that this is an excruciating process of zoning bylaws, and we have only one variance in front of you, ma'am. The OBC, the structural reviews are ongoing, and we have already met some of their conditions, and we are left with very few conditions to be met, which can be done. So we are almost at the end of the permit, basically.
Okay, so as I understand, you have applied for a permit to convert the garage to accommodation. You have not yet got the permit, and you have difficulty accommodating the cars, and therefore you're here to allow the parking to be provided in the front yard. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how long ago was this process started of the conversion of the garage to accommodation?
About a year ago. Well, we applied last year.
Okay. All right, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. We're in committee. Mr. Stinson.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. A couple of points I want to make reference to. One is for a triplex, this would fit into the allowable conditions of parking for a triplex. Also, that the decision we make on this application, or the one before it on the same street, or the one tomorrow on the same street, just to be clear for the public here today and any professionals listening, is not actually precedent setting. We judge each application on its own merit. We're not establishing precedent. We're determining on the facts and that matrix for each application. So I just want to make that clear for our process.
Okay. Does anybody else have any comments regarding the application? Mr. Howe?
No, thank you, Chair. I appreciate the neighbors' comments here today, but I do want to know this committee doesn't deal with enforcement of municipal bylaw violations. We're here to approve or review variances to zoning bylaw. What is here before us is one variance request, and that is to allow front yard parking. We received reports from city transportation, and they have gave no objections, as well as TRCA and Urban Forestry all have no conditions or objections to this. So I think this is pretty minor, and that's my comment, and if subject to my colleagues' comments, I'm prepared to move approval of this application.
I think, go ahead.
To Mr. Howe, I understand where you are. This application is in front of us. I'm wondering if you would like to add a condition that the parking be provided as shown on the plan. The plan here shows 3 parking spaces reasonably far back from the front lot line. I wouldn't like to see that changed. any comments, Mr. Howe?
Chair, thank you, Ms. McCauley. If we could move out of the committee and ask if the applicant's prepared to tie it to the site plan?
Ms. Jahan? Are you
Yes, ma'am.
Are you comfortable with the condition tying it to site plan?
Yes, ma'am, we can do that, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. We're back in committee then. Mr. Howe, you want to go ahead with your motion then?
Sure. On review, we have one variance before us here today, which is to permit front yard parking. On review, it appears minor and meets 4 tests of the Planning Act. And I would move approval of this application subject to the parkings be tied to site plan.
Okay, and Ms. McCauley?
Thank you. I will second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the application with a condition to tie it to the site plan, and that's moved by Mr. Howe, seconded by Ms. McCauley. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 6, 2657 Eglinton Avenue East. We have before us public hearing notice, location map, plan of survey and plans. We have site photos. We have advisory information from Metrolinx, correspondence in interest from 26th Century Drive, and opposition from 894 Bay Lawn Drive. I'm showing one virtual speaker. Is there anybody in the audience for 2657 Eglinton? Are you in opposition, ma'am? Partial. All right, grab a seat at the front for now. To the staff, do you have the virtual person online?
We don't, through the chair, we don't have the virtual person online. This might be the person here.
Oh.
We have the applicant, though.
Are you Miss Evans? Okay, she is. All right, do you have the agent?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, committee. Good morning, committee.
Good morning. I just need your name and address for the record.
Yes, Jonathan Minskowski, 301 Kewanton Avenue.
Okay, I do have one speaker here. Do you want to hear from the speaker first so you can speak to the concerns? I don't know that the panel needs a full presentation.
Yes, I'm happy with that, Madam Chair.
You're happy with that? Okay, great. So I'm going to have you go first. I just need you, first of all, your name and address for the record, and then the clock will start. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Catherine Evans. My address is 26 Century Drive. For my clarification, do you each have in front of you the letter that I submitted?
Yes.
Then I'm going to assume that you've read it, and I will use my time to elaborate. So, if you Google Nob Hill Plaza, you will find articles by the Toronto Star, CTV, and CBC that will outline the troubles of that plaza over the last 40 years. I have abutted that back alleyway for 40 years, and I know exactly what they're talking about. The garbage is the issue that I believe is, needs to be spoken to today with respect to the variance. So in terms of the variances, we welcome this religious community. Personally, I think that it is a good use of that site. I'm happy to support the requests 1, 3, and 4, but I am deeply concerned about variance number 2. That's chapter 150.50.150.1. I'm lost with the points and the ones and the brackets at that point. Are we clear that we're talking about the storage of all waste and recyclable materials, that they must be located within a wholly enclosed building? In this case, waste and recyclable materials would not be stored within an enclosed building. Given that this area has been publicly described as the worst strip mall in Toronto, and I saw the nods from the committee members, I cannot support any variance which weakens the ability of city staff to enforce garbage issues in that back alley. There have been 20 orders for massive cleanups in the last 4 years. I think that the people in the city of Toronto need all of the support that they can possibly get through the bylaws to continue their good work. I cannot support any variation that weakens our position and that would, you know, more garbage is more rats. You know, we've had everything there, including murder. I don't want to be dramatic, but I also don't want anything worse to happen.
Okay, can I ask you a question? I just want you to know that, well, you know, enforcement is not part of our jurisdiction, but is the garbage coming from all different units or just one?
So the issue, as any city person in this room can tell you, is that every unit is individually owned. Every unit has both commercial and residential. There is high turnover. The city itself owns one of these sites because of failure to pay back taxes. And as quickly as as the city cleans up, more garbage is dumped.
No, but
if you drive by it today, you will see dumped garbage front and back, including on the piece of property that the city owns. We're in
Ms.
my
Evans,
5 minutes, sorry.
I understand. I'm just simply trying to determine whether you're saying the garbage is only coming from this one unit, or is it coming really from all the units?
I have
it's
no
a
idea.
problem across the board.
Yeah, I have no idea what these new tenants will do.
Okay.
My point is the city needs the full support of the bylaws to be able to rein in this area, and a variance that weakens those bylaws, I cannot accept.
All right. Panel, Ms. McCauley, you have a question?
I guess a quick question, but I have another question to the applicant. So a quick question to the speaker. How long have you're in the property behind, right?
Correct. I've been
How
there
long have you lived there?
since 1986, 40 years.
Thank you. Okay.
I have seen it all.
Yeah, I'm well aware of this plaza, and I will comment on it.
Okay, are there any other questions? Anybody? Okay, you can grab a seat at the front. I'm gonna go back to Mr. Benskowski. Can you speak to maybe why you can't have an enclosed garbage?
Yes, two things. First, if we could just bring up my support material, I think where this property differs from the vast majority of the other properties is one, if we go to page 3 of my support material. Are you able to hear me?
Yep.
Oh.
I think they're just trying to
Oh,
find
okay.
Oh, Mr.
Through the chair, we don't have any support material on record.
Through you, Madam Chair, it's on the AIC.
Oh.
It may have been submitted after the written submission deadline.
It was not. It was submitted on time.
All right, give us a minute.
Through the chair, the applicant, what was the name of the material?
It would have just been, I'm just double checking right now. It would just been labeled as support material. Yeah, I mean, through you, Madam Chair, I don't think, Mr. Secretary Treasurer, it's that important. What I would say is two things. One is the rear portion of this property is actually fenced in. It is not open to the rear like many of the other dwellings, and I did include a picture of that within my support material. So where that differs is it is enclosed. The garbage won't be spilling out into the actual laneway itself. Again, being open air. So although not enclosed within the building, it is enclosed within the property in terms of by way of a fence. The second thing is that's it exactly right there. If we go to the floor plans, we will see that that rear area is proposed to be an accessible washroom on the ground floor. So although not a huge deal to put it wholly enclosed inside of the building, we did have extensive conversations with planning regarding this through a PAC meeting, as well as through them actually waiving the requirement of site plan control through consultation. So, it could be provided within the building, but where it differs is it is wholly enclosed within the site, Madam Chair.
Okay. Ms. McCauley has a question for you.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a statement. In connection with the speaker, I'm well aware of this plaza. The plaza was created, I would think, 1950s, 1960s, and it was created in a way that is causing the municipality problems ever since. Because what they did is they divided the plaza by consent so that each property is 16 feet wide with no access to the adjacent properties. So it's a problem. There's no requirement for parking. Presumably whatever parking is in front of the property, because we're only dealing with this one property, which becomes a little bit of an issue. I guess my question to to the applicant is, how do you propose, two questions, I guess. How do you propose to enclose the garbage? And secondly, how is the garbage removed from this property?
Through you, Madam Chair, Ms. McCauley, so it is within the property itself, as I showed in that picture. So it is enclosed by a fence. All the garbage is picked up. That's a perfect, actually, picture to leave up there. All the garbage is picked up off of that lane through private pickup, as you see right there. So it would be over parts 5, 6, 7, and 8. And again, that's what exists today for everybody within this plaza.
And I would assume that's private pickup, is it correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, that's all my comments.
Mr. Khan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. I would like to ask or address all 4 variances. First of all, to me, they are not minor. Number 2, garage enclosure, it is a requirement whether we approve it or not. You will be asked later on for that. But my question at the moment to you, sir, is how many people will be attending this church when you convert?
So through you, Madam Chair, so I did, as a part of my support material, I do have that, because through our consultations with planning, parking was one of the things that did arise. So what we actually did is we did timed intervals of pictures taken of the strip mall itself, okay, to provide that to planning. So basically it is quite a small congregation. So at peak times there would be 30 to 35 people at the worship area. That is only during the mornings on weekends. During the weekdays, it is an average of 6 to 10 people that would be attending. So really, only on weekends and special occasions would there be 30 to 35 worshipers there.
Okay, sir, thank you.
And I did want to just make a comment through you, Madam Chair, about the variances itself. These variances are essentially all existing. As this is a landlocked building, there's no opportunity to provide any landscape along the sides. Additionally, there's no opportunity to provide any landscaping at the front. So these are all existing situations that would exist for any alteration of any building within this property, within this mall. This is a landlocked building. There's no opportunity to provide any sort of landscaping.
Sir, you said 30, 35 people will be attending. How many parking you are going to provide?
The parking is provided for the whole mall. There is no set parking, and parking is also not a variance that is being requested today.
That's right. That's why I asked 35 people will be coming. They wouldn't be coming on foot. They will be using some vehicle. And I would have appreciated if you can tell me how many parking are there. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't have figures for the entire mall, how many parking spaces are provided. But again, through my support material, I did provide pictures that we provided to city planning, as well as transportation. And as we can see from the support materials, there's no memo from any city agency that addresses parking. And additionally, parking is not a request that is before the committee today.
Okay. Did you have a question, Mr. Stinson?
Thank you, Chair. With respect to what Ms. McCauley said, clearly this is a design set from the 50s, 60s that no longer is used for obvious reasons. So you have to work within the confines of that, if I understand this proposal. Also, when we're looking at this worship space, even Ms. Evans commented that she would welcome it for her interest in some of what she had said. But I wanted to ask you if there was any interest by this worship committee to holding, I don't know, like soup kitchen or some sort of interaction which would increase the refuge or garbage more than I would think a church generally, on an average, generates.
Through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Stinson, I'm not aware of them looking to provide that. I think committee, I'm happy to withdraw the request for the garbage. We can provide that within the building. It is an at-grade building, so it can be stored within the building itself. So I will withdraw the request for variance number 2, and we will provide garbage within the building.
Thank you,
All right.
Mr. Bukowski.
So we're amending the application then by deleting variance number 2, right?
Correct, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. McCauley?
If there's no further comments from committee, I'm prepared to proceed with a motion.
All right, we're in committee. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to start off by, as I said, this is a situation that has existed for 20, 30 years. It would not be permitted anymore. This was before condominiums was permitted, and that's kind of what we would normally expect is a unit is part of a condominium and the parking lot is also part of the condominium as a common area. In this case, the property itself is that whole property, and there's no common area. There's no common area for parking. In fact, the only legal parking is on his property. So we're dealing with a situation that's been going on for a long time. I thank the applicant for the amendment, because I think the only thing we can address, given the existing situation, is the storage of waste into an enclosed building. Therefore, I am proposed to recommend approval of this application with the deletion of that item for storage.
All right, do I have a seconder for the motion to approve the application as amended with the deletion of variance number 2?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, so that's moved by Ms. McCauley, seconded by Mr. Howe. All in favor? Okay, Mr. Khan dissents. Okay, so your application's approved. Thank you. Item number 7, 45 CASTLEDENE Crescent. We have before us a public hearing notice, location map, plan of survey, plans, and site photos. There are no reports or conditions, and we have one variance before us. Okay, do you have the agent on the line? And I'm showing three speakers with concerns.
Through the chair, we have, it looks like 2 of the 3 speakers who registered to speak are online. Could you please confirm with, we're going to unmute Chris Maharis, and it looks like Chris and Karen Andrew are from the same address. If you could confirm with Chris if him and Karen will be speaking together.
Okay, is there anybody in the audience for 45 CASTLEDENE Crescent? No? Okay. All right, let's go with the agent then, I guess. Thanks. Hi, Hi, Ms. Huston, are you there?
Hello, yes, I'm here. Hello, good morning, Madam Speaker, members of the committee. I'm Lynn Houston at 45 Oakcrest Avenue.
Is it H-U-S-T-O-N or is it H-O-U?
It's H-U-S-T-O-N, Houston.
But it's pronounced the same way. Okay.
Mhm.
We have two speakers online that have concerns. There's only one variance before us. I know the panel doesn't need a full presentation. Do you want to hear from the speakers first and then speak to that, or how would you like to, or do you want to do a presentation?
The speakers are a surprise to me.
Yeah.
So I imagine hearing them first would make the most sense.
Yeah, I agree. Okay.
I defer to you.
Yeah,
Mhm.
thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, if I could have one of the two speakers, that would be great. Hi.
Hi, I'm Chris Maharis from 47 Castledene.
Hi, Mr. Maharis. You have 5 minutes to state your concerns.
We're not in opposition. We simply haven't had the opportunity yet to speak to the neighbors and have joined to get more information.
Okay, so you're just listening then? You have no concerns because now,
Yeah,
now's your only
as
time.
the directly. Yeah, and I'll yield the rest of my time. The only as the directly impacted neighbors, we obviously have any concerns that any directly impacted neighbors would have, but at this point, we're not in opposition of it.
Okay, I just want to be clear that this is your only chance to state your concerns. Like, once you've spoken, the agent will rebut and then we make a decision, just so you know.
I definitely understand.
Okay, great. Thank you.
No problem.
Through the chair, would you like the applicant back?
You don't have, you only had those two? I thought you had another one.
There is a third who is registered to speak. They're not online. I'll just unmute Chris one more time to confirm if Karen is with him.
No, unfortunately, she's at work. She's not able to attend right now. She was on earlier, but had to log off.
Okay, and then the Charlene you don't have.
Correct. That person has not signed in.
All right, thanks. Okay, Miss Houston.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry that that communication didn't have an opportunity to happen. The excuse me, the application is only for the ability to build the addition on top of the garage, as opposed to 1.5 feet back from the existing wall of the garage. So the rear part of our addition is respecting of the zoning rules and could be built even without approval from this committee. So the specific variance is just the garage wall is 1.5 feet inside that setback. And it would be much easier to build on top of the existing garage wall as opposed to the structural challenges of building 1.5 feet back. So I don't think it's going to have a huge effect that front change over the garage is going to have a huge effect on the neighbor. You know, I'm respecting the fact that they have a pool. We're also not adding excessive windows. We have one for light, but we're not, and a door to the backyard, but nothing that should impact the neighbors in any extreme way.
Okay. Panel members, do any of you have questions? Okay, we're ready to make a decision, then let's take it into committee. Mr. Stinson.
Thank you, Chair. I think Ms. Houston, the applicant, touched on it. There doesn't seem to be any oppressive size or big issues for this committee to decide with respect to numbers. In fact, there's no concern from any of the city departments, so I'd be willing to put forth a motion to approve this application, subject to my members on the committee.
Okay, do I have this?
I'll second the motion.
Go ahead.
Chair, I'll put forth a motion to approve this application. There are no conditions or advisory comments for the address of 45 Castledene Crescent.
I'll second the motion.
All right, so I have a motion to approve the application as it meets the four tests, moved by Mr. Stinson, seconded by Mr. Khan. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, item number 8, 52 Brumwell Street. We have before us a revised public hearing notice, location map, plan of survey plans. We have a cover letter from BSQ Landscape Architects. We have site photos, presentation materials from the agent. We have a report from planning recommending refusal. We have a report from Ravina Natural Feature Protection that are okay. Forestry is asking for condition number 2. And I am not showing any speakers on my sheet. Is there anybody here for 52 Brumwell Street? Hi, are you Mr. Lee?
Yes, I'm one of the agents representing the homeowners at 52 Brumwell Street.
Okay, sir. If you can just state your name and address for the record, and then I'll see if we need a presentation or if we just have questions.
Yep. My name is Jiffy Lee. I'm a project manager at BSQ Landscape Architects, and I'm here representing the homeowners at 52 Brumwell Street.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McCauley.
Sorry, I should also add that
Yep.
my colleague is also on the line, online.
Okay, are you share the, like, well, we're not.
Yeah, we're combining our time together.
But at this point, I don't think we need a presentation. You do need a presentation, or you have a question?
No, I would like a presentation, and if he could focus on how this application
differs from the variance that was granted in May of 2025.
Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer?
Through the chair, since a division is recommending refusal.
You'd like a presentation? Okay.
Well, not I would like, I think.
Yeah, you know what, got it. Okay, so are you sharing time, or are you gonna do presentation?
We're going to combine our time together, and we're going to do a presentation.
Okay, so who's starting, you?
I will be starting, yeah.
Okay, you are aware of the refusal report, right?
We are aware of the refusal report, yeah, and our presentation slide should address those particular points.
Okay, go ahead.
We do have a presentation slide. I don't know if I'm supposed to click the next slide or page, or...
Yeah, if you guys can pull up the presentation. Which slide do you want? That one?
Yeah, the first, yeah, that for now, and I'll just notify when I need to switch slide. Okay, as mentioned, my name is Jiffy Lee. The committee may recall and recognize this application from 1 year ago regarding a similar application. At the time, the detached garage was also intended to be included on the public notice and considered as part of the hearing. However, due to an acknowledged city administrative error, the garage component was not properly brought forward for review. As a result, we are appearing before you today to seek for consideration of this portion of the project. I would also like to draw your attention to the committee's notice decision on May 13, 2025, specifically on page 2, paragraph 3, which states the detached garage, rear yard second story deck, and rear patio must be constructed substantially in accordance to the site plan drawing number L2-00 prepared by BSQ Landscape Architects dated March 10, 2025. And as attached as figure 1 to the decision, the satisfaction of the direction committee planning in Scarborough District. End of quote. In light of this direction, we are pleased to present this application on behalf of our client for the introduction of a detached garage situated beside the existing dwelling on a currently unutilized land, along with a series of landscape improvements intended to enhance both functionality and safety of the property. The proposed design includes a circular driveway configuration to improve vehicular maneuverability and safety when entering and exiting this site. The layout reduces the need for reversing movements onto the street, thereby contributing to a safer condition for both residents and passing traffic. The landscape strategy incorporates new tree planting, low-scale planting beds, and interlock paving. These elements not only elevate the visual quality of the property, but also assist in mitigating surface runoff towards the street and ensure no visual obstruction. Architecturally, the detached garage has been carefully designed to reflect and complement the existing home. The building will incorporate natural stone, brick veneers, aluminum fascia, gutters, and asphalt shingles, as well as stucco finishes. Distinctive eyelid dormers with curved roofline are integrated into the structure, creating an undulating form that contributes to the character of the traditional cottage style aesthetic. This approach ensures consistency with the existing dwelling and aligns with the architectural language found throughout the surrounding neighborhood. In this context map, we have identified 7 properties in the immediate neighborhood with similar condition of what we're proposing. The properties with the yellow dot represent homes with 2 points entry driveways that have a total combined driveway width exceeding the maximum of 9 meters. The remaining green dots illustrate frontscape areas with less than the 60% minimum 60% landscape requirement. 35 and 62 Brumwell Street, 17 Lower Ellis Court, and 426 Lawson Road are all properties that have a total width exceeding the maximum 9 meters. If you go to the next slide, they'll show you the width. So just 35 Brumwell, which is very close to to the site. It's 12 meters in total. Next slide, please. Same thing with 62, close to 11.7. Next one. 12 meter for Laura. Next one, please. 11 for 426. Next slide as well, please. So since receipt of comments from Community Planning Department, we took the time to increase the total surface area. Initially it was 40%, we made it now to 52.3%, with a softscape percentage of 67%. This is 8% less than the required 75%. These 3 properties as shown, 17 Laura, 361, and 363 Lawson, have visible front landscape and softscape areas that are less than the minimum permitted landscape areas. These properties kind of sets a precedent and confirm what we seek are minor in nature in order to achieve a driveway that improves safety on the primary access road north and south from Laura Road. Next slide, please. Using the 2025 city average height map data, we find that 82% or 111 units of dwellings are greater than 5 meter tall, while only 18% or 24 units of dwellings are less than that. Next slide. Thus, our request of a 5.5 meter is considered average and is closer to less size housing in the immediate neighborhood and is a minor in scale, as an ancillary building when read in line with the streetscape character. We've also identified the total floor area of all permitted and this proposed detached garage amounting to 113.2 square meters. Understanding the total area is more than the allow, which is 60, we would like to note that this value represents only 4% of the entire lot and is a minor percentage. So in conclusion, we think that the proposed work is minor, given the circumstances and the committee's prior acknowledgement of the detached garage within the approval decision. We respectfully request your consideration and support of this application and formalize approval for the proposed work and structure.
Okay, thank you. All right. Does anybody have any questions? Ms. McCauley?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. I remember this application from a year ago, and I've also been out to the site. This is a property that is 100 feet wide, and so it's a big property. It goes deep with a ravine at the back, but it's a big property, and on the south part of the property, they have built this new house. On the north part of the property, they were proposing a garage, and there was a number of additional buildings, landscaping, terraces, access ways. And because of the additional landscaping and terraces and garage, at that time, we said, give approval to the variances, but it's subject to the conceptual site plan that we had in front of us. So my question here is, all of a sudden, we've got 2, 3, 4, about 6 variances. I may not have counted them, but I'm not sure why we have so many variances, and what is the ultimate proposal here versus what was approved a year ago?
It's actually basically the same structure that we're proposing. The variants were also listed as part of the application in our first submission, but unfortunately, due to a city administrative error, that was omitted in the actual application itself. But the plan itself, beside the existing sport pad that was added recently, the rest of the plan is exactly the same. We have changed the hardscape for the driveway part in response to the city regarding the frontscape requirements. And so the paving design of it has been reduced to add more softscape in between. So initially we have fully paved driveway, but we added some soft elements into it. You can see in the rendering as well too in the drawing package. So we have tried to basically achieve the function that we're achieving, but also at the same time address the city issue. In terms of the structure overall and size and height, that has not changed since a year ago.
So I'm confused. Why do we have 5 variances in front of us?
Because the variances were missing for the landscaping and the previous application, that's why.
So the application that got approved in May of last year
Yeah, all the
missed a whole bunch of variances.
correct.
Yeah, so if I could add.
Thank you for that clarification.
If I can add, it's the same variance that we basically copied from last year to reapply this year. It was submitted as part of the last year's submission, but due to administrative work error, it didn't get through.
So the variances that we have in front of us are identical
To the one that when we
the-
applied last year, we went through the zoning certificate, and through zoning, they listed the same. The only value that has changed is the percentage, because we were working with the city to address it, to reduce the degree of the variance. But it's the same chapters, the same sections, the same type of variances.
Okay. All right, no further questions.
Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. I would like to appreciate if I could be given the answer for variance number. You are saying revised variances in your application 1, 4, 5, and 6. One, I understand I have resolved myself. I would appreciate to know what has been revised, number 4, 5, and 6.
4, 5, and 6. Also, regarding the variance number 4, that is basically the total permitted floor area within the property, and that's 60 meters, and that's a flat standard for across the entire city. We are asking for 113, and it does, in terms of number, it looks a lot, but when you look at the overall entire lot percentage, it's only like 4%. And it's mostly accounted because of the size of the garage that's eating a lot of that, and a shed in the back. So without compromising too much of the functionality of the garage, this is why we're asking for just a variance on this particular item, so that we can get the garage in. Initially, it was 80 in the previous one, so it's now included the shed in the back. But that's how we dealt with this variance number 4. Regarding variance number 5, so the softscape, basically the landscape percentage. So initially, our first submission, even the last year one, we were only at 40%. So we went up to 52%, 52.3%, about like 7%, 8% less of the 60. How we did that was by removing some of the paving, by adding more greenery in between, like some low planting in between. So softened up the hardscape component of the driveway. We couldn't remove it entirely without basically creating 2 separate driveways instead of a circular driveway. And that's how we dealt with that. We've also narrowed some of the paving as well too, to increase more softscape. And regarding—
Sir, could I ask
sorry.
to yourself, thank you very much. Sir, kindly tell me, variance number 4, you are saying floor area 113.2 meters square, and allowed is, or allowable is 60 meters square. There's quite a difference.
It is quite a difference when you look at it and just solely on the number, but when you look at the overall size of the lot and the intent of this bylaw, is to not have someone build like so much hardscape basically as storage, right? in that, when you look at it from that point of view, it's only like a 4% of the lot itself. It's not like we're building like a major development or eating up half of the entire land on just building some kind of storage. So, I mean, when you look from 60 to 113, it sounds like a big number, but when you look at the percentage of the lot and the intent of it, 4% is not significant.
Sir, you have a big lot, you can have a big garage, but did you consult at all with your neighbors?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
With your neighbor?
Did you consult with your neighbors?
Yeah, so the neighbor to the north is actually okay with what we're proposing.
So he's okay then?
Yeah, the owner has spoken to the neighbor to the north and the south as well too. And during
Thank
the
you, sir.
last meeting, they also received the notice, but didn't have
Thank
any
you very much.
opposition.
Mr. Stinson?
Thank you, Mr. Lee, for your presentation. I may have missed it when you opened up. What are your credentials? What's your background?
Oh, so I'm an OLA member, and my colleague is the principal landscape architect who's on the web form interaction. And I'm the project manager working at the firm that we've been hired to.
Thank you very much.
Anybody have any other questions? All right, we'll take it into committee then for a decision. Mr. Stinson?
Thanks, Chair. I'll lead off with a comment. It's always remarkable to me how we'll have various experts in their fields, and Mr. Lee's no different. I submit to your expertise and your background credentials. If the city departments instruct us in a certain direction, like today, we can have Mr. Lee present rationally and professionally with reasons why we should ignore those recommendations or conditions. And then tomorrow we can have another professional that will tell us that we need to follow the city's rules and regulations to the letter of the, I guess, the letter of the law. I'm not seeing this as a huge problem for me personally, even though the city department, in particular community planning, had issues with it. I do have one concern over one of the large numbers in respect to some of the overall size. I'm going to sit on it for a little bit more and hear from my colleagues, but I did want to put that out there, and I thank you for listening.
Okay, anyone else, any comments?
I have, I guess, a comment here. I'm concerned that the city staff's recommendation is refusal. And as I see it, we had an application in May of 2025 for this application. It got full approval. It was also subject to build in accordance with the site plan in front of us because it's a fairly complicated property with a number of elements. It's a separate garage, there's terraces, there was landscaping. So I'm confused as to why city staff are recommending refusal. It's, I could see that there is a change. I'm just confused, sorry. I'm going to ask the applicant, I can't do that anymore, right? Okay. What I'm going to propose is if we approve it subject to the site plan that we have in front of us. Same condition as what we had in May of 2025. And so that's as far as I'm going. I'll wait for any further comments.
Okay, anybody else have any comments? Mr. Khan, Mr. Howe, anything you want to add? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Howe.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sort of leaning on sitting on the fence right now, but I do feel the city planning fundamentally disagrees with this application. They're essentially recommending refusal of 5 of the 6 variances. So, I feel like I should follow community planning report. So that's where my position currently lies.
I kind of leaning more toward approving the application. I don't understand why well, I understand it from the perspective of planning for the softscape, but it is a big lot. And they are in fact saying, if I'm not mistaken, that they're okay with variance number 4, which is the floor space of the ancillary building. So, you know, normally we don't really see lots this big. And I'm actually leaning toward approval of the application. You know, it's a single-family home. It's not a triplex. It's a garage on what's basically looks like could be creating another lot and putting a full house in, you know, there. So I am leaning toward approval. Mr. Stinson.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify what you said so I understand. I was under the impression that CP Community Planning was approving only condition 6, or
unless
happy with 6.
I misread it.
And 1 to 5, they
Let me
were not
go
happy
through.
with.
I thought they were, yeah, they want to refuse 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. And so they're okay with number 4. Right?
Through the chair, we're going to put up the
Yeah.
recommendation from community planning.
So again, like I look at that, is they're okay with the structure itself, the garage. Anyway, those are my comments. Mr. Khan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have this application before me, and I very much value the assessment and results communicated by the planning department. They do a very good job, and I mostly agree. But after hearing and listening to the presenter, I'm of the opinion that this application deserves to be approved. And I have changed my mind, and I'm very sorry to say that planning is refusing, but it's a big lot, and all these things can be accommodated, and application can be approved, in my opinion.
Okay, anybody else? All right, Ms. McCauley, go ahead.
Okay, I will proceed with a recommendation that this application be approved, subject to the site plan, and I may need some assistance from staff as to what is the most appropriate site plan to attach to this so that it's clear that we're approving. I see site plan L2.0. Staff, is that the most appropriate one, do you think? Can I ask staff that?
Through the chair, it depends on what the committee wants to secure.
This one shows the front landscaping, it shows the garage, it shows the proposed driveway. And it also shows yeah, I'm going to say I think that's the most appropriate one. It's been submitted by the applicant, so I would assume that he is satisfied with it. And again, it's just to ensure that the landscaping that is shown is what we will get, even if it's reduced from what the zoning bylaw requires.
Yeah, I think that's the right one because L3 is of the garage. It's labeled as the garage, so, okay.
Okay, so I recommend approval subject to compliance with the site plan listed as L2 and dated April 17th, 2026.
Okay, would you be okay with another condition for using permeable pavers for the driveway? Would you be okay with that, sir?
I will have to confer with the client, but yes, I think we will be okay with making
All
it
right,
permeable.
okay. We'll add that permeable pavers.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion before us, and you're including forestry condition, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion before us moved by Ms. McCauley to approve the application, including forestry condition number 2, a condition that it be built according to site plan L 2.00, and a condition for permeable pavers for the driveway. All in favor? Okay, that carries. Opposed? And we have Mr. Howe and Mr. Stinson dissent. Your application is approved, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to take a break for 10 minutes until 11:40. Oh, actually, I've been requested 15 minutes, so 11:45. Okay. All right, everybody, we are starting up again, and I just want to give people a heads up because we're running behind a lot. We're going to deal with items 9, 10, 11, and 12, and then we're going to take a 30-minute break. So if you are here for item 13, which is 910 Pharmacy Avenue, after we finish 9, 10, 11, and 12, we're going to take 30 minutes, just if you want to go next door and do something. All right. The next item is number 9, 715 Milner Avenue. We have before us decision notice, different files affecting the property, previous decisions. We have public hearing notice, location map, plan of survey and plans, presentation materials from the agent. We have site photos. We have forestry asking for conditions 1 and 2, and ravine and natural feature protection are asking for a condition, or they're asking either refusal or, if not, condition number 3. And I don't see any opposition speakers. Is there anybody here for 715 Milner Avenue? Okay, do we have the agent on the line?
Yes.
Hi, what's your name and address?
Adam Achenberg, 250 Water Street.
Okay, panel members, do you need a presentation on this? Are you aware of the ravine and natural feature protection? And I think, Anne, you need a presentation? Are you aware of the forestry and the ravine reports, sir? Mr. Achtenberg?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Ms. McCauley has a question for you before we start.
Thank you. I'm reading this at least twice, and I don't know what the variance is. Item 1 says the parking spaces shall only be permitted, etc., etc. Plus that, the permitted number of parking spaces located in the front yard is 28. Maybe the applicant can clarify that.
Did you hear
Yes.
that? Okay. There's some background noise coming from your end.
Apologies. The variance will be to increase the maximum parking in the front yard. Currently, it is the maximum is 28 parking spaces. Ultimately, we are requesting 80.
So the variance is to increase the number of parking spaces in the front yard from 28 to 80.
Correct.
Mr. Secretary Treasurer, have we got the right notice here?
Through the chair, we do.
Well, I think I must be missing a page or something or other. Okay. That's my only question, is I wasn't sure what the variance was because I saw what the existing situation was. I didn't see what the variance was that we're being asked to approve. Anyone else have that problem?
No, so what's your question? I'm confused now. I'm not sure. I thought we explained this earlier. But.
Okay. If we read the variance notice, the notice says parking spaces shall be permitted, blah, blah, blah. The permitted maximum number of parking spaces located in the front yard is 28. How many is he providing? What is the variance for?
We are requesting for
28. He explained the variance is for 80. But I don't see that in the notice. Mr.
Okay, you're asking for an extra 28 spaces to be provided on the hydrolands, is that correct?
No, we are asking for an additional 52. Currently, the bylaw only allows for 28, and we are requesting 80.
80.
Thank you, Chair. So just to confirm, 52 spaces are being requested to this committee.
But where
Correct.
does our notice say that? That's my problem.
Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, Mr. Achtenberg, while the staff is figuring some things out, can you make us understand why the variance is for 28 spaces then?
So I think all we're noting within our request for variance is that the permitted maximum number of parking spaces located in the front yard is 28 spaces. We are simply just identifying the zoning bylaw. In this comment here, we are requesting 52 total parking spaces to be added.
But you're asking for these spaces to be on the hydrolands, correct?
Correct.
So in order to achieve the number of spots you want, you need those 28 spots on the hydrolands.
No.
No.
Oh, hang on, Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer?
Through the chair, there's an error in the public hearing notice. It should state that the permitted maximum is 28 spaces, and the proposed number of parking spaces located in the front yard is 80 parking spaces. We do not have the statement about what the proposed number of parking spaces is. Therefore, the committee should be deferring this because improper notice has been provided.
Okay, Mr. Achtenberg, did you hear that?
Yes.
So we have to defer this because of improper notice.
Okay, yeah, that's unfortunate, but understood.
Yeah, it is. All right, panel members, to the deferral.
Thank you, Chair. In light of, would you like to?
Yeah, since I raised the issue, I would
Go ahead.
In light of the notice being inadequate, I recommend that this application be deferred. Can it be deferred to the next meeting?
Through the chair, subject, if you want to take it out of committee, you can ask the applicant if it's, if they are available in June.
So, Mr. Achtenberg, are you available for the next hearing? What date is it on, Mr. Deputy? Is it the 8th or something? I don't remember.
Through the chair, the date's June 3rd.
June 3rd. Okay, are you available June 3rd?
Yes, we are available June 3rd.
Okay. So the deferral then, Ms. McCauley, would be to the June 3rd.
To the next available committee meeting? Is that okay,
Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer?
Through the chair, for point of clarification, it would be defer at the request of the applicant in order to correctly identify all required variances.
Yep. Okay, let's do this again.
Okay. I move the deferral of the application on 715 Milner Avenue at the request of the applicant to identify the appropriate variances required.
Chair, I'll second the motion.
All right, the motion is to defer the item to the June 3rd hearing at the request of the applicant to correct the improper notice that was given to correct the variance in the notice. Okay, that was moved by Ms. McCauley, seconded by Mr. Stinson. All in favor? That carries unanimously. All right, item number 10 is 309 Birchmount. Okay, we have before us minutes from the January 14th public hearing, previous agenda package from that hearing, including all the materials that were submitted, a public hearing notice, location map, plan of survey and plans, a cover letter from Seoul Architects, presentation materials from the agent, a table of comparables from the agent, site photos. We have conditions being asked for by Forestry, number 3, as well as Metrolinx is asking for conditions. We have correspondence in opposition from Aylesworth, Birchmount, and Fairfax. We have a 27 signature in opposition signed by residents on Birchmount, Pine Grove, and Aylesworth. I am showing 3 speakers in opposition. Is anybody here in the audience for 309 Birchmount? Are you in opposition? If all of you can just come down and grab a seat at the front. Do we have nobody online other than the agent? Okay, do you have the agent on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, committee.
Good
Jonathan
morning.
Jonathan Benskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to do a presentation. I've got 3 speakers here.
Yes, absolutely. If we could bring up the support materials and first bring up the chart that I've provided. It is a smaller size file. So this proposal was previously deferred. We worked closely with planning to arrive at a solution that they are now in a position of non-objection. So the planning department, as it states now with the proposal that is before you, is no longer objecting to the proposal. We are also in agreement with the forestry condition that is being proposed. So just quickly to review very high level what the changes are. The lot coverage has been reduced from 64% to 54%, which is a reduction of 9%. The rear yard setback has been increased from 0.33 meters to 0.63 meters, which is a 0.3 meter increase. I would note that both of the side yard setbacks for the proposed ancillary building in the rear yard or the garden suite have been removed. Additionally, the separation between the dwelling and the ancillary building has been increased by 1.17 meters and is now 6.33 meters. The height of the ancillary building has remained unchanged. The canopy encroachment from the dwelling to the ancillary building has also been removed. The height of the front main wall remains the same for the dwelling, as does the platforms, which I will review the technicality of it through my presentation. The rear yard landscaping has also been increased by 7.21 meters, and the front yard setback from the center line of Birchmount Road remains, actually has been unchanged from the proposal that is before, as well as the level 2 charging station has been installed. If we could go to the larger file now, which is my support material, please. In terms of the front yard setback from Birchmount, that is a 22-meter required front yard setback. The proposal that is before you today is the average of the adjacent dwellings to the north and the south. So in terms of how that fits in the context of Birchmount itself, it is generally in keeping with what the standard zoning bylaw requirement would be for a residential dwelling. Again, Birchmount just has the 22-meter required front yard setback. If that were to be adhered to, the dwelling would be located significantly behind the adjacent dwelling to the south. If we could go to the next slide, please. In terms of the balcony request, that balcony request is for a Juliet balcony on the second floor, as we see there. It is not an actual functional balcony that will be used by anybody. I did go back and forth with the zoning examiner. There was some, again, back and forth on if it would be required. Out of an abundance of caution, we've left it in. But again, that is for a Juliet balcony. We would be happy to tie any approval to this proposed second floor plan, so that could not then be made into a balcony itself. If we could continue on, please. What we have here now is, again, that main front wall variance. The main front wall variance, because if you see on the right side, it actually extends fully up due to the setback to the south, which again is not a request that is before you today. Again, to not have that even encroachment, the actual measurement has been taken to the right side portion of the dwelling, whereas we actually look on the left side, that main wall height really is 7.83 meters in height, not what is really proposed. If we could continue on, please. Again, we see the front yard. We see the juxtaposition of the house to the north and the south not being in line with a significant difference. Again, the proposal being the averaging of those two. If we could continue on, please. I've also included just some snapshots of the rear yards, really to show the vegetation that is behind there and really what the impact of this proposed garden suite would have on those dwellings to the north and the south, as well as to the rear, which again does have a grade change as we go towards Islesworth. Just continuing on, please, maybe just one more photo showing that rear yard. Yes, again, we see vegetation's there. I would also note that following the deferral about 2 weeks ago, I did go to the neighbors and drop off some letters in the adjacent neighbors to the north and the south on BRCHMOUNT, as well as those to the rear. I did hear back from one of the individuals. The objections largely dealt with drainage, water infiltration. As the committee is aware, that is all something that would be dealt with through the building permit stage. Again, through a grading and drainage plan, it would have to demonstrate that all water is to be handled within the site itself and no spillover onto adjacent properties. That's my presentation, Madam Chair and committee. I'll be happy to respond when we hear more from the neighbors.
Okay, thank you. All right, to the speakers. I just want to let you know that per address, it's 5 minutes. So if two of you are speaking, then if you want to split the time, that's fine. Okay? So who wants to go first?
By the email that they will look into issue. We've been asking about it for a long time because we are concerned that there is an underground floodway, legacy floodway that will, when they build the garden suite, it will sit on the top of it and it will interrupt, it will accumulate water on our properties. Now, our document, objection letter, underground floodway, deals with these issues with pictures and on several pages, and it's a separate document. It's called underground floodway, objection letter, underground floodway, and has pictures of it, and the councillor Stafford just mentions that the city will deal with it now. So I don't know if this is a reason for a deferral or something, but it is one of our major concerns.
Okay, we don't have any correspondence from the councillor's office, nor do we have a request for deferral.
Yes.
And also, underground water is, it's not something that's part of the variances before us. So I'm assuming if the councillor's office told you they're looking into it, that they're dealing with one of the departments in the city. I don't know what else to say to you, sir.
Well, we have a number of issues. I don't know, although we have an issue with the calculation. According to our calculations,
okay, we only deal with the variances. So if you have issues about the built form and so forth, then please let us know what they are.
So do I have 5 minutes to read my objection? Or?
Yeah, you still have 4 minutes. So if you want to read your objections, please.
Yeah, okay. We have lived at 311 BIRCHMOUNT Road since '81. And the first owner of the property, number 313, Mrs. Truman, described that there was an open creek taking down the rainwater from the hill. It ran near east end of the properties. It was filled with the construction of the houses in the areas of Islesworth and elsewhere. City built a culvert under Pine Grove Avenue to channel the storm water from the properties to ravine and farther down under Danforth Avenue. First photo of the document show approximation of the underground floodway under our property. We only see the rising water table during the heavy rains. We are talking about letter objection underground floodway. Pages 2 and 3 show further water discharge. Page 5 shows flooding on our lower properties at 311 and 313. Recent photos from April 7 on the document objection letter 8, pages 8 and 9. I tried to get some historical maps and opinion about the old drainage from TRCA, letter of objection 8, page 8. Housing and planning advisor for the councillor Kandaval contacted water on our behalf regarding this drainage system, and apparently department was too busy with the water mains replacement. We believe that city planning staff that approved the plans had no idea about this legacy drainage floodway and potential danger to the surrounding properties due to new construction that will block the drainage flow. If the proposed garden suite and building with extended are built, foundation will cut into the legacy underground drainage and cause the water to accumulate on our property 311 and 313. The presently manageable issue will become a major one. According to our AR research, PPC 2020 says municipalities must, number 1, prevent development that increases flooding. Number 2, ensure that the development does not increase stormwater runoff into neighborhood properties. Number 3, require stormwater management that mimics nature infiltration. So even though TRC said that your property is outside your regulated area, the City of Toronto is still obliged to review flooding impact. I pointed out these hazards in a letter to the architect. A reference to the letter of objection 8, page 5. Our letter to architects talks about other potential issues that architectural drawings do not address. Rainfall drainage from the garden suite and main buildings, placement of downspout and gutters. We expect future residents to pave the walkway to the garden suite shortly after people move in and extend the pavement under the bike storage, trash bin, and more. The height of the garden suite and main building will cast permanent shadow on our properties of 311 Birchmount. You can see the pictures. Letter of objection 8, pages 5 and 6. You can observe the trees from number 301 casting and shadow on 311 backyard. You can see how much sunlight we would lose due to high main building and the garden suite. Letter of objection 8, page 7. Is the photo taken from the property 309 in east view towards the property 18 Allisford. The tree is casting shadow on the property. Now with the garden suite at the end of the backyard, how much afternoon sun we would get on the property behind the fence? Do we need sun? Why do we need sunlight? The sun sets positively mood for the morning.
Mr. Koplas, I need you to wrap it up. Your time is up.
Oh, minute.
Well, they actually forgot to start the clock, so you've probably had more than your 5 minutes already. So if you can do it in one sentence, but I can't let you read another page.
Well, the question to ask, do we have a human right to enjoy our property in privacy with the sun and surrounded by pleasant view, or have other rights superseded ours?
Okay, thank you.
It's not
Anybody,
finished.
Mr. Stinson has a question for you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation, sir. Your issue is drainage, yes?
Sorry?
Your issue is drainage?
One major issue, but it's not the only issue.
Right, but the major issue is drainage.
Yes.
The build proposed and the work being done, is there a chance it could improve drainage? You've presented to us that it'll only get worse, but is it possible it could improve?
I don't see a way how it would improve, because city built the drainage way back, I don't know, 50 years ago or how many, and now nobody knows, nobody remembers it. But we documented the drainage by the picture because you could still see it. The resident of the corner house, Allisford and Pine Grove, told us that he can hear the water, you know, at certain time, how it goes. And I don't see any way how this could be improved unless you build up the pump and start pumping it. That's not a practical issue. The practical issue, in our opinion, is not to build a garden suite.
Okay, thank you then.
Anybody, any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Koplas.
Yes.
Who's going to speak next? Go ahead, I just need your name and address for the record.
My name is David Koplas, 60 Fairfax Crescent.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. My parents have called 311 BRMWELL Road a home since 1981. I grew up there. We are the longest people living in this community, perhaps alongside 321 BRMWELL Road. I want to start by saying I support development of 309 BRMWELL Road. I fully am aware of the disrepair of the existing home, and I support the requested variances 8 related to the front yard setback with the original centerline of BRMWELL Road. Many homes along BRMWELL already have similar conditions, and this particular variance fits into the character of the street. However, while I support reasonable development, I cannot support the overall proposal because it fails the 4 tests for minor variances. The application represents an overbuild, and the variances requested are neither minor nor desirable for the neighborhood. Lot coverage is incorrect in the submitted drawings. The proposal, the bylaw states 45% of lot coverage. That is 109 meters squared. The applicant states that he intends to build at 331 meters squared. That's 54%. However, the rear veranda, steps, garden suite, and primary dwelling are all included as required, and the actual lot coverage is 148.24 meters, which is 60.8% lot coverage. This is a mathematical error. I was running the math all weekend reviewing the proposal. This is an error on the public hearing notice, minor variances permission, which was mailed out. The lot coverage is 60.8%. At 60.8%, lot coverage is extremely high for any Toronto residential zone. This is not a minor deviation. This is a major overbuild and a numerical error on the application. Main wall height, variance number 5. The permitted maximum height for the front and rear exterior walls is 7.5 meters. The proposed height for the front exterior wall is 8.3 meters. This is true. This is the correct at the front of the home, but not the rear. The rear of the property is naturally sloped downward, and the actual measurement height is 8.93 meters. This applied variance is for 8.3 meters, a difference of 0.6. But there is more. The missing height of the 4 concrete steps, which I conservatively have added a measurement of approximately 68 centimeters for a total height of 9.6 meters. This is the result of an approximate rear wall height of 9.6 meters, more than 2 meters above what the bylaw allows. This is an error on the submitted application. This is not minor in any sense, or is it desirable? Conflicting numbers and mathematically not possible in both the zoning review waiver, which I have a copy of, and the public hearing notice. Zoning review waiver, real soft landscaping. It's required to have 50% in the backyard. The number given on the zoning review waiver is 46.3 square meters. The proposed rear yard landscaping area is 47.61%. That's 44.8 meters squared. Different numbers are found on the public hearing notice, variance number 7. The minimum of 50% rear yard soft landscaping, which equals to 43.6 meters squared. In this case, 47.61, that translates to 44.8 meters of the rear yard landscaping. Conflicting numbers and mathematically not possible. Another mathematical error. In the proposed technical drawing submitted 260327, there was an error on the first floor of the garden suite. The following drawings. In the same submitted drawing, 1A2, the garden suite dimension is 5.5 by 6.04. In the following drawing labeled 1A3, the dimension is 6 by 6.04. How can this be? This is a new build. There's no reason it cannot be designed within the bylaws with perhaps 1 minor variance, not 8 variances, and mathematically inaccurate. Also, we have also contacted Toronto Water regarding the flooding concerns and the impacts of this proposal, and we are still waiting a response. Conclusion, I support reasonable development of 309 BRMWELL. I support the front yard setback I support modern building codes and safe dwellings and financial investment in the community. I cannot support this proposal that exceeds lot coverage by over 15.8% at 60.8, exceeds auxiliary building by nearly 2 meters, exceeds main wall height by 2 meters, worsens flooding, removes privacy. The multiple mathematical errors in both the zoning review waiver and the public notice hearing. This would cast shadows on our rear yard and fails all 4 tests. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anybody have any questions for the speaker? Okay. Oh, Mr. Stinson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation, sir. Just to be clear, for the lot coverage, item 1, you're
Yes.
saying that according to your calculus, it's 60.8?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Questions? Okay. Is the third speaker, you're all family, right?
Yes.
So it's the same address, so I think,
He put his incorrect address. He put accidentally 311 BRMWELL. Should have put his own. He didn't know, and he didn't error on the application.
I mean, if I can give you 1 minute if you want to say something that wasn't said already. You sure? You're good? Okay, thank you. The lot coverage, which is showing as 54% on the revision. Maybe come to the speaker just because they want it on the record, and just state your name for the record.
Philip Koplis. So
Okay.
main point of contention is the lot coverage is deliberately understated. Also, the secondary balcony wasn't really removed. It looks like it was intentionally done so it could be re-added after the fact. And that's a huge privacy issue for the surrounding properties.
Okay, and anything else, and then the agent will come back and speak to this.
That's just it.
Okay, so you're saying that 54% lot coverage is not accurate? Is
Yes.
that- Okay.
Yeah.
And you're saying it's
over 60%.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, can we get Philip's address?
Oh, he's speaking for 311 Birchmount. They're all family. Do you want his actual address? Yeah, okay. All right. Mr. Benskowski?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to start off with a couple of just kind of minor points that has to do with the drainage and that. On a committee of adjustment package, downspouts, drainage and things like that is rarely shown, practically never shown. That is a building permit issue that is addressed at that time in terms of any type of swales, any type of grading change, any type of drainage, where the water would go. Again, as you're well aware, any approved new dwelling needs to demonstrate that it can withstand all of the water within its site without discharging onto any adjacent properties. I also just want to make a minor point that this is not under any type of regulations by the Toronto Regional Conservation Authority. I was a little confused by what the first speaker was saying, but this is not identified on any mapping, nor is this under ravine and natural features or any type of higher level constraint as it relates to drainage. The next thing I'd like to address is the height. If we could go to my support material on page number 3, because what I took from the neighbors was the height was an issue, drainage. So if we could go to my support material and go to page 3, I do want to just address that main wall height variance. And maybe while they're doing that, I'll just go into another point. The second speaker was addressing where the height is at the rear of the building. The height is taken from the established grade, which is at the front. So you aren't essentially taking the height from the rear portion where it's depressed and where it's going down. So the height is always only taken from the front of the dwelling, regardless of where it sits at the rear. If we could just zoom in a little bit. So as I mentioned, the actual main wall height of the building is 7.83. Because there's no eaves on the south side, which is the right portion, it is being taken to 8.33. Now, if this were to be a pitched roof dwelling, the maximum main wall height would be 7.5. So if we take that 7.83, we're essentially moving 0.33 from it, which is essentially a little bit over a foot. So that main wall height could now come down by 1 foot, but that pitched roof could have an overall height of 10 meters. So in effect, an actual pitched roof house that could be at 10 meters, in my opinion, would have a greater impact than the main wall height as it faces the neighbors to the north at 7.83 meters. So that impact of being 7.5 with an extra 2.5 meters of roof, in my opinion, would actually have a greater impact than what is being proposed before you. In terms of that balcony on the second, I did say in my opening presentation that we would be happy with a condition that would tie that to not being an actual balcony, because I do agree with what the neighbor to the north said. There could be an opportunity for that to be converted to that in the future, because again, that variance is only for the number of platforms. So we would be happy to have that a condition that that cannot be an actual deck that could be occupiable. In terms of the coverage, I'm confident in the coverage calculation. It's the front and the rear building. And if the zoning notice and that is incorrect, then it would have to be complied with at the 55% if the committee were to approve it. But I am confident in that. Could we just go to the site plan quickly? I would like to also discuss the rear yard soft landscaping. Just go to the site plan. I don't believe I put it in my, oh, I did. It's page 1 of my support material is the site plan also. Yes, so what we see here is essentially the whole rear yard is extensively landscaped. I would also offer a condition if the committee would like that has to stay in place, because again, the neighbor did say that that walkway could then be used as hardscaping. It is shown as softscaping here. That could be another condition of approval, that has to be maintained as soft scaping through that walkway. The fire access doesn't have to actually be on a hardscape material. It just has to be unobstructed. The only hardscaping that is being offered in the rear yard that contributes to the reduction in the request is for the bicycle parking itself. This is close to transit, an optimal location for a multi-unit building like this. I'm happy to answer any questions the committee might have.
Okay, panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? Mr. Howe, no? Mr. Howe.
Thank you, Chair. For the agent, we heard the speakers mention that this was done by way of a zoning waiver, and they questioned your lot coverage being actually more than 54% and more closely to about 60%. Can you speak to that?
I'm confident, through you, Madam Chair, I'm confident, Mr. Howe, in the calculations that were provided to me by the designer. And again, if, for instance, the designer was incorrect in their calculations and this were to be approved at 55%, it would have to be built to 55%. So I'm confident, again, in the designer. I do extensive work with this individual. And again, if it were to be incorrect, it would simply have to be complied with at 55%.
It's 54%, isn't it?
Sorry, 54%. Sorry, 54%.
Okay, any other questions, panel members? Okay, if not, then let's take it into committee for a decision. Ms. McCauley, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to comment first. We've heard the community. We've heard the community over a number of applications in this area, and we know that there is issues of drainage and there is issues of a high water table. Unfortunately, the applications that we deal with don't deal with those drainage issues. It's another component of it. I'm happy to hear one of the applicants or one of the speakers said that the councillor has been aware of this and will be looking into it. And that's probably the appropriate spot. The second part is that the applicant has said that before he gets a building permit, the city has to be satisfied with the drainage. So I'm saying to you, I hear you, there is a drainage issue here. It has to be resolved somehow. But the new building here has to deal with the drainage on site and resolve that. So it isn't a reason to turn down or refuse this application. So that's all I'm saying is that, yes, we've heard them. There is a drainage issue. We've heard it a number of times.
I'm acknowledging that.
Okay. Anybody else have any comments? I'll just say this, the applicant has worked with planning. The lot coverage at 54% is actually what planning was looking for when this matter was brought before us before. And a lot of changes were made. Several variances were removed and several, were changed. There were only 4 that remained unchanged, and all the rest were either removed or changes were made to make this a more palatable application. So I don't have an issue with this. I think it does meet the 4 tests. Having said that, I understand the community's concerns, but please understand that this committee doesn't deal with drainage. The applicants usually are required through the building department to provide drainage reports. And if the counselor's office has told you they're following through, as Ms. McCauley said, then hopefully you'll get some report back from them with respect to this. And yeah, if there's any other comments from anybody, Mr. Howe?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to add on to your comment as well, and I echo your comments, that the applicant appears reasonable and they're agreeable to add the condition that the second floor rear yard balcony shall not be a usable balcony. So I think that addresses some of the privacy concerns we're hearing.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I think also his suggestion to have a condition to build as per site plan so that that path doesn't get changed. Mr. Stinson, you had something else to?
Yeah, I would echo what was said. Also that the agent mentioned he'd take a condition of soft landscaping too as another condition with respect to permeable. I want to acknowledge the speakers today. There was good organization, good detail. Also that there are 8 letters of objection, 27 signatures not in favor of this application, and that's obviously important to note. The city departments are not refusing it. They're not even outside of, correct me if I'm wrong, urban forestry, making any other conditional requirements of this application. So before coming here, we spend hours reviewing these files independently, and this application in particular is one of them. And ultimately, I'd be in favor of the application, notwithstanding what the concerns of the neighborhood are, but I believe at this point the city's done its due diligence.
Okay. If there's no other comments, I'm going to need a motion. Mr. Howe?
Thank you, Chair. I feel this application meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act. The applicant took the time, reviewed with community planning, and satisfied their concern. On that basis, I would move approval, subject to the condition of urban forestry and Metrolinx advisory comments, and also subject to the condition that this application be tied to the site plan, and that the condition that the rear yard walkway shall be soft landscaping, as well as a comment that the applicant agreed, or the owner agreed, that the second floor rear yard balcony shall not be a usable balcony.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Deputy Secretary.
Through the chair, I'm not sure if the walkway can be, if a condition can be imposed, making the walkway soft landscaping.
Can I ask you, in the site plan, it's showing a softscape, so tying it to site plan, does that cover that?
Yeah,
or no?
yeah, if you're tying it to the site plan, it's already labeled on the plans, right? I don't think there needs to be a separate condition.
Okay. All right. Mr. Stinson?
Thank you, Chair. I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the application, including forestry condition number 3, Metrolinx, a condition that the rear balcony not be usable as whatever, deck space, and to also build it as per the site plan. That's moved by Mr. Howe, seconded by Mr. Stinson. All in favor?
Through the chair, hold on. I just want to clarify that condition about the balcony, that was a comment, I think.
Oh, you want that as a comment? We can't make it a condition?
I understand that's the case, yeah. So it would
Okay.
be, it would reflect on record as a written comment that the owner is agreeable that the second
Yeah, I mean, it
floor-
was suggested by the agent, so, but it was suggested as a condition. So it's not enforceable, is what you're saying? Okay. All right, so the motion is to approve the application, forestry number 3, Metrolinx condition, a condition to build as per site plan, and then in the comments that the rear balcony will not be used as amenity space. And that's moved by Mr. Howe, seconded by Mr. Stinson. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, folks, thank you. The application was approved. If you have any questions, you can speak to staff. Okay, for anybody who came in the last half an hour or so, we're going to finish up items number 11, 12, and 13. No, we're going to do 11 and 12, and then we're taking a half an hour break just so you don't sit here sort of waiting and you want to go next door and grab a coffee. Okay, because we're running way behind here. All right, item number 11, 1 Broderick Place. We have before us minutes from the November 5th public hearing, as well as the previous agenda package and materials submitted at that time. Public hearing notice, a location map, plan of survey and plans, previous decision affecting the subject property, cover letter from Macmillan LLP. We have site photos, supporting materials from the agent. We have reports from forestry that are asking for conditions 1, 2, and 3. Ravine is asking for condition number 1. Councillor sent in a letter and the TRCA are okay. And planning sent an email rescinding their previous report, so they have no concerns. We have correspondence in opposition, quite a bit of it, from Heron Trail, Broderick, Moreau Trail, and I don't know if I'm leaving out Highvale Road. And then we have a 55 signature petition in opposition. Okay, is there anybody here speaking for 11, number 1 Broderick Place? Okay, all the people speaking, if you want to come to the front and grab a seat in the front row. And just a reminder, 5 minutes per person per address. And if you want to split it between 2 people or more, that's fine also. Yeah, there's some seats on this side also, if you can't, yeah. Or you can sit on the next row. Are you the applicant? The agent?
I am the agent, Madam Chair, members of committee. My name is Mark Kemmerer. I'm the author also of the letter you mentioned coming in from Macmillan LLP, which is dated April 27th, 2026.
Okay. Given the fact we have a lot of people speaking in opposition, and just to check with staff, do you have anybody, I show somebody virtually listed, do you have people online that are in opposition?
Through the chair, no one is online.
Nobody's online. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to get you to do a presentation, no more than 5 minutes, okay?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. If I could just ask staff then to bring up my letter, and particularly page 4, which is the first page of the attachment from the architect, Baculture. Right, so that sets out, as this committee will be aware, this matter was first before it in November of 2025. It was deferred to allow my client and her architect, who is to my left, the opportunity to speak further to planning staff and to neighbors in an attempt to satisfy those concerns. So what you see before you here on the screen is the revised site plan and plans. It sets out the 4 variances that I'll go over with you. And importantly, what it did was to scale back the addition. And you'll note that from the side there, which had the effect of reducing the building length to 17.5 0.49 meters, whereas a maximum of 17 meters is permitted. Now, as a result of that revision, as you mentioned before, Madam Chair, planning staff now support or don't object to this proposal. And what's really critical here is that in terms of the professional advice before this committee, that is the advice from the TRCA, the Conservation Authority, the advice from Urban Forestry, the advice from planning on a land use basis, and also from the ravine section of the city staff, there are no objections to this proposal. In their view, it represents good planning, and also there are no environmental issues here. So briefly, variances 3 and 4 deal with a setback to the top of bank of 6.41 meters. That is a technical variance in the sense that that reflects an existing built situation. The house is built that close already to the top of bank. And as I noted, there are no concerns from conservation. And that is a condition which is really no different than other houses on the street. For example, number 5 and number 7 in terms of top of bank. The variance for length, you can compare that to the length of the adjoining buildings at number 3 and number 5, which are 18.34 meters and 18.48 meters. So the requested variance is actually less than the length of adjoining houses. And then with respect to the east setback, that is a variance where the proposed, what I'm going to call a side yard setback, is 1.2 meters as opposed to the 6 meters required. And this is a unique property, as I noted in my letter. It is a corner lot which fronts on both Heron and on Broderick Place. And while the address for it is 1 Broderick Place, the City of Toronto has deemed that the frontage is actually on Heron. And that's why what really is, in my respectful submission, a side yard setback, the east yard setback, is deemed to be the rear yard setback. But as you'll note from my letter, Madam Chair, members of the committee, that setback at 1.2 meters reflects, it actually meets what the exception RD 173 you'll hear about allows for, which permits setbacks of 1.2 meters on one side and 0.3 meters on the other side. So it's an improvement over 0.3, but also it's no different than the setbacks you find in this neighborhood. So for example, 3 Broderick Place is set back only 1.24 meters from the subject property my client owns, and only 0.4 meters from 5 Broderick Place. So you'll see from my letter, and I know I don't have a lot of time to go through it, but you'll see from my letter that what's proposed here is an existing condition in this neighborhood. It's compatible with the character of the neighborhood. And importantly, what's before you now? There are no variances for height. There are no variances for gross floor area. There are no variances for landscape open space. So these are the only variances before you, which suggests in my respectful submission that this proposal is consistent with the character of the neighborhood and therefore meets, as you'll know, the official plan test. And importantly, also meets the provincial objective of intensification in the sense of providing additional housing in neighborhoods in Toronto. And that is sometimes referred to the missing middle, but as you may know, what my client could build as of right on this lot is a fourplex. So I know my time is up. You have my submissions in my letter, and I'll respond, of course, to the submissions made in reply. But in our respectful submission, the proposal before you represents good planning. It's supported by planning, and the variances should be, in my respectful submission, approved by this committee today.
Okay, thank you. Okay, folks, who wants to speak? Oh, you have a question now, or you? Okay. All right, he wants to ask you a question before we open the
Absolutely.
session.
I'm happy to answer any.
I'm getting old. It's better if I ask early. Thank you. You said it fits twice, I think you said twice, the character of the neighborhood. The application suggests 3 buildings. What other parts of this neighborhood have that impact, 3 on one piece of property?
Well, first of all, there's no variance for the number of units. That's permitted as of right. So that's important for this committee to know, and I'm sure you do. There are a number of, actually the majority of properties on this street, this one as well as 7, 11, 13, 19, and 17 have a number of tenants in them. A couple of them have basement apartments. So they're not 3 units, but they also have a form of intensification in the sense of they are letting out rooms for, either for their family members or for international students, for example. So in that sense, it's not atypical as to what is happening on this street. But again, there are no variances for the number of units. That is encouraged under both city policy and, of course, under provincial policy, which seeks to increase housing, affordable housing, and housing choice in the city. But it's not atypical to what is happening on this street.
Thank you for your clarity.
Okay, any other questions, or you can hold them till after? Okay, thanks. All right, who would like to speak first? Your name and address, and then you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Joanne Laurencis, and I live at 7 Broderick Place. I have lived there since the street was first developed. Just a quick note, the information was incorrect where he said that there's renters at 7 Broderick Place. Me and my family live there, just 4 people, so I don't appreciate the misinformation. I do want to focus on one key issue, which is the rear yard setback. This property is governed by very specific Chapter 900 zoning exceptions, and the city has already identified the proposed rear yard setback as non-compliant. The applicant recognizes where the rear yard is, but is attempting to reinterpret the rules in a way that does not align with how those standards are meant to be applied. There are several issues with this approach. There is no clear connection to the official plan, no proper consideration of the neighborhood context, and the argument relies on selective comparisons rather than the actual standards that apply to the site. What is important here is that these zoning rules are site-specific. They were intentionally put in place for the street and are not meant to be flexible or reinterpreted. And if those standards are ignored, it sets a serious precedent, not just for this property, but for how these types of zoning exceptions are applied more broadly. I will not go into all of the technical details in consideration of your time and everyone else's. It's a long day, I'm sure, as there are quite a few of us and the rest of my neighbors will be addressing some of these things in a lot more technical and more depth. So, for example, my neighbor at 5 Broderick Place will speak to the built form and how corner lots on the street already comply with the 6-meter rear yard setback. My neighbor at 19 Broderick will address how the homes in the neighborhood are already built to their maximum permitted setbacks. And at 15 Broderick Place, my neighbor will speak to the intent of the bylaw and why these site-specific Chapter 900 exceptions must be followed. The committee only needs to find one failure of the 4 tests to refuse an application. In this case, I believe there are multiple clear failures, particularly with respect to the rear yard setback. This variance does, sorry? Oh, sorry.
No, I
Okay.
didn't say anything.
This variance does not meet the intent of the official plan, does not meet the intent of the zoning bylaw, is not appropriate for this neighborhood, and is definitely not minor. For these reasons, I respectfully ask that the committee refuse the rear yard setback variance. And I thank you for your time, and kindly ask if you have any questions to wait until some of the other neighbors speak to the specific issues that we will be addressing.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Oh. Hello, sir. What's your name and address, please?
Hello, my name is Robert Clack, and I live at 19 Broderick Place. I don't have any visuals today, so I hope my voice carries you well through this. Today, I'd like to focus on one specific point, that the lots on Broderick Place are already and effectively maxed out. Broderick Place is not a typical street. It's a very small cul-de-sac with only 10 homes, and each of those homes was built within a very specific setback limits under a site-specific zoning framework. What that means in practical terms is the homes on the street were already designed and built to the limits of what those lots were intended to support. So when we look at this application, it's important to understand that the space around these homes is not extra or unused space. The space exists because it is required by the setbacks. That's the real key issue here. The proposal is asking to significantly reduce a required rear yard setback in order to allow additional building space. But once you do that, you're no longer working within the limits of the lot. You're overriding them. And that's why this is not a minor adjustment. If you look at the street as a whole, every home is positioned very close to its setback boundaries. That's not accidental. That's how the neighborhood was planned and built. There isn't room to expand without triggering a major variance. So the idea that this lot somehow has extra capacity for expansion is not accurate. It only appears that way if you ignore the role that setbacks play in defining how much of the lot can actually be used. Another important point is that this street is not the type of location the city had in mind for intensification under EHON. There are many properties in the surrounding area that have deeper lots, more flexible layouts, and more room to accommodate additional units without requiring major variances. Broderick Place is different. It's already relatively dense in terms of how the homes sit on their lots, and it is specifically planned that way. In fact, the zoning here already allows for higher lot coverage than many other areas. So this is not a case where the property is being restricted unfairly. It's the case where the limits have already been used, and once those limits are reached, the only way to go further is to break the rules that were originally put in place to define the neighborhood. That's exactly what this application is asking to do. So from a planning perspective, this is not just about one setback. It's about whether a lot that is already built to its intended limits should be allowed to exceed those limits in a significant way. Because if that is allowed here, it becomes very difficult to justify why similar exceptions should not be made elsewhere on the street. For those reasons, this is not minor, it is not in keeping with the intent of the zoning, and it is not appropriate for this location. I respectfully ask the committee to refuse this application. Thank you.
Okay, sir, hang on. Mr. Stinson has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you. With respect to the request, I have to ask the questions in a timely way, so that's the way the committee works. As far as your address, what was it, sir?
19 Broderick Place.
What's the dimensions of your backyard?
I don't know. But the person that's coming last will be able to tell you that.
And now that I've confirmed that with you, I can let you off the hook. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, any other questions? All right, next speaker.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Hi.
This is Madam Chair, sorry. My name is Sunanda Islor, and this is my husband, Sri Islor. We are residents and owners of 5 Broderick Place, a residence located 2 houses over from 1 Broderick Place. We object to the applicant's request for a minor variance on the rear yard setback variance, which is on the east side of their lot. There is a broad opposition with over 50 neighbors having signed a petition opposing the revised development at 1 Broderick Place. We object on the following grounds. The encroachment of 80% or 4.8 meters of the rear yard setback is not minor. It is not desirable for corner lots to not follow the same performance standards of in-block houses for their rear yard setback measurements. Built forms cannot go against bylaws that have every house defined by 1 rear yard setback. The applicant is asking for such a small measurement that is only possible for a side yard setback under Toronto bylaws. In a letter and a presentation by applicant on April 15, 2026, we were told multiple times that 1 Broderick Place had an existing built form that allowed for development towards their east side because all the houses on Broderick Place had narrow gaps between our houses. This is not true. Our house on 5 Broderick Place also has a corner lot configuration and is laterally inverted twin elevation to 1 Broderick Place. Our 2 houses have the most similar build form, and we have a larger gap between our neighbor, unlike other houses, along the cul-de-sac. Currently, both Broderick Place, 1 Broderick Place and our house on the corner lots respect the rear yard setback bylaw, with our rear property lining up with the side lot line of our eastward neighbor. It is absolutely wrong for 1 Broderick Place to have an existing built from condition that allows them to not comply with the bylaw when both our lots have the same build. And I would ask you to refer, I kindly ask you to refer to 2nd page and the 3rd page. If you look at the diagram on the 2nd page, our house is only 2 houses over from 1 Broderick Place. You can see from the shape of our house that we share a twin elevation. We also have the same trapezoid-shaped lot on a corner. Our rear yard is in orange is next to our neighbor's side yard. And on page 3, 1 and 5 Broderick Place have the same built form condition for a corner lot. The top 3 pictures are from the applicant's own submission on November 2025. And below is the missing streetscape picture intentionally not shown by the applicant, with a similarly large gap between 5 and 7 Broderick Place. This demonstrates that within this neighborhood context, corner lot configurations of 1 and 5 Broderick Place have the same existing build from the condition, with large rear yard setback next to a small side yard setback. Thank you.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much. Hi.
Hello. Good afternoon, members of Committee of Adjustments. My name is Usha Kublal, and I live right next door to 3 Broderick Place. I'm here with my husband, and we are requesting you to reject this application. Our biggest concern is privacy and safety. The design places 9 windows directly facing 7 windows in our home, including our bedrooms and main living areas. There is also a porch on the 1st floor and a balcony on the 3rd floor facing directly towards us. So this isn't just a view, it's a constant overlook into our home. We would effectively lose any reasonable expectation of privacy. The reduced distance between the buildings raises real fire safety concern, which shouldn't be ignored. The size and closeness of this structure will also block natural light and increase shadowing. It will make our living spaces darker and less livable. The proposal also introduces rear access from a sloped area, which is a safety risk, especially in winter with ice and snow. There is also a risk of ravine instability due to increased runoff and slope destabilization. This area will need constant lighting, which will shine directly into our home at night, making the privacy issue even worse. Broderick Place was designed as a small, stable street of single-family homes. This proposal is being presented as a minor variance, but it's not minor at all. It's a 3-story addition that effectively creates a multi-unit building, a major amplification in what is a small, quiet, low-density cul-de-sac. It will worsen the parking congestion on an already narrow cul-de-sac with limited parking, obstructing emergency and snow removal vehicles. And this isn't just our view. Over 50 neighbors have signed a petition opposing this development. The zoning bylaw was put in place to prevent this kind of overdevelopment. This proposal doesn't respect the official plan in terms of neighborhood character, privacy, and compatibility. Finally, I'd like to add that we have lived here at Broderick Place since 2008, when these homes were built. We chose Broderick Place because it's a quiet, low-density family street bordered by a ravine and a parquet. This proposal disrupts the character, safety, and livability of our small street. I respectfully ask the committee to reject and deny this application in full. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stinson has a question for you.
Thank you for the presentation. You're next door.
Yes.
What's your backlot measurements, please?
I don't have, as I say, he will answer all the questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else questions? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, the next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeffrey Ty. I live at 13 Broderick Place. I'd like to correct a statement made by the applicant's lawyer. At 13 Broderick Place, we do not have any tenants. It is just members of my family. As you've heard, this project is proposed for a small 10-house cul-de-sac. The homes on our street are large and placed on small lots, and the proposed project would essentially see a large 3-story structure shoehorned between 2 existing family homes. This is a large increase in the square footage and density of the house. There is absolutely no definition of a minor variance that this project could fit under. The issue I want to raise is with regard to the appropriateness of this project for the property and for the neighborhood. The city, understandably, has a policy of wanting to increase units for people to live in. However, it should be pointed out that the applicant owns the properties at 1 and 11 Broderick Place, and for many years, her business has been short-term rentals to international students. She's essentially running 2 boarding houses on our street. Maybe she has talked about changing that for the purpose of getting this adjustment approved, but this has been going on for years. There are endless numbers of international students in and out of these properties, constant turnover, and a very large number of them. What this will do is increase the number of people on our street, which is already holding too many people because of what is going on at 1 and 11 Broderick. It is not in keeping with the nature of this small, single-family dwelling street. Ultimately, the purpose of the project is not to increase the number of units for people to live in. It's simply a business proposition for the applicant. Therefore, I respectfully ask that you do not approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody have a question for the speaker? No? Okay, thank you.
Hi, Ted Yup, 15 Broderick Place. I'm unfortunately the author of the 24-page paper submission that you might have read. So in that in-depth analysis, we tackled the rear yard variance. I'll take up questions after presentations. There were some questions about measurements on this paper, and if you actually had any additional questions for my neighbors as well. My presentation focuses on a more technical application of the 4 tests. Every assertion made by the applicant on an east or a side setback rather than a rear yard variance is technically wrong along the bylaws. First and foremost, the applicant recognizes the east property line as the rear property line. By this very admission, the standards of a rear, not side setback, should apply towards the east lot line, full stop. It took over 2 years for the applicant to explicitly write in rear property line in their aerial plans, including in their hearing material today. So if you actually look at it, it's actually there. It's super tiny, but it actually says rear property line on their submission. They've consistently mischaracterized using relative and visual appeal for a more lenient side setback on the east to apply, but this is completely contrary and illogical to where their plans admit is the rear property line. To be clear, the rear setback is on the east per proper readout of RD 173 and concluded by 2 separate zoning examiners. Per RD 173, this orientation is neither open to interpretation nor negotiable. I know that the applicant has said they deem it to be something other than what it is. A corner lot has the same requirement as an in-block lot for 1 rear yard setback in the bylaws. Generally, this would be 7.5 meters, but in this site-specific case, RD 173G already applies a minor variance by reducing this 20% to 6 meters. And yet, the applicant is asking a major encroachment and an additional 80% setback reduction on top of what may have already been deemed a minor variance to start off with. Our RD 173 setbacks are completely regulated by Chapter 900 site-specific exceptions. To meet the test of the intent of the bylaws, this goes beyond bylaw 473/2023 that introduced the as-of-right for multiplexes in RD zones. More critical for this case, unlike perhaps more standard lots without purposeful site-specific provisions, it requires meeting the multiplex bylaw amendment 648/2025, enacted in 2025, less than a year ago. Don't accept an overgeneralization of EHON that intensification is prioritized over performance standards. 648/2025 states that for multiplexes where there are Chapter 900 exceptions, some conditions exist as to leniency, height, depth, floor area, but specific to setbacks, the site exceptions as stated prevail. In the Chief Planner's multiplex final report about a year ago, there is preservation of setback standards, especially site-specific ones that ensure the application fits within its neighborhood context. The applicant's argument of built form has no standards. Visual appeal of a built form does not define the standards, and the committee should scrutinize the applicant's lack of professionalism and willful disregard towards where the rear property line is and the setback standards that applies to it. Can the committee consider variances to Chapter 900 setbacks? Perhaps when these are truly minor, but this requires the committee to examine the veracity of Chapter 900 provisions. My paper has more than 4 pages of discussion as to how exceptional the Chapter 900 provisions are for Broderick Place as a neighborhood, including a full historical account of a 10-house site-specific official plan that does not conflict with the enforced citywide official plan. The site-specific plan clarifies the committee's questions as to not only what are the measurements, but why the RD 173 setbacks are to be enforced in this application. My paper also covers the latest correspondence from planning, why there is no recommendation on the variance setbacks. You mentioned earlier that they rescinded in an email. Let's be clear, it is not a recommendation for approval. What is more specific is that they are satisfied only with the reduction in length that the applicant has proposed, but more clearly, there is no written recommendation on the setback variance, because to grant that, and this is with discussion with planning, because to grant that would go directly against bylaw 648/2025. At no point in any submission has the applicant referenced a bylaw provision that suggests an exception may exist to evade the rear setback performance standards. To the contrary, 648/2025 is clear, and therefore the committee should conclude and refuse the applicant's failure to meet the test on general intent of the bylaws. And I...
Thank you, sir. Mr. Stinson?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, sir, for your presentation. I think you know my question. Just give me the backyard length and depth width, rather, of one of the properties.
All right, so page 15, we measured all the neighborhoods, so that's all available to the committee. We're being fair. We want to, you know what the neighborhood context is. For number 19, their rear yard square meter is 85.3, and that was the first that was the second presenter. And then for the direct neighbor, their rear yard is 108.3 meters squared. Arguably, those are actually smaller. Both those are currently smaller than the existing rear yard for number 1. But their proposal actually reduces their yard to the smallest in the entire neighborhood.
And I understand that. I just wanted to seek some numbers outside of the literature I received, see if things are sort of formatting the way I've been reading it.
Yeah, sorry, it's very small. I tried to jam-pack a lot of information and still ended up with 24 pages of document.
What would you say to me asking you, we have official city hall, we have the experts, their staff, those departments with your good tax dollars in mind. What's your response to those experts and those professional departments saying that this works? They're not refusing it or?
Well, I'll be very specific because I know that the applicant had the opportunity to speak to community planning, and then they got the letter to be rescinded. I've actually had a long conversation with community planning as well. I didn't want to put it there because it would sound hearsay, but they are concerned with breaking the Chapter 900 exceptions because of the precedence that was set. But they were also very clear on what the implications of why they rescinded the letter. So if you recall back in November, you actually had a letter of refusal from community planning, and now they're pulling that back. The email says just take away the link and with discussion with the applicant, but at no time they said, will we refuse the setbacks? They understand community planning was actually responsible for creating this neighborhood first and foremost, and they're not supportive. Like, I want to be clear, they're not supportive of having the setbacks breached in this case. They're just standing back in a wait and see and letting this committee decide, because you have the authority to make that decision to come to that conclusion. So I just want to be crystal clear, there is no recommendation specifically to recommend the variance on the rear yard setback from planning.
Okay, that's great to hear that, and don't worry about the hearsay. We'll let you know if we think you've overstepped. That was good.
Anybody have any questions? Anybody else? Okay, thank you. You're the last speaker?
I am the last speaker. If you have more questions, just fire away.
Apparently there are no more questions, so I think we're good.
Okay.
Thank you. Great presentation, and you're up again. So if you can speak to all the issues that were raised, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of council, and I appreciate the comments and concerns raised by the neighbors. I want to address a couple of things. Firstly, to start with the last speaker, it's not correct that this addition would create the smallest rear landscaping on the street. In fact, if you look at AS002, the landscaping plan, that will, after the addition, there will be 91.14 meters squared, which is larger than the existing condition at number 3. So again, this is not taking it out of context or out of compatibility or out of character with the existing neighborhood. Number 7 and number 13 raised issues about who lives in that house. You'll recall that when I answered the question from Mr. Stinson at the start, I talked about there are both instances of tenants and there are instances where there are other family members. And in those cases, that dealt with extended family members. So again, the street is characterized by not just single families living there, but there's sometimes extended families and sometimes tenants. And so that is not an unusual condition on the street. And again, it's really critical. There are no variances for the number of units. You heard from some of the neighbors that the street is already maxed out. But again, I repeat for you that there are no variances here for gross floor area, for height, that sort of thing. And of course, we know that there was an original bylaw, that exception has been referred to, creating this neighborhood. But the whole purpose of this committee is to hear variances from any bylaw. And of course, it's not unusual. And as I mentioned before, in terms of, a number of the houses on this street don't even meet in their existing form the requirements of that bylaw. For example, the length, and I talked about the lengths of houses 3 and 5 that are larger than the bylaw permits. So the speaker from number 19 talked about how the houses are close together. And again, so when we talk about what's essentially when you're walking down the street, what's characterized under the bylaw as a rear yard setback, but essentially reads as a side yard setback on the east, what you're seeing here is not going to be out of character with the neighborhood as you walk along. The difference with number 5 deals with like the contour of the road, and you'll recall that the actual setback between side yard setback between number 5 and number 3 is only 0.4 meters. And this setback at 1.2 is certainly going to exceed that and a number of the other setbacks, side yard setbacks on the street. So in terms of the density, this is still going to be under the permitted density on this lot. And I note that, as I refer you back to my letter where I talked about the fact that this is a unique situation, being a corner lot, there is no possibility that compared to the other lots on the street, this creates a precedent. In terms of the complaints about intensity on the site, there are no concerns or complaints raised with respect to the way my client operates her house. And there are going to be no concerns or complaints I put to you that when the additional units, if approved, are built, there are going to be no complaints or concerns about that because she runs a very responsible property. There is no parking variance required here. And in terms of the concerns raised by number 3 on privacy and safety, I note that there is no balcony facing her property on the east elevation. Moreover, she has, as you'll note from the pictures, there is a fence between the two properties, so there's going to be no impact certainly on the first floor or the lower level, the basement level, and the design of the property isn't that the windows are going to look directly into her current windows, and certainly there are windows on the east elevation now that look out, and you haven't heard any complaints about that existing situation in terms of privacy and overlook. There are no studies that would show that there are going to be shadow or other impacts. So again, while I understand the concerns of the neighbor, I'm going to ask this committee follow the advice of planning. And it's not like, if planning had real concerns about it, they would have said to you, we're not concerned about the length now, but here are other concerns. And they haven't done that. Again, the professional advice to this committee, from whether it be urban forestry, planning, or conservation authority, is that there are no concerns with this proposal. And on that basis, again, I request the variances be approved. I'm
Okay.
certainly happy to answer further questions, but I thank you for your time today.
Mr. Khan has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question will be through you. Sir, you are moving from single family to multiplex, right?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir. And you also mentioned very interestingly that from low density, it is moving to the high density within allowable quantity. Now, what kind of statement is that? When you are moving from single family to a multiplex, so you are increasing density. You have to admit that, sir. And if you are, sorry about that, you go ahead.
Sorry, well, but why don't you continue with your question and I can answer both of them.
Thank you kindly. For me, hearing so many people and yourself, sir, representation on both sides is very nice. And I understand it is a high density proposition. And in that, I see that the minimum requirement in variance number 1, you are deficient 4.8 meter less. And in 3 and 4, you are also 3.5 meter less. When things are improving, also these setbacks should be matching to the improvement, but these are deficient. So how do you correlate, or how do you convince me that increasing the density and having setbacks low would coordinate and accommodate that high density?
So again, I thank you very much for those questions. With respect to density, or with respect to the characterization of multiplex, we haven't come before you to say that's not happening. Of course there's an increase in density. But again, if my client was to tear down the house or put an addition on, she could build a bigger house than what's proposed now. She's not outside of the density limit. There's no variance for gross floor area. So she remains well within the density provisions on site. So, and in terms of a multiplex, yes, it's a multiplex, but again, there are situations where there are basements and everything being rented in the, on the neighborhood. So those are also, in a sense, multiplexes. And again, there is no variance for the number of units. And if you look at the design of the building, it's designed specifically to fit in well with this neighborhood. So a multiplex is permitted as of right. And again, my client can in fact put a fourplex here as opposed to a threeplex as of right. And that reflects the policy direction of the city and the province in increasing housing here. So what comes before you today, in my respectful submission, is a gentle form of intensification which doesn't offend matters of density or height or parking. And it respects and reinforces, in my respectful submission, the neighborhood character. Now, I think, Mr. Khan, you asked a question also about, and if I understood you correctly, about the sort of the side yard or the rear, what's characterized as the rear yard setback, 1.2 versus the 6 meters. And again, this is a situation that is unusual on this street simply because it's a corner lot and it's deemed to have the frontage on Heron, even though the address is on Broderick Place. But if you look, if you're walking down the street, I submit to you, and you're passing it, you would see what you regard as a side yard setback. And you would think to yourself, as I'm walking through the street, I don't see any difference in, and this is assuming it's approved and built, I don't see any difference in the space between number 1 and number 3 than I see on the other houses on the street. So in that sense, it's compatible. It's a sort of a unique characteristic of the bylaw that is deemed to be a rear yard setback. But again, in what we would consider to be the rear yard, and I've just given you a statistic, it's not going to be the smallest rear yard on the street. In fact, it's going to be consistent with other rear yards still.
Sir, I will be moving into variance number 3 and 4 combined. And it is the offshore hazard line. And your property is deficient on both. You are saying in variance number 3 that altered building setback 6.41 from shoreline hazard. Requirement is minimum 10 feet. And let me tell you, sir, I have dealt with this kind of situation when I was working in this building long ago. And that concern is a concern because these days, all these rain and sleeping shores are causing concern. Would you kindly consider this shortage as a serious variance which is not complying?
Thank you very much again for that question, Mr. Khan. I mean, if you look, if perhaps, Madam Chair, you could bring again, or staff could bring up page 4 of my April correspondence, which is the first page of the architect's attachment. Which shows the site plan. So if you'll look at that, Mr. Khan, you'll see that actually the setback from top of bank from this addition is much larger than the required 10 meters. The 6.41 meters reflects an existing built form condition. So it's not exacerbated, it's not caused by, and it's not exacerbated by the proposed addition. It's something that exists. And in terms of slope stability, you have the correspondence from the Regional Conservation Area, the TRCA, saying they don't have concerns with the proposal. And also, if you look, so again, this is a technical variance, which is not, it's not caused by the proposed addition. It's caused by an existing situation, but it's caught by the zoning examiner because it's an existing situation. And also, if you look at any of the aerials, or any of the material, in fact, provided to you by Mr. Yep, you know, if you look at the Toronto maps in the material I provided to you that was provided by the architect, you'll see that all of the houses on Broderick Place are quite close to top of bank. It's not just my client's number one house. All of those houses are close, and some are closer to the top of bank than number one. So that's not, what's proposed is not a condition which is unusual. And again, I repeat that the proposed addition does not contribute to that variance. It's a variance that's caught by the existing built form. So it's a technical variance as opposed to something that's caused by this addition or proposed addition.
Thank you, sir. My final question is, has your application ever been refused? Because I was reading in one of the letters that it was previously refused. Was it?
No, this was deferred from the November, if I understand your question correctly, this was deferred from the November meeting, so it didn't go before. And again, as I mentioned at the start, you know, it came before you, and the addition was more of a rectangle there and had a longer length variance as a result of that. So what happened was, it came before committee, as you saw some of the applications today. It was deferred, I think at my client's request, so that she could consult with planning, so that she could consult with her neighborhood. And as I note in my letter, not only did she instruct her architect to make those revisions, which you see on the screen before you, but she worked closely with planning, and planning is now satisfied. And as you'll know from the letter, you know, in terms of community consultation, we had a meeting on April 15th, hosted at the Scarborough Boys and Girls Club, where we invited neighbors to come and listen to the revised proposal, and they did, and that was great. And we had a very productive discussion at that point, and we explained what the revised plans were. It didn't change their views, but my client made very significant efforts at outreach in terms of the community, and also, of course, with planning. And so that's why you have a situation now where planning is not opposed to the proposal. They don't have concerns with it. So it was deferred from November, but it was deferred for this very purpose, to bring about revisions to make it satisfactory, certainly to planning, and hopefully satisfactory or more satisfactory to the neighborhood. And we've had a number of productive discussions over that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. They're appreciated.
Mr. Stinson?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. It's Kemmerer?
Kemmerer, yes.
Thank you. Couple of things. I'll start off with an observation. It's not lost on me, and I'm sure on most of the people here, that once at the Committee of Adjustment, you might have called it a Cold War between neighborhoods, developers, architects, and planners, has now become very hot. And it's become very hot with recent changes, and I think you touched on it, sir, with amendments to official policy. And suddenly people are feeling that they're under attack in their neighborhoods, and they're feeling punished because of the homes they bought 25 years ago, 10 years ago, 6 weeks ago. Well, actually, that's not true, 6 years ago. And yet, there is, everyone would acknowledge for the most part, that there is a shortage of housing. So thank you for indulging me with my comments. It was kind of cathartic for me. I will say this. The official departments have no issue. And yet, I'm struggling with the nature of this development in this neighborhood, not because of only the people who spoke here today, but because of the signatures on the different documents indicating they have a problem. I understand very clearly, if I heard you correctly, sir, that if you were walking down the street, you wouldn't see this change, this build, per se, if I heard you correctly.
Yes.
I would also say to that residents have articulated a concern over multiplexes, and yet it's been pointed out to me that the applicant, while we do not judge and we do not cast any weight to how many properties somebody owns, and if they're a renter or an owner, that would be discriminatory, and it is. I would point out to everyone present that if someone owns 2 houses on a street, they're already renting rooms in one, they could easily start renting rooms in the other. And that's a fact, because I live in the city and understand that. Yeah, I just want to say that the presentation's good, but the neighborhood concerns are good too, because they're valid. They have to live in these neighborhoods. So ultimately, I think it's fair to say that this is going to be a very challenging decision. Thank you.
And if I might just respond just very briefly to that, and I appreciate those comments. It is a time of change, and change is not always easy, of course, not to be pejorative, but it's not always easy. You know, we live in a time when there are these pressures from housing, but I just want to remind the committee that this is a unique lot again. It is the corner lot, it's the entrance to to this community, and what's proposed, in my respectful submission, is not going to destabilize the community, it's not going to change it, and it's not going to be something that's going to be replicated further within the community, because this is something that it's a unique lot in that respect. So I would hope that that would address or satisfy some of the concerns raised by, and I understand the concerns, but again, the job of this committee, of course, is to look at what's appropriate planning and what meets the four tests, and I submit that this application does. But I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your excellent questions.
I have a question. You mentioned the distance between, I forget which number, the houses?
Number 3 and number 5?
Yeah, what was it again?
So it's 1.24 meters between number 1 and number 3. Like
Okay.
that is
What I'm
between,
getting at is the houses that are built, that are spaced, that are
Yeah.
close together, because that's a part of your argument, this is gonna look the same. So do you know what the actual distance is gonna be wall to wall? Like from the neighboring house?
so it would
to
be
your
1 point,
proposal?
so between number 3 and number 1, if this is approved?
Yeah, because your setback is from the lot
So
line,
it would
right,
be
not from their wall.
2.44 meters.
Sir, you're not allowed to speak again. Okay, so it's gonna be 2.44 meters, right? And then what is the distance between some of the other like number 3 and 5, for
Well,
example?
that's
Do you know?
0.4 meters is the distance.
Wall to wall between them?
Is that-
It's that close? That seems very close.
It is very close, and if you look at it may be slightly larger than that, but that's not much larger. And again, if you look at the materials presented to you, I mean, either by Mr. Yep or in our architect's materials, you can see, particularly from the aerials, that they are almost like side by side, those houses. And, I mean, if you look again at the Toronto maps provided, the way that Toronto maps are provided, they almost look like they're adjoining. I mean, it's not as accurate, obviously, as a survey, but you can see that they are very close together.
Yeah, I can see it, they're very close together.
So, but again, and as I mentioned in my letter, 1.2 meter setback is a fairly standard side yard setback in the city of Toronto. But, and maybe you can see better from which is a more realistic, if you go to the next page, I think, which is the aerial provided. I'm not sure if staff can put that up, the next.
Actually, the other question is, while you're
So,
looking for the
just to
picture-
interrupt, if you can see from there, you can see how close those setbacks are.
Yeah, I can see it, I'm actually looking at, but I just wondered if you knew the number. But do you by any chance know what the side yard, the bylaw requires here for a side yard?
Yeah, so I had mentioned that, and it's actually.
Yeah, I must have missed it.
Yeah, it's actually mentioned in Mr. Yep's materials as well. So, under the bylaw, you have 2 side yard setbacks. On one side, it has to be 1.2 meters, and the other side, it can be as small as 0.3 meters.
Okay. Okay, sorry, folks, but.
That's information
Okay,
that's
so
right in
we'll
Mr.
go with 1.2. No, you can't, sir,
is-
can
this is
you folks
material-
just please stop, because somebody else is speaking right now.
Sorry, it's 0.6 meters, not 0.3 meters.
0.6. Anybody else have a question? Ms. McCauley?
Yes, I have a question. And we've got lots of drawings here, so I can't find the exact drawing that I need. But for the proposed new building on I guess it's on the east side.
The east elevation, yeah.
Yeah, on the east elevation, if you could take a look at that. I count there's 9 windows on that elevation. Have you considered how you can handle the privacy overlook on the adjacent house?
Yes, that has been considered. So if you look at the east elevation that's now on the screen, you'll
Yep.
see that some of those windows are at really the basement level, so they're not visible. And there are some that are on the first floor level. But again, you'll recall, if you see the other photos, there's a fence between the two properties on the number 3. So those ones are not going to be visible. And then the ones on top are not, the ones on the 3rd floor are not going to look directly into the house at all. The ones on the 2nd floor are not facing directly, on my understanding, into next door. But again, this is a situation of, an urban neighborhood, but there has been attention paid by the architect to those issues, and they aren't going to, as I understand, line up. And you'll see from the existing photos, there are already windows on the side, that east elevation, and those haven't caused a concern as I understand it. But again, a number of those windows you see of the 9 are actually not going to be visible because there's the fence between the properties and or they're at the basement level.
Can we see that drawing again, please? Because I know that you've got a difference in elevation at the bottom, but in actual fact, it appears that what you're building from grade to roof is 4 stories.
That's how it would appear, yes. There's a basement, but that's not, houses
So
have basements and then,
let's assume that on the basement, that those windows can be covered in such a way as fencing. But you're not going to get fencing on the 2nd floor, 3rd floor, and 4th floor.
right, but if you look at what's really the 1st floor, and we just were at a photo, you can see how the windows on the number 3, the existing windows, are obscured by that fence. What you would call the 2nd floor here, but is essentially the 1st floor. Those windows are not.
Working from the back, you have a ground floor with windows and doors, a 2nd floor with a number of windows, a 3rd floor with at least 3 windows, and a window in the roof, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so my question to you is, how are you proposing to handle the privacy overlook of this building, which is 4 feet from the property line? You're building a building, and you've got a whole host of new windows overlooking the adjacent building. How are you handling that? As I understand it, there are no windows in this building except on that side, in the extension.
So again, it's not just 4 feet from the property line, but there's another setback on number 3's side, right? So you're talking more 8 to 10 feet.
Yes, and my colleague here asked how much that was, and I think you said it's about a meter, 3 feet.
2.44 meter wall to wall is what.
So it's going to be around 8 feet between the houses. But again, when you look at, if you look at one of the photos you were just on, it shows that, the 1st floor of the house at number 3, there's a fence there, and you can see, I'm not sure if that's so you can see there, the one on the right-hand side, you can see how the 1st floor windows are actually obscured they face onto the fence. And the existing condition, if you look on the other side, is a walkout, a balcony with that sliding glass door. And you haven't heard any concerns with respect to existing overlook or privacy impacts from that existing condition. So that condition isn't going to be worsened because there's no balcony on the side now. It'll in fact be improved. But again, the windows have been placed so as not to be directly into, and you'll see the windows at the side there are fairly small. I think some are in the bathroom, but the windows have been placed on the east elevation of my client's proposed addition, so there's no direct overlook there. And so what you consider the basement at 1st floor, I don't see any impacts from that. The 2nd and 3rd floor, there's definitely no impacts from the 3rd floor because it's not looking overlooking into any windows. But also, it's not going to be any different situation than you can see that exists, particularly with the deck on the side there that looks directly over onto the neighbor's property at present.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Khan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Sir, I would like to know, for my own experience, a very interesting question. I read in your submission that you had a community meeting on April 15, 2026, a very pleasant one.
Yes, it was very, very productive.
A good one.
Yes.
So why so many people showed up here?
I mean, sometimes you can lead the residents to water, but you can't make them drink the Kool-Aid. So it's difficult, but I think, you know, it represented an honest and significant attempt on the part of my client to engage with the neighborhood on the revisions. And those revisions were made to address some of the concerns expressed. So, I mean, we can't, and we acknowledged, you know, in the meeting, we acknowledged that we couldn't change each other's minds. But I think, again, it was a productive discussion, like exchange of views. And what I can tell you from that meeting was that the main concern was sort of the increased intensity of use. But as I've explained, I explained at the meeting that, you know, that's what's permitted now under provincial and local and city policy and performance standards. But it doesn't mean, you know, I think Mr. Stinson pointed out that, you know, the changes that are permitted under you know, provincial and local policy aren't always welcome in a neighborhood. And, you know, I think the concerns of the neighborhood are heartfelt. I mean, I don't agree with them in terms of the land use planning context, but, you know, we had that meeting, we discussed it, and we didn't change minds, but it didn't mean we didn't make an attempt to do so, and, you know, using many of the same arguments I've brought before committee today. And it's unfortunate, we couldn't come to an agreement, but it is what it is, and that's why we're here today.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right, any other questions, panel members? Okay, Mr. Stinson? No, okay, so let's take it into committee then.
All right, thank you again for your questions.
Thank you. Mr. Stinson, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I'll lead with, I want to thank again the agent for a fantastic presentation and the fact that him and his client took the opportunity to meet with neighbors. That doesn't always happen. Whether the neighbors are happy what they hear, that's subjective. But just the fact you took the time to be transparent, have a discussion, is something City Hall encourages its citizens to do with City Hall and between people that are dealing with these matters before the Committee of Adjustment. The four-test rule makes very clear that this is an allowable application. There's no way for me to skirt that obvious point. Having said that, I'm also very concerned with the fact that the neighborhood is here in significant numbers, have spoken very clearly about their fears and concerns, and they also feel it's not going to do why they live in that neighborhood, which is to have the neighborhood they want. And that's part of owning property and part of living in this city. I think for me, at the end of the day, I can say no to this application, but I fear that I'm like the little boy with his finger in the dike of holding back the water. It's not going to erase what, at this point, the city mothers and fathers have decided is permissible. So I'm going to listen to my colleagues here. I will say to the residents looking at you that I am concerned for your neighborhood, but I also have to apply the four-test rule, and that is a sobering reality. So those are my comments.
Okay, anybody else have any comments? Well, I'll weigh in. I'm struggling with this in terms of what I've heard from the community, and to Mr. Stinson's points, the changes are difficult to live with for many of us. All of us live in the city. Having said that, looking at the variances and what we are tasked with as committee members, we have our 4 tests, and I do feel it meets the 4 tests. I understand the concerns of the neighbor next door. Again, I'm very sympathetic. And again, if we vote against it, you know, there's always an appeal mechanism, and who knows what'll happen there. But as a committee member, I do believe that this meets the 4 tests. And the 2 of the variances are existing conditions, which are the shoreline hazard limit variances. The height limit is 0.49 meters, which is honestly extremely minor. So we're really only looking at the rear yard setback, which looks more like a side yard setback. And if it were considered a side yard setback, had the front door been facing the other way, it would be 1.2 meters and they would comply. So there's my challenges with this one. Ms. McCauley.
Okay, thank you. I too have challenges with this one. We're building an addition adjacent, an addition to an existing house, and it will change the community. Not only is this an addition, but this addition is to add 2 more units to that dwelling unit. It's hard to say that that this is inappropriate. It's an unusual lot. Yes, we talked about the rear yard, but that's really a concept that the front yard is Heron Avenue because it's the shortest lot line versus Broderick, which is the longer lot line. So we're dealing with a corner lot. The addition is immediately adjacent to the existing houses. The addition to me seems fairly small, fairly minor. I had some concern about the size of one of the units, but I'm told that the size of a unit is not something that I have any control over. That's a building permit issue. However, I have, like my colleagues, I have some concerns with this. I also have some concerns that what we're being asked to approve is a rear yard setback of 1.2 meters versus 6 meters. If done appropriately, that means that this addition can be built all the way from the top of that lot to the bottom of the lot where they have an existing shed. So the one thing I am going to add to this is that the building be built, or yes, that the, I'm losing my words here, but that the development be in accordance with the site plan that we see in front of us, the architectural site plan for Clarity AS001.
Anybody else want to weigh in at all? Mr. Howe?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm leaning towards the position my colleague, Ms. McCauley, raised here. I don't have an issue with this proposal to create a multiplex. As we know, the city wants reasonable intensification and permits 4plexes, in certain cases up to 6plexes. However, I am struggling with the rear yard setback variance in this case. And I don't feel such reduction, right, from 6 meters to 1.2 meters minor, nor do I feel this is appropriate or desirable development for the land. In essence, the proposed addition, if approved, would also completely box in 3 Broderick. This will raise significant concerns of privacy and sunlight blockage, and which is what we heard from one of the speaker, the owner here today. So I think those concerns are real and substantial and will cause significant impacts to her use and enjoyment of her property on the west side. I can't see this being desirable or appropriate for the development for the land. I appreciate the agent noted that, you know, certain houses on Broderick currently has less than 1.2 meters of setback. But based on an aerial view that I'm looking at least one side of those properties, those houses, have significant setbacks, right? So those allow more sunlight and privacy. But if we allow this proposal to proceed here, both sides of 3 Broderick would be boxed in. And I just can't see how that's desirable, appropriate for the development of the land. So on those bases, I don't think it meets the 4 test, that it's, 1, it's not minor, and 2, it's not desirable and appropriate for the development of the land. So those are my comments.
Okay. Anybody else? Any more comments? Then I'll need a motion.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to both sides in this discussion. It's been well spoken to. I'm going to move that we not approve the application as it does not meet the 4 test rule. Specifically, as my colleague spoke about, and that would be that it is not desirable in the interest of this community.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I'll second the motion.
Okay. All in favor? Okay. I'm going to dissent. Okay. The application's been refused, sir. No, one more. Okay, we're going to move now to item number 12, and after that, we're going to take a break. 16 Homestead. We have before us minutes and extracts from the April 8th and November 5th, 2025 meeting. Previous agenda package from those meetings, plus materials that were submitted at that time. We have a public hearing notice, location map, plan of survey and plans. We have a red line public hearing, revised site plan, floor plans and elevations, a cover letter from Soul Art or Arch, an arborist report prepared by Lothlorien Garden Consulting. We have site photos, presentation materials from the agent. We have reports with conditions of approval from planning. We have forestry is refusal or condition number 2, and Metrolinx is asking for condition. Petition with 43 signatures as well as an opposition letter. Yeah, the petition is coming from residents on Mancy Road, Shoreview Drive, Darlingside Drive, Homestead Road, Limevale Crescent, and Dalcourt Drive. And the opposition is from number 17, Shoreview Drive, the letter that we have. Okay, is there anybody here for 16 Homestead Road? Are you here to speak in opposition, or you're just watching? You're watching. Okay, but you don't want to speak? None of you, okay. All right, do you have the applicant on the line?
Through the chair, Jonathan, the applicant is unmuted.
Okay, and there's no opposition?
Madam Chair, good afternoon, committee.
Hang
Jonathan,
on, one second,
Yes.
1 second. Is there any there's nobody speaking online, right, in opposition?
No.
Okay, all right, sorry, Mr. Binskowski, go ahead.
Sorry, Madam Chair. 301 Keewatin Avenue, Jonathan Winskowski.
Okay, panel members, do you need a presentation on this one? We don't have any speakers. We do have people in the audience who are listening, so can you do a very brief overview, Mr. Binskowski?
Through the chair, there is a refusal report from community planning.
Okay, and you know about the refusal report, right?
Yes, Madam Chair,
Okay.
and I'll address that.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, so yes, as you did mention in your opening remarks, there is a red line public notice. So we have reduced it. I'm not sure if we want to go over it formally, but variance number 1 will now be reduced to, yes, that's it, Madam Chair. So I would adopt these as what the request is before you today.
Okay.
I would also note, Madam Chair, that there is a revised memo or a screenshot from Urban Forestry. We have proposed helical piles within that tree protection zone. So there's no longer an objection from Urban Forestry. I believe that is online and is highlighted. But regardless of that, Madam Chair, they still are requesting a permit. So even if this were to be approved, we would still require the permit from urban forestry. If we could go to the support materials, please, on page 1. I want to start off by noting that this is actually a proposed garden suite to be occupied by a disabled family member of the homeowners of the principal residence. This is not a commercial endeavor. This is not looking to profit. This is strictly for a disabled family member and a sibling of the owner of the dwelling. I want to start off by giving you a couple of raw numbers. This is a 45-foot by 171-foot lot. This is a very, very large lot. And I know, even with the maximum gross floor area, the request, the coverage is only 30.39%. So with the proposed garden suite, okay, the coverage is 30.39%. I've on your screen, you're going to see on the right side a picture. It is an existing bungalow that occupies the lot today. So in terms of variance 1, for the floor area being smaller than the principal residence, again, keep in mind, please, that it is a bungalow that is there. If we could zoom in on the yellow areas on the rear, I just want to paint a picture of the context of what is being proposed. So if we could just zoom in on the yellow portions at the rear. Again, even Madam Chair and Committee, with the request for the enlarged building, there are no built form variances. There are no requests for a reduction to any side yard setbacks or rear yard setbacks. What we actually have on the screen here is indicating what the revised proposal will look like on the ground. So starting on the bottom left, the proposed second floor rear wall is set back 6.59 meters or 21 feet 7 from the rear property line. Okay, the main wall of the proposed garden suite is still 3.76 meters or 12 foot 4 from that rear property line. Now, going up, we see again that proposed rear wall being set back again, that 2.81 meters or 9 foot 3 from the proposed main floor wall. Continuing on, the proposed side yard setback to the north property line is 4.37 meters or 14 feet 4. Now, I'd like to just draw our attention to the bottom of the screen now. This lot is the first lot on Homestead. So actually to the south, these are the rear yards of the dwellings that face the dwellings, the roadway to the south. Now, in context, if we go to the next page, I've now provided just some of the elevations, and this partly is in, this partly addresses the planning comments. We have removed, okay, all of the second floor windows as it overlooks the rear facing yards on Shoreview Drive. So there are no proposals there. If we could continue on, please. On the next slide, on the bottom, we're going to see the context of what you're looking at facing north. So there is now only one window proposed on the second floor facing Shoreview Drive. Sorry, facing the adjacent dwellings. If we could continue on, please. Now, this is important because this is that south setback, which again is zoning bylaw compliant at 1.52 meters that faces the rear wall. As you're quite aware, I'm quite tall, committee, so this is actually me standing at that property line looking to the south. So what we see there is just really a series of vegetation. So in terms of any overlook or privacy issues, those are extremely deep lots to the south, and this is that rear yard. I also want to note how we've revised the drawing to address the 120 meter maximum is we've made the second floor to be 60 square meters. So the second floor, which is where the family members will live, and if we go on to the next page, and Madam Chair, if you could just give me 30 seconds, I'm going to do my best. Here is just the main suite, main floor. If we can see here, there is an accessible ramp. The first floor is designed to be entirely wheelchair accessible. That is why we have the increase in size on the ground floor. The second floor, again, if we take that 120 square meters that's permitted to be the maximum, we've essentially made the second floor 60 square meters, which is going to accommodate a sibling that helps take care of the disabled parents. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me a couple of extra minutes.
Okay. Ms. McCauley has a question for you.
Thank you. this is getting late. I desperately need a break. But one of the questions that I've had, and I have not had a satisfactory answer, is really the gross floor area of a garden suite compared to the gross floor area of an existing dwelling. And just bear with me for a minute. This is the existing dwelling is a bungalow. So
Through you, Madam Chair, correct.
in a bungalow, only the ground floor area is considered part of the floor area. The basement, and it can be a full basement, sometimes it's even got a secondary unit in it, the basement is not counted as part of the floor area. But the application we have here is that the interior floor area for the ancillary building is larger than the interior of the existing building. Now, I've asked this question a couple of times. I haven't had a satisfactory answer because I get a quick answer and to be honest, I don't push it any further. But I'm asking you, in the zoning
Yes.
bylaw, the gross floor area of a bungalow only is the ground floor. But in the zoning bylaw requirements now, for a secondary garden suite, you include both floors, and the basement and the first floor cannot be any larger than the first floor of the single-family dwelling. I'm sorry, I'm hopefully you understand what I'm asking.
I am, through you, Madam Chair, I am understanding your logic of why there's a difference.
Yes.
Through you,
and that's
yeah,
why we
through
got
you,
the
Madam Chair.
variance here, is because the garden suite, supposedly, using all the floor areas of the garden suite, is bigger than the first floor and of the existing dwelling unit.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, I'm, this provision of the zoning bylaw, I'm not sure, I don't want to use the word agree with, but logically it doesn't make sense to me. You know, even if we look at, for example, the garden suite can be the maximum of 120 square meters, well, that's fine. Even if I were to comply with the maximum 120 square meters of the garden suite, I would still have that variance you're talking about, Ms. McCauley. I would still have that. So I think, first of all, I think every property is different. You know, I think this is an extremely large property, even with it being a 30% coverage. I tried to speak with planning. Frankly, they didn't, the planner didn't call me back. I'm not sure if they were aware that this was to accommodate an accessible unit. We've done everything we can to bring that massing down. I also think when you're evaluating this is a bungalow at the front. I don't think somebody should have to be forced to make the house at the front larger than what they're proposing at the rear. I don't think that makes sense, and I don't think that's good planning, okay? Now, in this instance, we have such a large lot that with a 30.39% coverage, I think it's able to accommodate this without creating any adverse impact of any adjacent neighbors. And especially through the way we've designed and appropriated it on the property.
Yes, I've looked at this. It's a very deep lot. You're at the back of the lot. And when I look at overlook, I don't see that there is any overlook on the adjacent properties. Initially, you were a basement and a one-story. For some reason, you were convinced to change to a first story and a second story, but it didn't really make much difference. There's virtually no overlook in this area. The only issue that I could see could be an issue is the forestry concerns, and I think you could probably handle the forestry concerns in terms of where the trees are and the placement of this building. So
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Ms. McCauley, the reason we took out the basement was from forestry. So we originally had taken it out to accommodate forestry's request. We then put in the helical piles with forestry now being in a.
We lost you.
Oh, sorry, Madam Chair. We took out the basement and from discussions with forestry. So that's why the basement was removed. And with the introduction of the helical piles, there was now a memo of no objection from forestry.
Okay, all right. Those are my comments, Madam Chair.
Okay, do you have a question, Mr. Steen?
I do. Mr. Agent, thank you for your presentation. If I hear everything and read everything hopefully correctly, there's a difference between 120 meters squared to 163.72 meters squared of approximately 400.
Wait, Madam Chair, sir, we've actually reduced that to 142.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. So that's right, you did. In essence, we're speaking about less than 300 square feet in difference.
Correct.
Also, this concern by community planning for privacy, it seems valid to me. Any thought given to what you might be able to do to, I don't know, help with that situation, the second story window privacy?
For you, Madam Chair, there is only one second story window that is now proposed. If we go into my support material, we have removed those. Again, I'm not trying to call out planning, but I repeatedly tried to connect with them to discuss this exact thing, and I had no luck. So in my support material, if we actually go into it, we have removed those windows. There's now only one side-facing window.
Okay, that's good to know. And I don't feel anyone thinks you're calling anybody out as long as you're presenting what you tried to do.
Yes.
Also, from your experience in this file, is city planning or is the city officials aware of the person with the disability you identified?
Again, through you, Madam Chair, I wasn't even able to connect with the planner. I sent multiple emails. I was actually never even contacted by them, which is rare. That's very rare. So I'm not sure, but it is clearly identified on the plans with a ramp showing on the outside and all of the radiuses inside being identified again as being for handicap accessibility.
All right, are there any more questions? Seeing none, okay, let's take it into committee then. Any comments? Ms. McCauley, go ahead.
Okay, this is a very deep lot. It's got a bungalow at the front. It's got a depth of, I know, I'm looking at my numbers here, but it doesn't really matter. It's the deepest lot in this part of the local area. The proposed garden suite is at the back of the lot. There's a lot of landscaping, a lot of trees. I don't see that this causes any impact to anyone in the area. And I'm still questioning why the gross floor area of the garden suite is measured one way, whereas the gross floor area of the existing single-family dwelling is measured differently, and it's to the detriment of the garden suite. But that's an issue that city planning has to deal with. It's an issue that we have here. So I recommend approval of this application. There would be a forestry condition. Even if you have talked to forestry, we need to get that cleared. I recommend approval. This is a minor variance. It's appropriate. It fits in the
It's
community.
as amended.
As amended.
Through the chair, there's another condition that's recommended from Metrolinx.
Yeah, I see it in my notes, thanks. Okay, so you're
Okay,
good with
I'll
that
add
condition?
Metrolinx
Could you-
condition for an easement.
Okay, Mr. Stinson wants to make a comment, so.
I'll be brief. Thank you, Chair. I'm a big booster of City Hall and what City Hall departments want. There's a display of bias because I trust their judgment and expertise. In this case, I'm concerned, as the agent pointed out so clearly, that we're talking about a person with a disability. We're talking about a caregiver for that person. And to Ms. McCauley's point, we're talking about an oversized lot. I also feel that the agent made clear that they've made some amendments to the original proposal to deal with privacy. I will also point out that the significantly larger square footage is, I've approved other things larger at this committee than less than 300 square feet. I also point out we have people from the neighborhood here, but they're not offering a voice of opposition. And, well, you were given an opportunity to speak, and I didn't hear that you wanted to speak. So from my point of view, at this point, with no opposition from the community that I'm aware of in terms of speakers here today, if that's different, maybe that should be considered. But this is what I'm basing my judgment on. And I think we're in committee, so we're not coming back out, I presume,
No.
Chair? Okay, we're not. Anyway, those are my thoughts, and I would second the motion.
Okay, so the motion then before us is moved by Ms. McCauley to approve the application as amended, including forestry condition number 2, Metrolinx conditions. The changes are variance number 1 becomes 134 meters squared, variance number 2 becomes 142 meters squared. And I believe that's it, and that's seconded by Mr. Stinson. All in favor? That carries. Mr. Khan dissents, and everybody else is in favor, so the application is approved with Mr. Khan dissenting. Okay, as I mentioned before, we're taking a break now, so till 2:45 we'll be back.
When are we coming back? Uh, 2:45? No, I'm gonna walk over and get a coffee.
Okay, the next item is item 13, which is 910 Pharmacy Avenue. We have before us minutes, extracts from the January 14th and December 3rd public hearings, as well as the agenda packages that go with that. And public hearing notice, location map, plan of survey and plans. We have a cover letter from Scarborough Planning, arborist report from Central Tree Care Limited, presentation materials from the agent. We have a loading justification letter from CF Crozier and Associates, Inc. We have a parking study, also by Crozier and Associates, Inc. A tree protection plan by Central Tree Care Limited. We have reports with conditions. Forestry is asking for conditions 1 and 3. And we have a letter from the local councillor in opposition, and correspondence in opposition from a number of residents on Shaheen, Biscayne, and I believe, and Shangari Drive. Okay, are there any people in the audience for this application, 910 Pharmacy Avenue? Are all of you speaking? And you're the agent, right? So I'll have you come up first, but whoever's speaking, can you come and grab a seat closer to the front, please? Okay, and as it stands now, there are 3 people that are speaking online. There are more registered, but they're not showing up on our system yet. Okay, so how many of you are speaking then? 1, 2, 3, 4. You, 5? Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Blair Scorgi. I'm the authorized agent acting on behalf of the applicant at 910 Pharmacy Avenue. This application concerns a purpose-built rental apartment building on a major street. Oh, sorry, I actually have a presentation. I don't know if it's possible to load it.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Is it possible to stop the clock as well?
Just tell them which page you want them to start at.
Okay. Yep, that's perfect. Just keep it there. Application concerns a purpose-built rental apartment building on a major street, advancing the city's Expanding Housing Options and Neighborhoods initiative. Today, the committee is not being asked to reconsider matters of height, density, or land use. Those permissions are established through Council's adopted policy and zoning framework. The application relates to a limited number of site-specific variances. So the site is in a regular corner lot at the southwest corner of Pharmacy Avenue and Biscayne Boulevard. Pharmacy Avenue is a 4-lane minor arterial with TTC bus service and is designated as a major street in the official plan, with a bus stop immediately adjacent to the site. Biscayne Boulevard is a local street and provides primary pedestrian access to the site. Surrounding uses are predominantly low-rise and residential, with a hydro corridor to the south providing separation and open space. The proposal, next slide please. The proposal is a 6-story, 30-unit purpose-built rental apartment building, including 6 affordable rental units. The building is street-oriented with its main entrance on Biscayne Boulevard near Pharmacy Avenue, and has a compact form designed to limit massing and maintain appropriate separation from adjacent low-rise properties. The proposal includes a mix of 1- and 2-bedroom units, including larger units that are suitable for families. It also includes a combination of indoor and outdoor amenity space. Under Bylaw 608-2024, apartment buildings of up to 6 stories and 19 meters are permitted along major streets and neighborhoods, and the proposal is consistent with that framework. Next slide, please. Since the original submission, the application has been reviewed through the committee process and has been refined. The revisions focus on reducing the scope of zoning relief and improving building functionality. The unit count has been reduced from 32 to 30 units, and the layout has been revised to introduce duplex units at and below grade. Through these changes, we have eliminated several previously identified variances related to below-grade dwelling units, amenity space, loading space, and bicycle parking. As a result, the application has been reduced from 7 variances to 2. The revised submission now before the committee reflects these refinements. Next slide, please. The application now seeks relief from 2 provisions of the zoning bylaw. The first is visitor parking. 1 visitor parking space is required. No parking is provided on site. Instead, a lay-by space is provided within the public boulevard directly adjacent to the building entrance. While not located on the lot, it functions directly adjacent to the entrance and avoids the need for a new driveway at a constrained corner. The second is the exterior side yard setback along Pharmacy Avenue. A 3-meter setback is proposed, which is consistent with the major streets framework in the official plan and zoning bylaw. A legacy Chapter 900 exception, however, requires 7.5 meters. The variance reconciles legacy requirements with the city's current planning framework. The proposal was developed in alignment with the major streets framework and based on feedback that we had received from community planning, recognizing that Chapter 900 provisions reflect an earlier zoning regime. Next slide, please. The remaining variances are limited and specific. The building remains fully within the permitted height and massing envelope established through the major streets framework. Proposal has been reviewed by multiple city divisions. City planning staff have indicated the application satisfies the 4 tests of the Planning Act. Transportation Services and Urban Forestry have not objected. Urban Forestry has identified 2 conditions. The application has undergone 2 rounds of deferral and revision. Following the first request for deferral, the proposal was revised in response to feedback that we received from the councillor, as well as feedback from the public that we obtained through a community consultation session, as well as further discussions with city staff, which resulted in a reduction in the variances and refinements to the design. A second deferral was obtained to clarify the technical record following correspondence that was submitted to the committee by the ward councillor, and to seek opportunities to continue engagement with the councillor's office and city staff and incorporate further revisions. The revised submission now before the committee reflects those refinements and provides an accurate and complete description of the proposal and applicable planning framework. Next slide, please. In conclusion, the proposal satisfies all 4 tests under Section 45(1) of the Planning Act. It maintains the general intent and purpose of both the official plan and the zoning bylaw. The application has been refined through the review process, resulting in a reduced scope of relief and a focused set of site-specific variances. The remaining variances are minor and reflect a legacy zoning provision. Overall, this represents a modest and appropriate apartment building on a major street, consistent with the city's adopted planning framework. As such, I respectfully request the committee support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can we hold questions till after the speakers? Okay, great. We'll have you back after you hear from the speakers.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to start with the in-person people who want to, who would like to go first? You're the lucky one. Okay, go ahead. I need your name and address, and then you have 5 minutes.
Okay, my name's Annette Diaz, and the address is 912 Pharmacy Avenue. We're right across the proposed building.
Sorry, what's your address?
912 Pharmacy Avenue.
Is the mic on? Does it show a red light? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so it's 912, you say, Pharmacy?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, but I need you to repeat your name again.
Annette Diaz.
Annette Diaz?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead.
Okay. First off, I'd like to start by saying that these variances are not considered minor nor desirable by the existing residents in the neighborhood. So the new building is located 3 meters from the last line that abuts Pharmacy Avenue, rather than the required 7.5 meters. So the encroachment is too large. It violates the character of the neighborhood, breaks the established pattern and continuity of the street. It's a 6-story building, and so there are also safety issues to consider. The structure will be too close to the road, reducing safety for pedestrians and drivers. It's a corner lot, and it will cause sightline hazards and have a negative impact on the traffic. So again, this is a 6-story building with 30 dwelling units. That's what's planned. And Biscayne Boulevard, which it's facing, it's a narrow residential street, and it's a 2-way road with 1 lane in each direction. So the lack of the parking space will have a harmful impact on the area. It will create parking overflow into the neighborhood, decrease road safety, unsafe traffic flow, and increase congestion, restricting access to the existing residents. So with this planned building, we asked the committee for some consideration towards the residents and its neighborhood. It will create a really huge impact to the neighborhood. It's 30 dwelling units with no parking space, and it is really, what I'm seeing here, they're trying to maximize the buildable area rather than follow the standard reasonable rules that we have. in place. So we are requesting for this application and, if possible, for the proposed building to be denied because it's really not a good fit for our neighborhood.
Okay. Does anyone have a question? Mr. Stinson?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Annette, for your presentation. What would you say in front of this committee if we asked you, none of the various city departments have asked for a refusal on this application, and they're supposed to be a guiding authority to us in terms of what is needed and required by the city's master plan and what the citizens need in terms of growth?
Mhm. So you mentioned that they're supposed to be the authority, but they don't live there. I don't know how much really knowledge they have of the neighborhood. We live there. Our neighbors are actually strongly opposed to it. We had a community gathering where there's such a big turnout and everyone is so upset and emotional. And it is because it's considered home to all of us. And we have great attachment to the neighborhood. It's a really great neighborhood. It's, there's a lot of families that, lives there. And you'll also see generations living, in the area. So we'd like to preserve the neighborhood, the community. We're not against growth. It's fine. People are building, second floor and possibly even third floor. But this building, it's 6-story with 30 dwelling units, and there's no parking space. There's no really. It's on the main road. It's blocking everyone. It's towering over, all the houses around it. So the people that approved this application, I don't know if they're really the authority to approve these plans. Shouldn't we be considered before they actually approve the plan?
Okay, thank you. Who would like to speak next?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Deborah Walker, and I live at 55 Biscayne Boulevard, 5 units down from the proposed building site. And the only reason that I had found out about this was because I was taking a walk one day and saw a sign on the fence. We were not, no one in the neighborhood were given any kind of awareness that this was going on until variances were requested. So to kind of enlighten on what you were saying with Anita, City Council looks at a map. City Council says this is what we need. City Council doesn't drive through our neighborhoods and doesn't see what's going on. They just say, oh yeah, that looks like it might work, without taking any of the residency stuff into consideration. I've been living in my house for 25 years on the same street, and I have seen a decline since the start of the LRT, which should have been underground, and the amount of traffic that is now increased on Biscayne Boulevard coming up to that corner, which is a blind curve. We're looking at danger of people getting hit, people getting run over. This particular thing proposes to have one parking spot, which isn't even really a parking spot, it's just a cutout in the sidewalk, leaving room for the right-of-way for no one to walk around the right-of-way to get by with one spot. So now I'm getting groceries dropped off. Anita's having somebody come and pick her up in her wheel-trans, and someone else, one of the other neighbors, are having a couch delivered. There is nowhere for them to stop, and they cannot stop on Pharmacy Avenue. It's a 2-lane street, which is going crazy because Victoria Park is getting even busier. And Biscayne is now on all the GPSs as an alternate route when it gets busy on Eglinton. So people are coming up and cutting through Victoria Park to Pharmacy across Biscayne. So our traffic has increased tenfold. And this property, now he wants to build a property that's going to abut the baselines of the property lines all the way around. And I have major concerns about where people are going to park, how emergency vehicles are going to get in, where are people who, when they need to do maintenance, or you have somebody coming and checking on your internet, where are they going to park? They're going to park 10 houses away because it's the only place they can. If you look on Google Maps and you do a look around for the neighborhood to see what it looks like, you will see that, yes, the properties might look large, but this property was originally a single 1.5-story, 1-family dwelling with a fair-sized garage. Yes, the lot's a little bit bigger than the rest of the neighborhood because it is a corner lot, but he's proposing to put 30 times the number of people, families, on that property that was originally there, and not allow them any access to have their friends park, their family park, to have deliveries done. And yes, there's a bus stop right out front. How are they supposed to get their groceries? How are they supposed to get their stuff home? How are they supposed to get their kids to soccer? He, at a community meeting, proposed that they park at a community parking lot across the street. Oh, they can park over there. It's a public parking lot for a soccer field. It's a city parking. And based on the map, the site map thing, he's proposing to put trees on city property, not on his own, not on this property. So everything is to maximize the roof coverage on this property and not allow for any kind of actual access. There's going to be no laundry facilities, so now I don't have a car because I live in this apartment and I can't park one. I can't get my laundry, I can't get my groceries, I can't have my friends come over. And what about mobility issues? What about if I fall in the back end of the yard, which is not very big, but I'm sure it's, you know, enough to play around? How are emergency people supposed to get through? Where are they supposed to park the ambulance or the fire engine? None of these things have been taken into consideration, not to mention the fact that 6 stories with balconies will end up looking over the backyards of the next 5 to 7 houses going east or going west across Biscayne. There goes my privacy. There goes the privacy of all my neighbors. And the balconies will also overhang onto Pharmacy Avenue while I'm standing there waiting for the bus. And, you know, somebody thinks it's going to be a joke and drop a beer bottle on my head. It may not always happen, but you know what? You never know with the, you know, some of the kids. Or there's going to be a high wind and somebody's poor lawn chair is going to come flying off that balcony and take out somebody at the bus stop. Or take out somebody on Biscayne Boulevard, because that's where it's going to go. If he wanted to build, he needed to see what the neighborhood looked like. And that's not something that he did. And it's frustrating with the, Eglinton Crosstown has, you know, decimated our street, almost decimated our neighborhood. As convenient as it might be, it's made things so much worse.
Okay. I understand your frustration. Your time is up.
Sorry, thank you.
Are you aware that, I mean, this committee looks at bylaws and policies, and that the city doesn't require parking for the units? So
Yeah, I do realize that.
Okay, and that pharmacy is considered an arterial, so 6-story buildings are permitted.
That's another argument, but we won't get into that.
Please understand, like, we don't make
No,
rules,
and
we
see,
have to look
this is-
at all of those things.
This is the problem, because the lack, that's the part that City Hall has turned around and done like this blanket thing because they know they need the housing. And said, well, you know, build what you can without the parking. Don't worry about the parking. Let's get them out of their cars. Let's do this, let's do that. Doesn't work. And that's the problem that I come up with, is that if he didn't call for these variances, we would be having this 6-story building getting built right at the corner of our street, of this nice, quiet neighborhood that is now been, you know, like, filled. And people, and to even think that somebody's not going to have at least one car is unreasonable, to say the least, in the city. So thank you for the extra time. Are there any other questions?
Yes, Ms. McCauley has a question.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. You say you've been there for 25 years, so you know the neighborhood, you know the community.
Yeah.
I understand from some of the letters that came in that there's soccer that's being played on the Hydro right away.
There's what?
Soccer?
Oh,
Soccer
no,
game?
no, yeah, but it's on the east side of Pharmacy. It's on the east side, not the west. The west side of Pharmacy is a big swamp.
Pharmacy. Okay. So
Yes,
east side
the
of
soccer
Pharmacy.
field is, or the west side of Pharmacy is just one big swamp. You can't do anything over there.
Oh, okay. So there's no parking,
or no activities other than the hydro right-of-way on the west side of Farmers.
Yeah, there's like a concrete path, like an asphalt path where people walk or bicycle, but that's it.
Okay, all right, those are my questions. Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions of the speaker? No? Thank you very much. Thank you. Hi.
Hello. Hi, my name is Ilir Karok.
I really need you to speak up into the mic if you can.
My name is Ilir Karok, number 7 Singleton Road.
Sorry, I'm just looking at my sheet here. You're number 7,
Singleton.
Singleton. Okay, just give me a minute. I don't see your name here. Yeah? Oh, okay, I found it. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm here to express my strong opposition to this proposed mega project on 910 Pharmacy Avenue on our residential street. And this is not an isolated concern only of mine. Our entire neighborhood has consistently and clearly voiced its opposition. Residents strongly believe that this development is fundamentally incompatible with the character and capacity of our community. Quite frankly, it feels like placing an elephant in a dog's house and trying to hold it on a leash. The scale alone is overwhelming and entirely out of proportion. It will definitely cause more harm than benefits to the neighborhood and its people in the near future. The elephant will very soon break the dog's house to pieces, so it's going to be a short-term gain for a long-term pain. So the objective of having this building built is not only going to ruin the purpose of this building being built there, but the ramifications are going to spill out on the neighborhood. There are several serious concerns that make this project unfit. Overdevelopment and density pressure. With additional large-scale condo projects already proposed nearby, such as at the Golden Mile Plaza, this development will contribute to over-densification and effectively suffocate the area's infrastructure and livability. Parking and congestion issues. The proposal includes no parking. From a practical standpoint, this will inevitably lead to illegal street parking, congestion, and safety hazards. Our street is already heavily used as a bypass for Victoria Park Road traffic. Adding dozens of vehicles will worsen an already strained situation. Scale and privacy concerns. A 6-story building will overlook neighborhood homes, significantly reducing privacy and raising serious concerns about residents' rights. Access and traffic flow. Increased traffic volume will create access challenges for residents, emergency services, and day-to-day movement. Infrastructure strain. The added load on the sewer and drainage systems raises legitimate concerns about capacity and long-term reliability. Stormwater management and green space loss. The building footprint significantly reduces soft landscaping such as grass and shrubbery, limiting the land's natural ability to absorb rainwater. This increases the risk of runoff affecting neighborhood properties. Garbage and visual impact. With 30 units, the number of garbage and recycling bins could realistically reach to a substantial number of bins on the side road. Storing this at the front of the property will not only be unsightly, but will also add congestion, unsanitary conditions, and disrupt the street's scape. Precedent setting. Approving this project would set a troubling precedent for similar overscale developments in our neighborhood. Nature of the units. With 30 units in such a confined setting, there is a real concern that this could function more like a rooming house than cohesive residential building. For all these reasons, we strongly believe this project will cause far more harm than benefit to our neighborhood. Our community is not opposed to development. but it must be appropriate, balanced, and respectful of the existing neighborhood. Helping a cause, which the city is trying to do right now to solve the the housing problems, by just pushing this kind of mega project, would not be done at the expense of another one. Thank you for the attention to this matter.
Okay, Mr. Khan has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Sir, you were mentioning sanitary issues. We will
Correct.
deal with that, but nonetheless, what issues are those?
I presume having 30 bins, or whatever the number could be there, for 30 units, I don't know what the allocation of those garbage bin, recycling bins, and organic bins be in that case, but I presume that each unit would have one. Definitely there will be set on the side road, like with the winds, with the snow, with the any kind of accidents happening there, garbage will be all over the place.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
Mr. Stinson.
Thank you for your presentation. Thank you, Chair. Just be advised, there's no precedent setting here at the Committee of Adjustment. Each file stands on its own, sir. I just want to make that clear to you, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for the speaker? Seeing none? Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Who would like to speak next?
Good afternoon. My name is Darren Wilson.
Okay.
I live at 59 Biscayne Boulevard, 3 houses down from 910 Pharmacy Avenue. Am I good to go?
Yep, go ahead.
I'm requesting that you reject the variances proposed for 910 Pharmacy Avenue. I am vehemently opposed to the builder's variances for the following reasons. Issue number 1 is the builder's request to have 0 visitor parking spaces for an apartment with 30 dwelling units. To request an apartment building with 30 units have no visitor parking is preposterous. To assume that not one of the tenants in this proposed building is ever going to have a friend or family member come and visit them in a vehicle lacks serious foresight. Those visitors' cars are going to end up parking on the street, thereby tying up a lane of traffic on either Pharmacy Avenue or Biscayne Boulevard. To assume that not one of the tenants in this proposed building is ever going to have a vehicle lacks serious foresight. Even if half the building's tenants have cars, that would mean a minimum of 15 vehicles would need parking. If there was no parking at the building, then those 15 vehicles would have no other choice than to spill out onto the side streets. We now live in an Amazon delivery / Uber Eats world, so if there's no visitor parking at the building, where are those vehicles going to stop to offload and pick up people, packages, food, etc.? Where will the Wheel-Train's vehicle park in order to pick up and drop off passengers that have mobility issues? Where will all of the building maintenance vehicles, cleaning, water, heat, electricity, park when something in the building needs servicing? And quite possibly the most glaring issue of all, where are all the emergency vehicles going to park if and when there's an emergency occurs? Having said that, all the vehicles I mentioned above will need to park somewhere, even if it's only for a few minutes. And they'll have no choice but to park on Biscayne Boulevard or will take over a lane on Pharmacy Avenue, thereby tying up traffic in an area that already has very heavy traffic congestion. In 2025, we had speed bumps installed to ease the traffic on Biscayne Boulevard. A sign was erected stating traffic calming neighborhood, and that sign is still standing there to this day. I fail to see how putting in a 6-story apartment building helps serve this. My second issue is with the builder's request for the building to be located only 3 meters back from the lot line that abuts Pharmacy Avenue. By allowing this building to be only 3 meters from the lot line poses a serious risk of injury to both pedestrians and motorists. Reason number 1, the balconies of this building would be very close to the bus shelter and to the sidewalk below. This poses a risk of falling objects landing on unsuspecting pedestrians below. Reason number 2, extreme difficulty when trying to make a southbound turn from westbound Biscayne Boulevard. Biscayne Boulevard has a blind corner. When you approach that street, traveling eastbound on Biscayne, as you approach Pharmacy, the road curves. It is a blind curve. When trying to make a right turn and go south on Pharmacy Avenue, a driver has to edge out over the pedestrian crosswalk in order to see if there are any pedestrians traveling northbound on Pharmacy Avenue. By setting the building closer to the street, it limits drivers' ability to see around the building to check for pedestrians, thereby creating a safety risk. In the builder's plans, there's an indication of trees being put on Pharmacy Avenue around the bus shelter. This would cause even greater visibility issues for drivers trying to turn south on Pharmacy Avenue. There would be only a narrow area of space around the corner to see any potential pedestrians on the sidewalk. As these trees mature, they would pose an even greater risk of interfering with the intersection lights. These trees should be planted on the builder's property, not on the city's. If every other apartment building has to adhere to being 3.5 meters back from the lot line, why should this builder be allowed 3 meters? Please tell, what makes this building so special? My home is 3 houses west of where this apartment building is proposed. To put up a 6-story structure would allow tenants to see into my backyard and infringe upon my family's personal privacy. I feel this would be a detriment to my family if and when I try to sell my house in the potential future. The same thing can be said for the other houses in our neighborhood. The city has a 7.5 meter setback from the lot line bylaw for a reason, because the bylaw makes sense. Adhering to the bylaw is a good thing. Adhering to the bylaw is the right thing. I do not feel the proposed variances are minor in any way. I cannot see how this building is desirable in any way for this neighborhood. This is a low-rise, low-density neighborhood. You're proposing a high-rise, high-density building. It does not match with the neighborhood. I don't even know where the next 6-story apartment building is. It's down to like Lawrence and Victoria Park, nowhere near where we live. I feel that to allow these variances would be a gross misuse of the city's minor variance. Please think of the families that already live in this neighborhood and their well-being when casting your vote.
Okay, any questions for the speaker? Anybody?
Yes.
Yep, Ms. McCauley.
Thank you. In major areas of Scarborough, and I still call it Scarborough, there is a maximum amount of parking and a maximum time limit of parking. Let me tell you, I've got a parking ticket. So, on Biscayne Boulevard, first of all, are you allowed overnight parking?
No, I don't believe so.
You can get a parking permit for, sorry.
Okay.
When you come up, I'll ask that question. So, you don't know whether there's overnight parking permitted?
I don't believe there is, because I go up in the mornings on weekends, and I've seen people with tickets on their windows, so I would assume there's no parking allowed overnight.
The bylaw, if I'm not mistaken, is you can't park overnight from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m., and then during the day, it's a 3-hour parking limit, unless it's an area that has parking permits that you have to. So that's,
okay.
If there's no signs that say only by parking permit along your street, then it's under the sort of the blanket bylaw for the city.
Okay, that's my understanding too, and unless there's something special and some additional notice on Biscayne or Shanigan, there is no overnight parking, and the parking is a maximum of 3 hours. In
Okay.
some places, it's enforced, hence my parking tickets.
Oh,
That's it.
Was that your question, whether there
Yep,
was permit
whether,
parking?
yeah.
Okay, so the answer would be no, there's no permit parking, correct?
That is correct.
All right, any other questions? Mr. Stinson?
Thank you, Chair. How long have you lived in your house, sir?
I've lived there 19 years, and I've raised 2 children.
Okay, and what's the exact number of your house?
59 Biscayne Boulevard. I own the house with my wife.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, I don't see any other questions, thank you. Are there any other speakers here? Okay.
Sorry, my back is pain, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
My name is Zhi Hao Wang, living 16 Singleton Road for about 14 years.
Okay, just, okay, 16
16
Shanigan?
Singleton. 16 Singleton.
Yeah, 16 Shaheen Boulevard.
No, Singleton Road. Singleton.
Singleton,
Yes.
okay. I don't think I have you here then, so.
I think I filled the yellow paper
Okay,
in the morning.
all right, so 16 Singleton, and what's your name again?
Zhihao Wang.
Okay, Wong, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, just want to add something. There are two variants right now. The first variant is, I believe it's room parking spots. The builder just designed the parking spots on the street. From my understanding is, if I want to add a parking spots in my own land by removing glass, it will be rejected by city bylaw. I don't know how the builder just say you want a parking spots to remove the glass from the city property, building their own parking spots. How's that going to be work? It's not fair, right? Even I want to build my own property, it's not allowed. So that's why I see something, some apply the parking spots in the morning. But in this case, the builder just want to building parking spots on the city property. Remove city property, green grass. So that's, I think, it's not the right way to do. If they want to fix the parking spots, do it on their own land, not on the city property. The second one is 7.5 meter and 3 meters setback. Obviously, they think it's a minor, but I really think it's not minor. 3 meter and 7.5 meter, it's like double the difference, more than double. And this I believe is a specific bylaw for the pharmacy's avenue, and 7.5 meter is here for pharmacy. 3 meter maybe for the generic bylaw, but we always know the generic bylaw should not override the specific bylaw. But in this case, the builder just want to take whichever advantage for him. Say 3 meter maybe fit for the other avenues, maybe should be fit for pharmacy avenues, which I don't agree. If you go check on the pharmacy avenue, go down a few hundred meters, go up a few hundred meters, no matter it's commercial building, apartments, or single families, they all follow the rules, 7.5 meters setback. And if you allow this one to 3 meters, this kind of the only building stick out. And also, this building has the balcony, 1.5 meters stick out from the building main body. So basically, 1.5 meter from the balcony to the street. It's some we already mentioned. It's fall down stuff. It's not safe for the people walking on the street. These are two things I want to mention against those variants. There also something else is the I want to challenge the loading justification material. Say using the garbage collection revised, city garbage collection material revised in 2022. The new one should be 2024. And they only keep those pages which good for them. Say how many garbage containers they should have. I can remember 30 units should be around 11 total in containers. But they removed all the pages, says how much wasting areas they should have. By the calculation of the material, they should have 34 square meters, or 35 maybe, and of the garbage collection area in the building. They only have like 24 square meters. So this is another thing I want to mention. I submitted a application, or submitted a letter regarding this, but maybe passed the deadline already. Just want to mention here. Yeah, so that's it. Any question?
I don't know. Let me ask. Anybody have any questions of the speaker? No questions. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that's present here that wants to speak to this application, 910 Pharmacy? You want to speak, sir? Okay, come down, please. Just one of you or both of you? Hi, what's your name?
My name's James MacArthur. I live at 17 Shangari Drive. I've lived there for 40 years. I'm 70 years old. I've lived in the Wexford, Maryville neighborhood my whole life. I'm going to address safety concerns. My neighbor right across the street from me was hit by a car right at Biscayne and Pharmacy. I know 3 people that have been hit by vehicles at that intersection. This building is going to add more residency. I've seen at least 3 or 4 accidents at this intersection. The safety concerns, I think, will multiply. The other thing is the traffic on Pharmacy going southbound, especially on the weekends, is backed up from Ashtonby all the way to Biscayne, with people wanting to make the left-hand turn onto Ashtonby. I think the safety concerns are not being considered here enough. And the garbage thing, at the meeting they had to discuss this, it was going to be all blue bins, green bins, and garbage bins that would be wheeled out to the street. And the street at the corner of Dyson and Biscayne, the city put the bollards out to cut the size of the street down. So the other thing is, if one car parks on either side of Biscayne, when the cars are going back and forth, one has to stop and let the other go. So if cars are parked there, the congestion will be unbelievable. And that's it. It's safety that I'm worried about, and I totally agree with them. 6 stories is not suitable for the neighborhood.
Okay, any questions of the speaker? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. MacArthur.
You're welcome.
Hi, what's your name, sir, and your address?
David Almack, 4 Bardwell Crescent. I've lived in the area for 55 years. Back in 1951, I moved into the area. I lived on Shanagary Drive. My parents were the original owners. I'm going to be quite blunt and just say this is an absurd proposal to put up a 30-unit building with no parking, taking up all the land and on an intersection that is an awkward intersection. It's a Biscayne and Singleton across the road. It's an offset intersection, so you get the lights are staggered to accommodate cars. And as Mr. MacArthur said, that intersection is prone to accidents. Biscayne itself, westbound, as you approach Pharmacy, there's about a 30-degree turn curve in the road, which limits your line of sight. Those streets in there are relatively narrow. If there's a car parked along the side of the road and 2 cars approaching are meeting, one of them has to hold back. And then you get in the wintertime, when the streets are narrow, it's more difficult to park. So my personal perspective, this person would be better to be thinking of a 4-plex where there's plenty of parking and so on. And again, he's just dreaming if he thinks he's going to find 30 tenants, let alone 15, that do not have cars and do not need cars. The Pharmacy bus is not a frequent bus, and the parking that he proposed across the street in the soccer fields is only seasonal. It's a gravel lot that isn't cleared in the winter. So no provision for parking, no provision for delivery, and I have some experience in the rentals, being the president of Wilmer Heights nonprofit homes just north of there, and 30 people, you're just not going to get 30 people in there that are just going to not need cars and be no trouble or anything else. So it's, and honestly, he'd be better to invest his money in a storage unit somewhere, a lot less trouble than renting to people. Thank you.
All right.
Any questions?
Mr. Khan has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Sir, I'm very happy that you are here and telling us that you have been living long in that area. Some of you have expressed, unfortunately, that this area is had lot of accidents. Sir, did you ever took it through the counselor, your concern, and they did some study in the area why these things are happening?
As a matter of fact, I'm on a first-name basis with Michael Thompson, and I was at the meeting in December and expressed concerns about the traffic and just the whole concept of building this such a large building.
Would you kindly tell me which councillor was it?
Pardon?
Michael Thompson.
Who was the councillor?
Michael Thompson, yes.
Thank you. Also, what they did then?
Pardon?
After the study, what happened?
Well, actually, I know they're looking at it. There was another traffic situation I brought to his attention out on Victoria Park, and the city's doing a study on it. But Michael's very aware of Ashtonby, the intersection down at Ashtonby. It's the same thing. It's an offset intersection, and the same. It's a type of intersection that's prone to accidents. You've got eastbound traffic on Biscayne that has to veer to the right, and then traffic coming out of Singleton across the road is offset to that. So it's just emphasizing that it's an intersection that's prone to accidents. And I know myself from driving, pulling out onto Pharmacy, there's trees and so on along the boulevard. You have to pull right out past the pedestrian crossing in order to see what's coming. And of course, you're doing that, then you're blocking the pedestrians. So it's just not a good situation. Couldn't be much better.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? No? All right. Anybody else that's here in person that wants to speak? If not, I'll go to the online speakers. All right, do you want to do Carolyn first? Yeah, thanks.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Carolyn Heath. I'm a former retired City of Toronto employee, and I live at 15 Dyson Boulevard, Dyson like the vacuum cleaner, which is around the corner from the proposed development. I have lived and owned this house for 32 years. 5 years after purchasing my house, I added an addition, which required a permit, but not any variances. I'm not against building and not against rental properties, and I'm well aware of the need. That said, our neighborhood is comprised of mostly bungalows. I believe it would be inappropriate to have a 6-story building where a bungalow once stood. I can only imagine how, as other people that live on Biscayne have said, how claustrophobic it would be living in a bungalow next door across the street. In addition, I cannot imagine how small the units would be if there will be 30 units. And I assume with the size of the building, there will be no green space whatsoever. My concern, and this is, you're not hearing anything new, my concern is the proposal to have one visitor's parking spot. In almost every driveway on my street, there are at least 2 cars. In one driveway of a rented house, there are 6 cars. Nowadays, people may not be able to afford a house, but they do own cars. And yes, I'm aware that the bus stop is right outside and the LRT only a few stops away. As you're aware, CF Crozier was retained by Tristone to undertake a parking justification study. Crozier, and I'm quoting, furthermore, the development benefits from proximity to a public parking lot at Wexford Hydro Park, located just a 2-minute walk across Pharmacy. With a signalized pedestrian crossing adjacent to the site, visitors will have safe and convenient access to this auxiliary parking facility. And as the last speaker shared, we can all confirm that there is a parking lot. However, what Crozier is apparently not aware of, and you need to know, is that this parking lot is closed with a gate from approximately November to April. It is a gravel parking lot, as the last speaker shared, with many potholes, and I've already reported that to 311. In the summer, this parking lot is used by members of the Wexford Soccer Club. In addition, the Wexford Hydro Park has 2 baseball diamonds and 2 cricket pitches. This means many cars driven by people with young children who are not within walking distance of the Wexford Hydro Park. I will also confirm that there is no permit parking in our neighborhood, and as already shared, the speed bumps were just installed. We also have no sidewalks. So you can imagine having permit parking and then like it'll be like an obstacle course walking down the street. In addition, you might be interested to know in respect to Tri-Stone Partners that this past Monday, I received a phone message from City of Toronto Bylaw Officer Megan Boyle informing me that she would be issuing a waste notice for them to clean up the property. There was expressed a concern about hygiene. We already have that, as well as a property standards order as the existing building is insecure. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have any questions for the speaker? Mr. Stinson?
Thank you, Chair. Are you still there, caller?
Carolyn? Me?
Yeah, are you still there?
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
Okay, good. What are your thoughts on the idea that when cities build buildings without parking, that there is a whole demographic group apparently that'll move in and use cycling paths? I understand somebody mentioned the hydrofield has a hard path that leads out to Vic Park and Lawrence, areas like that. What do you think of that idea?
I mean, I think it's possible. I just, again, thinking of the rental house just diagonal from me, there are 6 cars there. You know, I've thought a lot about, because I used to work for the Metro Toronto Housing Company, which was seniors housing. So I recognize the need for subsidized housing and, you know, affordable housing. But and it's possible that some people might rent. That's why in my letter that I submitted, I said, would that be a requirement that nobody would own a car that lives in that building? But then, as the other speakers have shared, what about deliveries, Amazon deliveries and emergency and all of that? It's just, it would be a disaster. You know, I've thought 3 stories, 6 units. And again, in the Metro Toronto Housing Company, we had 10 Glen Everest was one of my buildings, bachelor apartments. They were a very nice size. And I look at that corner and imagine 6 stories and 30 units. It's just like, are they closets that people will be living in and paying rent?
Thank you for your comments.
Ms. McCauley?
Thank you. I'm looking at this application and thinking about it, and I think one of the big issues that everyone has talked about is there is no parking. So if there's no parking, presumably the tenants will not have cars, or they will have to park on the street and get their marvelous little parking tickets every once in a while. But I'm sort of looking at this and saying, you know, if I lived there, how would I get around with no parking, no cars? And the thing that sort of stuns me is groceries. To Carolyn, where is the closest fairly large grocery store, a supermarket type store?
Yeah, there are 2. There's one at Pharmacy and Eglinton, well, 2, one across the street from the other, Metro and No Frills. And then further east, there's a Costco. So whether people can afford a Costco membership, I don't know. And as you know, there's proposed redevelopment. So where the grocery stores are going to go when they start building the massive 30-story condos, and you know, who knows what'll happen. That's why I'm glad I have a car.
Yes, I'm thinking of that. And, you know, the last newspaper, it said there are 75 new apartment buildings going to be built in Golden Mile, which I assume is going to take out the Golden Mile shopping plaza and that grocery store.
Yeah.
So the closest grocery store that may still exist is Pharmacy and Eglinton. Again,
but there's a sign for redevelopment of that plaza too, where the bay used to be. there's a sign there for redevelopment.
Okay. As I said, I'm looking at the practicality. This is not downtown. We don't walk to the grocery store, and it's
Right.
very hard to go from here up to Eglinton carrying a bundle buggy. So, thank you very much for that information.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have Emmanuel on the line?
Through the chair, Emmanuel is unmuted.
Emmanuel, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can.
Oh, yeah. Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair. I am Emmanuel Bantugan. I reside at 914 Pharmacy Avenue.
Okay, go ahead.
I've been here.
You have 5 minutes.
Yes, I've been here since 2000, so 26 years now.
Okay.
I am writing to you and speaking as I am against this project in our neighborhood. We understand that there is a need for additional housing in our city, but this will have a negative impact in our community. The proposed development is too large. It's a 6-story apartment building with 30 dwelling units to be built on where a 1-story dwelling unit used to exist. The neighborhood is comprised of mainly 1-story bungalows to 2-story single-family homes. The significant height disparity will cause loss of sunlight, privacy, existing views, and quality of the life of the residents in the area will change in the character of the neighborhood. Lastly, the increased density brought by the 30 dwelling units will also cause, as previously explained by my neighbors, traffic and parking issues. The proposed plan does not have sufficient parking. The size of the lot is really too small to accommodate to the proposed 6-story apartment. And lastly, but not the least, I'm just appealing to your common sense. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you. So do we still only have, to staff, do we only have just one more online? Okay.
Through the chair, Karim is
Hello.
unmuted.
Hi. I just
Yeah,
need
can you hear me?
I can. I need your name and address for the record, and then you have 5 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, my name is Kareem Gawish, and I reside at 50 Biscayne Boulevard. I've been here 8 years.
Okay, go ahead.
And I think, yeah, I just want to say all my concerns have been echoed, obviously. I think most of the residents feel the same way, have the same points, have the same concerns. I just wanted to note that that property is the residual of a burnout. The house burnt down 3 or 4 years ago. That property has already been sold once originally, I guess once the insurance had been taken care of. And the development sign on the property stated a semi-detached was going up, which is far more suitable use of that property. And I understand that the provincial government had changed regulations, so it was ripe for reselling, so they could put up this kind of density. But we live here. This is our home. The applicant, the current landowner, is running a business, purely a business. He wants to make a profit. It's going to be on our backs, basically, because our quality of life will be affected. And I understand he already had another project on pharmacy that was rejected. I understand he has to make a living, but this is just absolutely preposterous. This is just the wrong use of this property. It's a large building where a small home used to be. We've gone over all the issues about parking. Of course people are going to park. You can't have somebody sign an agreement when they move into an apartment saying, I'll never own a car. My visitors don't have cars. They're going to park on Biscayne. We're going to be calling the city to ticket them. There's going to be garbage bins on Biscayne because the owner, I asked him at the last meeting, will you have a proper garbage room where a truck can come in and take your garbage? They will not. I asked him, will you be having a live-in superintendent? He will not. So who's taking care of the building from that standpoint? So basically, It's just inappropriate. Go find another property. We understand the needs of housing. We're not, immune to that. So just the wrong place, wrong time. Keep it the way it was. This is a nice, low-density neighborhood, and I probably missed a couple of points, but I think we are all in the same boat as residents here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Does anybody have a question for the speaker? No? Okay, that concludes the objectors. Mr. Scorgi, are you ready?
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the committee, so I will respond briefly to the written and oral submissions received throughout the committee process, including submissions that were made in relation to earlier visions of the proposal and those responding to the revised application that is now before you. So I acknowledge the concerns regarding change, parking, traffic, and neighborhood impacts are sincere, and I understand. My response is focused on clarifying the relationship between those concerns and the revised application, which now seeks relief from 2 variances. A number of the objections address broader matters such as building height, density, number of units, apartment use, resident parking, and neighborhood change. Those concerns are understood, but they relate primarily to permissions established through the Major Streets framework, rather than the specific variances now before the committee. Several submissions refer to earlier versions of the application and identify variances related to below-grade units, amenity space, loading, and bicycle parking. Those variances are no longer required. The revised application has been reduced from 7 variances to 2. Some submissions raise concerns regarding neighborhood character and compatibility. The Major Streets policies do not ignore local context, but they modify how neighborhood character is assessed along these corridors. The official plan expressly permits properties along major streets and neighborhoods to intensify beyond the prevailing building type and lot pattern, subject to specific development criteria. In this context, the proposal is not assessed based on whether it replicates the existing low-rise condition in the neighborhood interior. It is, however, assessed based on whether it appropriately responds to the major street condition through setbacks, articulation, transition, pedestrian access, landscaping, privacy, servicing, impacts where required, and driveway minimization. In my opinion, the proposal responds appropriately to these criteria. While parking concerns are understood, the Major Streets framework does not require resident parking, reflecting the city's adopted policy direction to reduce reliance on private vehicle ownership, particularly in transit-served locations. The only parking variances relate to required visitor parking. As mentioned, a lay-by space dimensioned to accessible standards is proposed directly adjacent to the building entrance within the boulevard. Transportation Services has reviewed the proposal arrangement and has not objected. The building is also being marketed to cater to transit and active transportation users as opposed to those who rely on private vehicles. The councillor and several residents have raised concerns about potential parking demand associated with future residents and visitors. Those concerns are understood. However, the material before the committee does not identify unacceptable operational impacts arising from the proposed visitor parking arrangement or concerns pertaining to loading or broader transportation issues. Again, Transportation Services have reviewed and indicated no objections. I will also add that the lay-by space is dimensioned to be used for drop-off and deliveries in instances where it is not being occupied for visitor parking. With respect to the Pharmacy Avenue setback, the proposal provides a 3-meter setback, which is consistent with the Major Street zoning regulations for an apartment building on a corner lot. The variance is required because of legacy Chapter 900 exceptions requiring 7.5 meters. In my opinion, the requested variances appropriately reconcile that historical site-specific provision with the city's current planning framework for major streets, and that work was undertaken following feedback from community planning staff directly. The proposed setback remains outside the public right-of-way, accommodates landscaping and pedestrian circulation, and maintains an appropriate relationship to Pharmacy Avenue. One recent submission also raises a concern regarding waste storage. Waste storage, collection, and servicing are not among the 2 variances being requested. The proposal includes internal waste storage and curbside collection, which is designed to store the number of bins recommended in the City of Toronto's requirements for garbage, recycling, and organic collection services for developments and redevelopments as they apply to buildings with 30 units. To address the concerns raised, the bulk waste storage room is separate from the main waste storage room. That is why you're seeing different dimensions. These matters remain subject to applicable technical review and, where required, further review from the site plan through the site plan review process. No city division has identified an objection to the application on the basis of waste storage or servicing. A Type G loading space is not required for a building of this scale with 30 units. Curbside pickup is permitted on an as-of-right basis. Other servicing matters will be resolved through the site plan review process. As mentioned, we are not required to plant trees. This came up. We have offered to plant trees. Urban Forestry has happily agreed to it and given us permission to plant them in the public boulevard. This is not a concern of Urban Forestry. Beyond that, I've heard concerns about landscaping and stormwater management. We are fully compliant with applicable regulations. In summary, the application before the committee has been substantially refined through the review process as well as extensive consultation with city staff, and now involves only 2 narrow site-specific variances. Many of the broader concerns relate to permissions already established through the city's adopted Major Streets Framework. Community Planning has confirmed the application satisfies the 4 tests of the Planning Act, and no city division has identified any technical objection. In my opinion, the materials before the committee demonstrate that the requested variances maintain the general intent and purpose of the official plan and the zoning bylaw, are minor in scale and impact, and are appropriate and desirable for the use of the land. For these reasons, I respectfully request the committee's support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have any questions? I actually have, you have one? Okay, let me just ask this one. So you've heard all the comments. It's a huge change for people. You realize it's a big change.
I
It's a
understand.
massive change.
Yeah.
My question to you is, and we know that six stories are permitted and all that. If you were to come in with 0 variances, how would that change your building? How many units would you lose? Or would you lose any?
Yes, the project would not be viable from my understanding if we were to proceed if the question is, if we were to respect the legacy zoning regulation setback requirement for Pharmacy Avenue, the building would not be viable. And we wouldn't be able to proceed on that basis alone.
So you're saying that if you built as of right, you wouldn't be able to build it? Is that what you're saying? You wouldn't be able to build a 6-story, or it's not viable financially? Is that
From what I understand, you physically could accommodate a 6-story building, but from what I understand, it's not commercially viable. I'm not privy to the pro forma analysis.
No, I understand. I just wondered if you did meet if you built as of right,
Yes.
you could still make a 6-story work with less units, but you're saying it's just not viable for your client, right?
I'm
Is
being
what you're
told that it's not, but I will, if I may, I will also add that we've had extensive consultation with city staff, including community planning staff, and their feedback was to sort of proceed on the basis of trying to implement the Major Streets Framework, despite the fact that legacy zoning regulations apply to the site. Chapter 900 exceptions are going to be subject to review through a 2-year monitoring and review process for Major Streets applications, following which city staff will be making recommendations to city council. At some point, I understand this is going to happen later this year or early next year, about whether or not any of these regulations should continue to apply. But on an interim basis, actually, despite the fact that they apply, the feedback we have received from community planning is to proceed on the basis of this 3-meter setback.
Okay. Mr. Khan, and then Ms. McCauley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Although you have asked a question that I wanted to ask has been answered, but still I will pursue if you'll kindly help me out to understand. Sir, minimum requirement for the parking was 4. Maximum of, kindly listen, was 8. From 4 minimum to 8 maximum, somebody approved 1. And from 1, you are asking 0. I don't understand.
It's, okay, so I'm not following the whole history here, but from what I understand, according to the current bylaw, which is 233-2025, which is the updated parking law, amended specifically for Major Streets applications, 1 visitor parking space is required. And we are providing 1 visitor parking space. We're just not providing it within the property. We're providing it directly abutting the property within the municipal right-of-way in a lay-by condition. So the variance is still triggered on a technical basis because the space is not wholly contained within the site, within the private property. We rely on the public boulevard to provide that space. We are doing so, but it still technically counts as a variance because, and it's not because it doesn't exist, but it's because it's not located wholly within the site. But I will add that transportation services and community planning and urban design are all fine with it.
My other supplementary to you will be, you have heard people giving their, inability to solve the accidents in the area.
Yes.
Sir, have you kindly looked into it?
We have provided 6 meters of setback from Biscayne Boulevard, which is consistent with the established setback condition on the street. It's also what's required in the zoning bylaw. With regard to the sight triangles, turning radii of vehicles, visibility around the corner, again, I will just say that we consulted specifically with community planning, urban design, urban forestry, and transportation services. This was discussed and no specific objection or concern was raised with respect to the siting of this building or the siting of trees that are being proposed to be planted near the corner. If there are concerns that arise through the site plan review process, we certainly can move trees that we're proposing to plant elsewhere to improve visibility. But we did not hear from transportation services that the siting of the building itself was of any concern with respect to site triangles.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. McCauley.
Okay, thank you. A question, I think you may have answered it. You're coming here for a variance, or 2 variances, and that's part of the application. Do you have to go through site plan approval, and have you submitted?
We do have to go through site plan approval because this building triggers the requirements in the site plan control bylaw. So any building with more than 10 units or more than 4 stories is subject to site plan control in the city of Toronto. So no, we have not initiated that process because the city's preference is actually that we stagger these processes. We go through, we get the entitlements through the Committee of Adjustment first, and then we commence with the site plan control bylaw or amendment process. But I will say that what we have done is had you're probably, I'm sure, familiar with the pre-application consultation process at the City of Toronto. And when you're submitting for that, you can request zoning level comments or site plan level comments. At the very, very beginning of this project, we met with the city, had a pre-consultation session with the city, requesting site plan level detailed comments. And I'm pleased to say that, we worked with the city for many, 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 many months leading up to this application. And we have in hand the comments that they will be applying to the site plan application. So all the work that has been done to date to bring this proposal before you for consideration has been done with the mindset of already knowing what the city's concerns are at the site plan level and proactively addressing them, which was our intent.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Follow-up question on that. You've had a pre-consultation meeting with city planning.
Yes.
And you have brought forth a proposal for a site plan application. Obviously, we've got a fair amount of details here. That pre-consultation meeting, was that with city staff here in the Scarborough Civic Center, or was it staff downtown?
It was a remote meeting, but it was with staff from Scarborough District. And it was specifically community planning staff, urban design staff, urban forestry staff, engineering, transportation services.
All from the Scarborough jurisdiction.
To the best of my understanding, yes. The people who would be reviewing the application once it's submitted at site plan were the commenting groups, as far as I'm aware.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions, panel members? No? Okay, thank you. We'll take it into committee then. Mr. Stinson.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start off with Councillor Michael Thompson. He did submit a letter to this committee. It was brought up in discussion. It was probably one of the more eloquent letters I've ever read about why a councillor disagrees with something, and I just want that on the record that was from Councillor Michael Thompson. There's diversity in this city that is evident in this room today. We come from all backgrounds, all walk of life. We can't all own homes. Some of us are going to rent, and some of us will rent even in retirement in our senior years. I noticed that the property in question is subject to a great deal of concern from the neighborhood residents, and I acknowledge and respect that. I don't think I'd be very happy if I lived there. I also acknowledge geographically that this property has large extensive green spaces called hydrofields, although one person spoke very well, described it as a swamp. There is still areas to recreate and promenade, and I think that that's important to note when you're looking for places for people to rent. I am very unhappy with the direction the city's taken in lack of parking. I think we're a country of geography, and that when we have friends visit, we go on our travels on the weekend, we like to use our cars in Canada for obvious reasons. We're a country of geography. That being said, the city has definitely enshrined in the current practice that we will and can build new development without parking. And that's where it sits. So I'm going to just go through my laundry list here of, we started with 7 variations 2 deferrals ago, and now we're down to 2. Pharmacy Avenue in and of itself is a minor arterial road, which is in support of this application being a minor arterial road. I've already talked about the hydrofields. I'm also supportive of the application, not because it's near a residential area with bungalows, but because at least one side of it faces Pharmacy Avenue, not in the midst of a community of bungalows. I have seen proposals where something like this plops right in the middle of numerous bungalows, and I find that concerning. This application, I don't find that. So at this point, I would be in favor of approving the application. I know that that is not going to meet favorably with the residents, but it is what the city planner, the city politicians at this point in time have put in place for this type of development to be approved. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else have any comments? No? I'll just add to that I'm very sympathetic to the neighbors that spoke. I understand how you feel. I live in similar situation. The city, the province have policies and things in place now for intensification. As you all know, 6-story buildings are permitted on arterial roads. Pharmacy is one of those. I know there was a lot of talk about parking, and as Mr. Stinson said, the city is now not asking for parking any longer, and there is no variance before us for parking. Is this a massive change? Yes, I realize that, but I think in terms of what we look at, and in terms of this site having the hydrofields behind it, being on an arterial, that for what this committee has to look at, I do feel that it meets the 4 tests that we need to look at. Ms. McCauley?
Okay, I'm going to add to this. I'm going to add that I don't particularly like this development. I don't, not the building itself and the layout of it, I'm sure you've given a lot of thought to. But the proposal to build a 6-story apartment building virtually up to the property line with no parking, with garbage bins being put out in the street, no superintendent, I sort of shudder at all of this. However, the City of Toronto Council as a whole has approved policies that say we're so desperate for residential development that we have changed our zoning bylaw and allow a 6-story apartment building with 1 parking space, and that is satisfactory. It took me, and I have to acknowledge it to the applicant. He's provided a lot of reports, and I went through the parking report of 2022 and the parking report of 2025. So all of this is brand new. I'm not sure where it's going to continue. But essentially, all we're asked to do is to say that one parking space that is required is not required. And we are very much limited to what we can change on this development.
Okay, anyone else? If not, I need a motion from somebody. Mr. Stinson.
Thank you, Chair. In light of all the comments, in light of both sides presenting a very viable presentation, I'm going to move to approve this application on the merits that's been put forth before the group. And I believe there was, what was the condition on this?
Forestry.
Yeah, for conditional to urban forestry's condition.
Okay, I have a motion to approve the application moved by Mr. Stinson, including forestry conditions 1 and 3. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second the motion.
Seconded by Mr. Stinson. I'm sorry, moved by Mr. Stinson, seconded by Mr. Howe. All in favor?
Thank you.
That carries unanimously. All right, item number 14 was deferred. Yeah, that's what I said. It's deferred. Yeah. Item number 15, 9 HAIG Avenue. We've got before us the minutes from the February 11th public hearing, previous agenda package, public hearing notice, location map, plan of survey and plans, as well as site photos. Okay, I don't show any speakers. Is anybody in the audience here for number 9 HAIG? Okay, do we have the agent on the line?
Through the chair, Roscoe is unmuted.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Can you speak up?
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, what's your name?
Roscoe Miladinovich. I'm at 9 HAIG Avenue and I'm the homeowner.
Okay, I don't think we need a presentation. Panel members, any questions for the homeowner? No? Okay, no questions. Sir, is there anything you would like to add that's not in the materials before us?
I just wanted to thank the city. We deferred it because they had some concerns with our original porch. I just want to thank them for working with us. We found an amicable solution, and the city is very supportive, or at least supportive of our proposed plans to improve our house.
Okay. I just want to note also that there was an increase in the softscape, like from 38.3% to 72.9%. So since the last time it was here. All right, so we're in committee then, Mr. Stinson.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations to the applicant for increasing that softscape. I move that we approve this application based on the information before us at 9 HAIG Avenue. I noticed that there are no conditions or recommendations.
Okay, do I have a seconder? All right, motion to approve the application moved by Mr. Stinson, seconded by Ms. McCauley. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Your application's approved, sir. Item number 16, 37 Twin Falls Crescent. We have before us, again, minutes from the previous meeting, March 11th, as well as the agenda package from that date, public hearing notice, location map, plan of survey and plans, as well as site photos. And again, I don't have any speakers unless there's somebody in the audience here to speak to 37 Twin Falls Crescent. Okay. Do I have the agent?
Through the chair, Muhammad Afzal is unmuted.
Available, sir. Thank you very, very much.
Hi, what's your name, sir?
Muhammad Afzal,
And your address?
2196 Britannia Road West, Mississauga.
All right, sir, I don't think we need a presentation. We have one variance before us, panel members. Anybody have any questions? Ms. McCauley and then Mr. Khan.
Okay, this is to the applicant. I note that this construction has already taken place for the two-story addition and the deck in the rear yard. Can you explain why the applicant did not get a building permit?
As I discussed with the owner, in fact, this is as-built construction, and I cannot say why they did not apply for that. But the moment they contacted me, I started the drawing and measurement work, and I applied. This is not a willful default, what we say, but anyway, this was done without the benefit of building permit.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Khan?
Thank you, madam. Through you, I just want to ask, when was this built?
Pardon?
Yeah, when was it built?
I believe it was built about 2 years ago.
Okay.
Was it authorized? Any notices of unauthorized building or something like that?
By law officer came and they gave notice for this unauthorized
So there was
construction.
unauthorized notice.
Right, that's why it's here.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else have any questions? No? Mr. Afzal, anything you want to add before we make a decision on this?
No, madam, I think this is a very simple application, and the variance regarding the rear setback is required, about 1.5 meter decrease in the required rear yard setback. Actually, there was a visual deception of the site, and at that time when they did the construction, they did not have the recent survey. And when I started the design process, then we got a new survey, and based on the new survey, it came out that there is a area at the back of at the rear of the property, which was in the past, which was severed from this property. But visibly, there was no demarcation, and the owner and the contractor was thinking that they have a ample rear yard setback. This was not a willful negligent, what we say, willful act, but anyway, this was not according to the zoning bylaw. That's why we request to help the owner to approve this thing.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, we're in committee, panel members. Ms. McCauley.
This development has already taken place, and while that is regrettable that the owner didn't get a building permit 2 years ago, I don't see any major problems with this variance. It appears to me to be minor. It fits into the area, backs onto a water course. I recommend approval.
Okay, do I have a seconder?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, motion to approve the application, moved by Ms. McCauley, seconded by Mr. Khan. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you, sir. The next item is item number 17, 1.5 Birchmount Road. We have before us the minutes from the March 11th meeting, as well as the agenda package and materials from that meeting, public hearing notice, location map plan of survey and plans, site photos, presentation materials from the agent. We have ravine and natural feature protection. They have no conditions. It's information report, and same for the TRCA. No conditions. We have a lot of people in support from Springbank, Birchmount, Harding, and then we have number 20, Birchmount, expressing concern and opposition from number 10 and number 7, Birchmount. Okay, is there anybody in the audience that wants to speak to this item, 1.5 Birchmount Road? Are you in opposition, or are you? Okay, you too, sir, want to speak? 1.5 Birchmount? Then whoever wants to speak on this item, come down to the front. Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
This application has been revised since we last saw it. If the applicant can do a quick presentation, it would be helpful.
Sure. To the staff, do you have the person online that's in opposition also, or just the agent?
Through the chair, I just have one person online in support, not opposition.
So that's you have Mr. Drusik on the line?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't have Eric on the line then? That's the opposition neighbor. I just wondered if you have that person also. You're Eric. Oh, okay. You're right. Okay. But he's not online anyway. Okay. Can I have the agent then, please?
Through the chair, Peter is online and unmuted.
Okay.
Committee is Peter Drusik from Arc Design Group, representing the owner of the property at 1.5 Birchmount Road.
And just need your address for the record.
60 Thistledown Crescent, Whitby, Ontario.
Okay, can you do a presentation, please? No more than 5 minutes, and then I have 3 speakers in person here.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. This project has been before you before, and we were deferred due to comments for TRCA to make sure we have TRCA approval. Since then, there's been a letter issued on April 29th to the committee that we sent from TRCA that they are tentatively ready to approve this following acceptance of the project and dealing with all the committee of adjustment issues here. But we have now tentative approval from the TRCA for this project. This is a very unique property. If you could put up the site plan, I'm going to just use the site plan as on the screen as part of the talking points. This house on this property, this is an old dated property that was divided up. This was severed years ago. The existing house on the property is, believe it or not, 150 years old. There are walls in there that are not even insulated or have old newspapers as insulation. It is a very old house at 150 years old. It was the kind of the guest suite of the original property back in the day. Now, my client has reached out to improve the house and would like to build something new. And TRCA, going back and forth, said the existing house must be maintained as is, and you can only do interior alterations if you want to maintain that location. So this new proposal brings it past that line, which is that dark line, which is a stable slope analysis. We have gone through all our shoreline hazardous analysis and our approvals with TRCA and have determined all the marks and the design here. When we look at the variances, I want to group the variances into 2 main variances. One is the setbacks and one are the platforms and the front porch. Our request is for, there's a very unique lot as we are fronting onto Birchmount at the end, and then we're at a dead-end street there, a cul-de-sac, and our property is facing Lake Ontario, which is why we have all the stable top of slope. So our new dwelling, being the longer side, is our frontage on the property on Birchmount. We're requesting a 3.1 meter setback as opposed to the requirement of 7.89, because our property is on the narrow side facing the Birchmount. Our frontage is our longer edge of the property of the rectangle, not the narrower side. With that, our existing house was 0.3 meters from the front yard before. So our original house is 0.3. We've now set it back to 3.17, with our driveway being at 5.8. So we have improved the setback. And on our frontage, we have the majority of our frontage only where the driveway is. That's at the end of Birchmount. The remaining frontage is the forested area, which is the unopened road allowance that goes towards the lake cliff. So our front yard setback does not affect in terms of neighbor, as we are the last lot and we're facing a forest. Secondly, when we look at the rear yard setback, our existing house was at 1 meter. With this redesign, to move it outside of the new stable slope, we have pushed it further away from the rear yard setback. So we're now asking for 2.8 as opposed to the original house, which is at 1 meter. And just a note, behind our house is the backyard of the house to the north of us. The house to the north of us is like an L-shaped property, and we're facing an open field. We're not facing another dwelling behind us in the rear yard. It's an open area. And we have bettered the situation by taking our house that was at 1 meter and pushing it to 2.8 meters. With this shape of the lot, and our frontage being the long side, we do require all of a sudden, because our rear yard and our front yard, it affects the setbacks and encroachments of our platform, our deck, which is fully facing the lake and is not encroaching on any views or anything on any of the neighboring houses. It's facing fully into the back deck. And secondly, our front porch, which is very small in nature, is a variance because of that front yard setbacks situation here. Now, I know there's concerns with the neighbors on some, but I'd like to hear from them first, and I can respond to them as giving them a chance, and I'll respond to them at that point. And if you have any questions from the committee, I'm willing to answer them.
Okay, thank you. You have a question now? Okay, Mr. Khan has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Peter, I just want to know, you said this house is 150 years old, right?
Correct.
Sir, is it a heritage building?
No, it's not.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else question, or can it wait till after? Yeah?
I have some questions, but it can wait till afterwards.
Okay, all right. If I can have the first speaker come up then? I guess that's you. Yeah.
I did submit a presentation. If somebody could pull it up, that would be great.
Sure. So can I have your name and address for the
Sure.
record?
My name is Josie. My last name is Sarn, S as in Sam, A-R-N-E. I, along with my husband, own 7 Birchmount Road. Seven.
So we'll just wait for your presentation.
Sure. And I forgot to say good afternoon.
What's that?
I forgot to say good afternoon.
Oh, that's okay.
When I started. Recognizing the lateness of the hour and how long we've all been here today, I'm wondering if everybody's had a chance to review this presentation.
We get the material way ahead of time, like last week. So yes, we've read all the materials.
Okay, so I'm not going to go through it line by line or word by word. What I would like to say is that we bought our property in 1996, so we've lived there now for upwards of 30 years. And it's not evident from the numbers, the way the properties are numbered down there, but we actually abut 1.5 Birchmount on 2 sides. So our south, his north, our east, or sorry, our west, his east. And then we also abut conservation land, which is directly behind his property, and we share the bluff edge along with TRCA behind that property. We're very much opposed to this proposal. The way it sits here today, we're not opposed to something happening with that property because it is pretty derelict and an eyesore, even though people still live there. That being said, the way it's proposed now, it puts our property at direct, significant risk of irreversible damage. As you can see on the slide up there, the variances that are being asked for here are huge. There's no front yard, there's no backyard for all intents and purposes. It's a 60% reduction in what is specified. What it means, front of the street facing on Birchmount doesn't concern us as much because it's not in our faces. The other side, the rear yard and the side yard do, primarily because the second floors will look directly into bedrooms. They'll also directly overlook my back deck, both directly behind the house as well as at the bluff edge. So we're looking at a significant loss of privacy. The other thing, which I'm not sure where this actually fits in the grand scheme of things, but in the original documents that were submitted, the initial zoning review, if I'm using the right language, omitted the setback that was required from the stable slope line. That was not part of the variance notice, and it's not part of the revised variance notice that's in front of us today. I just heard for the first time that apparently TRCA has put some kind of approval against this. I have not seen that. It is not in the applicant information section, unless I've missed it, but I've been looking at it quite regularly, and there is nothing there. That's a 10-meter setback that's recommended. Right now, he's building to the slope line. If you can go flip a couple of slides, probably to the ones, keep going. I think we all know that Scarborough Bluff's erosion hazard is real. If you go to the next slide, they don't show as well here, but there is ongoing erosion there, and there's a new active hole that's opened up on the property over the last year. And it's on my property and the conservation property at the bluff edge. And it is growing, and the drone shots there show the lower bottom edge of the bluff where it's quite significant. You can also see, if you go back to the previous slide, the other picture there shows the relative proximity of the lots. So you can see 1.5 with the snow there, the little cottage in the corner, conservation lap behind it, and then you can see my property on the other side, the house, and then our yard where it says number 7 to the circle at the end is where our property runs, and we actually go right down to the edge of the beach on the lake. If you flip to the next slide, you will see I had these drone shots redone once the snow was gone. And again, you can see that there's a pretty big hole there and sand, which is right on the fence line of my property and TRCA property. And you can see our little patio right at the edge, which we sort of move back as we need to with our Muskoka chairs, is there. So, next slide, please. The other big issue that we have with this property, and it's really got to do with the dig, that is that if you look at that tree plan and the ones that's filed, the yellow lines there, we have a massive 105 centimeter, 40-inch oak tree that is the centerpiece of the front of our property. It's been there for longer than anybody in this room. And there's also a Norway maple on the other side, both of which will be, he's submitted a permit to injure. I put to you, it'll likely kill that tree. And you know, you can't regrow trees of that nature, and they're few and far between. So I think it's, I just think he doesn't need to dig that basement, in my opinion, to kill those 2 trees. There's no risk to him. There's a lot of risk to me and my property values and my enjoyment of my property.
Okay, I need you to wrap up. If
Yep.
you have.
Yeah, I mean, those are really the key things. I think that, you know, as it sits today, I think, you know, there's a lot of problems with the submission. Most of all, it's incomplete and it's inaccurate. And I think it needs to be refused or deferred until there's additional information available.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Khan?
Madam Chair, through you, Madam. My question to you, Madam, is you mentioned, the erosion of the slopes.
Yeah.
What relationship you are talking about with respect to this particular house and the variances? We have 6 variances, seven variances, and none of them is addressing that.
Pardon me?
None of those concerns that you have.
The one that isn't on here does concern that, and that's the setback from the top of slope.
Which one is that?
It's not on the letter, it's in the city planning report from March. It's mentioned as one of the reasons for deferral. There's a letter from the city planning department, there's a letter from TRCA, there's a letter from the city councillor, all of which at that time requesting deferral pending the applicant working with city planning, et cetera, to address the issues of the missing setback and become compliant with the official plan and the zoning bylaw. And as I said when I came in here, we've just heard supposedly there's a TRCA letter saying this has been approved. I have yet to see it.
Is that concern is known to the applicant?
I would think so, if he was paying attention.
Well, my understanding from the materials I
Thank
read
you.
is that the TRCA, they looked at all of those concerns and that they have given it a green light. They looked at the shoreline hazard limit, and they even, they also looked at, there was a potential slope failure that was flagged on March 2nd, not right there, but close by. And so they, I believe, they asked the applicants for more reports, or they got more reports. He can clarify that after, but they did more tests and checks, and they gave everything the green light. Just,
So then why isn't it in the applicant information center?
I'm sorry?
Why is it not posted?
I
in-
don't, you'll have to ask staff. That's
Yeah,
not
I
part
mean,
of this
Madam
committee.
Chair,
Yeah.
I want to address that TRCA.
ahead.
Are we ready?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Hello.
Hi.
One of the things I did about 2 weeks ago, maybe 3, is I went out and looked at this site.
Oh, nice.
And it's quite surprising. A fair amount of changes along the Scarborough bluffs. So we have seen the bluffs all up and down. The one thing I want from you is your house number 7. I've got the overhead here. So house number 7. And does that property go to the lake?
Yes.
Okay. When I was out there, the house that we're talking about, the 1.5 Birchmount Road, has in front of it a park that is not owned by, and you can see that on the survey, that's not owned by 1.5 Birchmount Road, that's owned by city.
It's a bit unusual. Part of it is the road allowance, and part of it is owned by Conservation Authority. So the part that's sort of in line with the street going down to the end is the end of the road allowance. It's not a park, it's just the road allowance. It's not officially a park. It's just orphan land.
There's a fence out there, and there's some flat land that you can walk on.
Yeah.
Not really supposed to do that. Okay, but yes, this property is set back from, it really doesn't have, shall we call it waterfront?
No, it's TRCA owns behind him.
Yeah. Now, when I was out there on the, trying to get my east side of the property, I walked onto the land that is owned by the city, and there was a fence. I think that that is your fence, but one of the things that concerned me about that fence is it went out and there's nothing underneath it.
Correct.
So very clearly, there
Yes.
has been a lot of erosion in that area.
Yes.
Okay. So we've got active erosion. I think the applicant is going to address your loss of privacy, you overlook loss of privacy because he has seen that. The other thing with TRCA, yes, we have a TRCA comments April 29th, 2026. They're recommending approval, but that doesn't mean that they actually give approval. They have asked that they have stated that the TRCA has a permit requirement and that nothing can proceed until that permit requirement has been satisfied. And part of that is because the erosion, part of that is that there is some existing rights for the 1.5 Birchmount Road property. But, and you may know that this application was deferred a month ago, so that there could be a further look at it by TRCA. So I just want to raise those items with you. I have some questions of the applicant as to how he's building, and there is a statement that comes from the TRCA that the existing building basement is to remain in place, because obviously this property is on the bluffs. The less they do to the property, the better it is. We don't really want to disturb that. So I believe the applicant has agreed that the existing basement will remain in place so that there'll be no digging, and that all the development will be further to the north.
My understanding from what I've read with the files is that the reason for leaving the basement there actually has to do with cost. That's what's written in the reports that are written. I don't disagree with you. That probably is safe for the bluff edge, or safer, but it still doesn't mitigate the fact that, you know, directly on top of that, they're going to be digging a much bigger hole, much deeper, because that's actually not a full basement. It's a cellar in that old house. It's not the full footprint of the existing
Yes,
house.
those are questions we'll have with the applicant, but I understand that the existing foundation will be there, and that the new house will be built further to the north.
Well, right next door.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Did you have a question for the speaker?
I'm just checking to make sure I don't have any more questions for her. No, I don't think I have any more questions for her.
You're good? Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Stinson?
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Regarding erosion, have you had to take any steps yourself with your premise?
Property? Oh, yeah, for many years. We've been there for 30 years. I'm on, the TRCA has an erosion monitoring program, which myself and most of the neighbors on Springbank are on, and every year they come in and measure the property. When we bought our property initially back in '96, it was completely bare. The chairs and the little stone patio you saw at the end on the bluff edge, when we bought that property, there was actually a big cantilever deck that went out over the edge, and it had been cut off and gone down. And there's the old existing foundations from the house that was originally on our property there as well, and a big chunk of that has subsequently fallen off. As it sits right now, Ms. Macaulay, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, thank you for coming down and doing a site visit, because I think some other people have mentioned that that doesn't happen often enough. So I'm glad that you did. I will say, over the last year, the hole that has opened up, straddling both properties, has gotten bigger, and yes, my fence footing is now fully exposed. It wasn't. To put some context around that, when we bought that property, originally, there was like 4 or 5 feet, and you could actually walk around the edge of the fence. In fact, we used to have kids come down from school all the time and come into our property to sit on the chairs. So you can't do that anymore. It's pretty special. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just going to finish
yeah.
up here. It's all good. Thank you. So you're aware that there were 12 letters of support from neighborhood residents?
Yep.
We don't see that every day, so I want to point that out. And with respect to the size of the home, there's been some mention by area residents that they feel it's a modest home compared to what could or is tried to be built in that area. What are your thoughts on that?
I have a couple. It's not huge by any means, but it's a very small lot as well. And I would also say that, you know, I'm not sure because the information is not provided, but in terms of the amount of coverage, you're not supposed to calculate based on the area that's on the other side of the slope line. So the actual amount of that house that's covered on the lot that's actually available is huge, relatively speaking, even though it's not a big house per se. Said my biggest issue with this is the basement and the fact it's going to kill my trees, and it has the potential to destabilize the bluff edge. Like 100-year-old oak trees, you know, there's not that many of them around. And I don't want to find out a year or two from now that all of a sudden my tree's dead. It's the centerpiece of the front of my property, you know, and it would be an absolute shame to see something happen to that tree. Everybody that comes to my house comments on how wonderful that tree is, and this proposed dig of his will likely kill that tree. I have part of my presentation, there's an arborist report in there from my own arborist that looks after that tree that says it will place that tree at great risk.
Okay. Any more questions? Thank you very much. I'm going to go to the next speaker.
Sure.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for your time.
I don't know which one of you. Can draw straws for it. Yeah. Hi. Need your
Good
name?
afternoon.
Yeah, I need your
My
name
name's
and
Gordon
address.
Moore, M-O-O-R-E, and I'm at number 3 Birchmount Road. Thank you, by the way, for coming down and visiting our little community. It's a little special, little gem, I think, in Scarborough. I'm here just simply to provide you with a tiny little bit of history. I'm not going to really argue one way or the other. But we've lived in that house at number 3 Birchmount for 47 years. So we've been around longer than anybody else down there in that particular neighborhood or that part of the neighborhood. And so we've seen some changes. When we first arrived, and this is all kind of relevant, I think, when we first arrived, there was a lady called Esther Greenberg who lived in the house under discussion, number 1.5. And she moved in there. Well, she rented a room in number 1 in 1942. She left in 1995 or 96, somewhere in there, to go to an old age home. So she was living in that house for over 50 years, or rather in that 1 and 1.5. She rented a room at number 1, and then because she was a wonderful old lady, was very much a keener for wildlife, she would spend the summer in the shed at the bottom of the garden of number 1. And the shed and garage combined, and that's actually the property that you're talking about today. It's a shed and a garage. So she lived in there in the summertime. Her husband came back from war in 1945, 46, and the owners of number 1 liked them so much that they allowed them to stay. And that's how 1.5 shed and garage became the property that we're looking at today. And interestingly, Esther told me that in the west wall of the property, which is the one that faces onto Birchmount Road, if you were to dig into that, as maybe one day they will, you'll find the garage door is still in the wall. So that's kind of how it all came about. Esther then, as I say, went to a care home, and it was then sold on to another fellow who converted it, adapted it to have 3 separate units inside, which he rented out. I have no idea whether it was legal or not, but that's what happened. And so there's some history of there being 3 different units and 3 different sets of people living on that property. And they were rented for, I'm going to say probably the better part of 20 years or more, a long time. And no complaints. Everybody in the neighborhood was quite content with it, and I know Josie was one of those. So the structure itself, and somebody mentioned this morning, or just now, that it was 150 years old. Our house is 125, so that kind of makes sense to me. It must be at least that kind of age, I would think. And it's well overdue for redevelopment, well overdue. And I would, and my wife at number 3, we are all in favor of something happening there. And we see no objection whatsoever to the proposal. Seems to be perfectly reasonable. There's history of 3 people living there, 3 families living there before. Maybe families is an extension. 3 people, 3 couples maybe living there. And so the whole thing just seems to me to be a totally reasonable suggestion. That's all.
Mr. Stinson has a question for you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Any concerns about the death of trees?
There are so many trees down there. No, personally, not at all. No.
And that's okay. We can all have different views on what our realities are, our facts are. So I just wanted to ask to get both sides. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you very much, sir, for the
Thank you.
history lesson.
Hi, Madam Chair. I am a member of committee. My name is Alexander Boychuk, and I'm the owner of the property. And I would like to...
If you want,
Yes, sorry.
Okay, I just want you to know that the general rule is that the agent, like...
Speaks first.
Well, no, that you share the 5 minutes. He's already done a presentation for 5 minutes.
Okay.
So he was representing you. So basically, I'll give you 1 minute if you have something important to say.
1 minute,
but
1 minute
otherwise-
is plenty.
Okay.
Thank you. Based on updated geotechnical report by Geofound Engineering, a 10-meter setback or buffer is not needed, as it is applied to consider uncertainty without site-specific study, and will be applied only to the sole discretion of TRCA. So it's very technical, but what the report says, that 10-meter setback or buffer is not needed. That's why TRCA built their decision on this study. Next, erosion. Extensive geotechnical studies completed in 2025 and most recently in March 26 by independent firm Geofound were subsequently reviewed and approved by TRCA geotechnical staff and concluded that there is no evidence of accelerated erosion or slope instability, and recent shallow erosion feature is localized and superficial in nature. The location of the LTSTS remains unchanged, and as such, TRCA policy interests are unaffected. Neighborhood
Okay,
sorry.
Mr. Boychuk, I'm sorry.
Okay.
But you didn't make it in 1 minute.
Okay.
I have to go back to Mr. Jerusik.
Okay.
Or
Yeah.
actually, I have somebody else online, but Mr. Stinson has a question.
Sure.
So thank you for your presentation.
Absolutely.
Your neighbor spoke convincingly of a problem with erosion, a hole that is shared by both properties. Are you aware of this hole?
It's not a hole, it's a feature. It's a shallow feature, and it's a level about 45 degrees, and it's very common in the areas of Scarborough Bluffs. It's a small feature, and TRCA approved it. This has nothing to do with the LTSTOS line. It's a line, a stability line.
Okay. And my second question is, she has shared with us a great concern, and usually this committee is very concerned about the trees. How do you feel about this oak tree?
I want to say about this. Would you please allow me just 1 second? Just
No,
very
don't read anything. Just tell me how you
okay.
feel about the oak tree.
Sure. The northern part of the building, which is under garage, is going to be sitting on a helical piles. We're not going to dig under in order to protect roots of that tree, that oak tree. We like it too. It's a lovely tree. We love it. It's perfect. And we don't want to do any damage to it. Same thing on other side of the building for northern maple. But that's much smaller tree, and we probably going to damage maybe 10% of the roots, and our arborist is going to be present at the location where they're going to dig it. And also about all other trees, we are not leaving foundation in place at this time, not for cost effectiveness. It doesn't make any sense, cost effectiveness. We leave it for trees. That's our arborist idea, to leave the foundation, to get excavated soil from a new house, fill it, the old foundation, and all the trees around it, it's very important trees. They won't be touched. Nothing is going to be disturbed.
All right, thank you very much, sir.
Sure.
Okay, can we go to Eric online? You have him now?
Through the chair, Eric is unmuted.
He's there? Eric?
Yes.
Hi. I just need your name and address for the record. Can't hear you if you're talking.
Okay. Do you hear me?
I can now, so yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. So my name is Eric Neuville. I live at 1 Springbank Avenue.
Okay, and
Do you hear me? Yes.
Yeah, I can. You're in support of this application?
Yeah, I have no objection at all. Any modification that Sasha is asking for is very fine with me. And we do love trees, yes.
Okay, let me see if anybody has a question for you. Okay, thank you very much, sir.
You're very welcome.
Okay, Mr. Jerusik?
Okay, sorry, I was just unmuted now.
Yeah, that's okay. Can you speak to the neighbors' concerns,
Yes.
please?
A lot of the things that were said in terms of the erosion requirements, that is, I didn't go into detail with our discussions with TRCA, and the committee has properly put forward that a TRCA permit is required, and we are in the process. Many studies have been done, a shoreline hazard plan, which is a new feature in the last couple of years that the TRCA requires and whatnot. One of the main features is keeping the existing foundation to lessen the disruption of the soils in that area. So when we're going to be creating the new foundation wall, any foundation of the existing house will remain in place, which will serve for additional protection for any erosion in that area. In addition, when we're looking at that tree, the concern about the neighbor's tree, if you look at the site plan, we pushed the house away from our neighbor at 7. We have a side yard setback of 4 meters because of that tree. Now it's a very beautiful and old tree there. I don't have a picture, of course, of the neighbor's property, but you can see the neighbor's house. The neighbor's house is fairly new. I think the neighbor's house is newer than that tree. And its foundation or its house is about a meter away from the trunk of that tree. And it was built around that tree, and it's much closer. We're building away from it, and as Alexander mentioned, and he's correct in that, in our discussion with forestry, they are looking to, because our garage is on that side, is to create some type of a helical pile type of foundation structure on that side to help protect further on the roots. But we are about 6 meters away from that tree, and of course below, but because of the size of it, we are looking at about 12 meter of a protection zone. So we are going to be looking at, with forestry, doing the helical piles underneath the garage there to protect more of those roots and help the health of that tree. In terms of the other two speakers, they were in support of it. And I think one person has mentioned that the house is degraded. Alexander never mentioned it, but the roof is starting to come apart. It is a very old house. And the gentleman on Bill on the 3rd was correct. It used to be a shed and a garage that morphed into this old house. And we did look at what we could do to redesign it, but because of the bluffs, we push the house beyond that line, which makes sense. So in one way, the neighbors are asking to protect the erosion. On the other side, they don't want to be close to their house because of views. And I just want to point out, we are still 4 meters away from their house for a side yard setback, which is fairly rare nowadays in Toronto. And in terms of the rear yard setback, which as their property is L-shaped, we did minimize the windows. One of the windows is in a staircase. The other is the corner window of our music room at the front, which is facing the lake. So we've tried to minimize a lot of the impact of the views to the neighbor, even though that's not an issue really before the committee today, but I just want to address that concern. And if the committee has any questions for me, I'd be willing to answer anything.
Okay, let me see if anybody has any questions. Ms. McCauley?
Hello. I have investigated and invested a lot of time into this application, but it's one on the bluffs, and we're getting quite used to, at this committee, dealing with development on the bluffs. So, Mr. Jurassic, sorry. Couple of things. The one neighbor had a concern about views where this house is. I guess it's the number 7, Birchmount Road. Looking at the plans, I don't think you're building in front of her house. Can you clarify that for me?
I can. I don't know if you could put up her presentation. She has a picture of her own survey, and I think that shows it very well on her presentation in terms of our effect on her property. So she had a little clip at the side of, I forget, near the end. I don't know if she got to it, but I saw it. No. Actually, if you go further on in that report, there's actually a survey plan in that report that was online. But if you look at the house, her whole backyard, hers is like an L shape. I think there it is. That's the survey I'm talking about. Our parcel was cut out of their parcel. Her house is set back from Birchmount, and she's actually facing the same lake as we're going to be facing. They're just set back further. Her property is like an L shape. And with that, I don't know how we're interrupting her view as the majority of her house is to the east of us and has a full view right out to the lake. So I don't know how we're interrupting her view.
Okay, thank you. That was that was my understanding too, that you had provided some plans showing that you're building to the west of her house and should not be impacting her views. The second question I have for you is maintaining the existing foundation. I assume that it would be a requirement of the TRCA, is that correct?
Yes, as I've mentioned before, it is a requirement, and we are going to be keeping the foundation of the existing house in place to not further disrupt the stability of the land there.
Okay, and again, you have to be very careful with the trees. Now, as I understand, the site plan shows that there's a line on a diagonal, and with the proposed house north of that diagonal. That diagonal is basically where you and TRCA have agreed is the new slope, and you cannot build any closer to the south property line than that diagonal. Is that correct?
Correct. And we've actually designed our house based on that line, and even our deck in the back goes along that line. That is the restriction that TRCA had, is to build no further than that line.
Okay. Knowing that this is a very tough site to build in with a lot of constraints, I've looked at what you are building with your site plan and your grading plans. Would you be in agreement with the approval of this application be subject to a clause that you build in accordance with the site plan and the site grading plans?
I have no issue. I think the wording, as long as it's substantially in accordance, because there might be some slight modifications. For example, the helical piles have to be added and stuff. So I think the term would be substantially in accordance, and I'm fine with that.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, does anybody else, Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Peter, I would like to appreciate variance number 4 and number 6. Number 4 says balcony platform is 2.84 from the rear lot line. What is the zoning requirement?
Well, the zoning requirement, it says the rear deck and the rear back are located 2.85 of the rear lot line. So the deck itself, the rear lot line must be 7.5 meters.
Okay, just let
So
me
because our building now, because our rear lot line, when you look at the property, our rear lot line is the portion facing east, not facing the lake. It's the part facing east. And because we're between our neighbor's backyard. And because that is our rear yard setback at 2.8, we need a variance for that as well, because we need a variance for number 2. So number 2 is the rear yard setback is 7.5, where our dwelling is 2.8. So that is the same variance for the porch, saying that our rear deck is at 2.8 as well. And actually the 2.8 is right at the triangle. I don't know if you guys have a mouse there to show it. Our deck is actually a triangle piece in the back that fits in that corner. So the 2.8 is the corner part of that triangle there, right? And it's just because of where the rear yard is located. Our rear yard is not facing the lake. That's our side yard. Our rear yard's facing east, which is towards the L shape of 7 Birchmount.
Thank you, Peter. What about number 6, which is the front lot line?
That's the same thing because the front yard requirement is 7.89, but our dwelling is 3.17. Our porch has to comply with the 3.17 as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, does anybody else have any questions? If not, okay, we'll take it into committee then. Any comments? Ms. McCauley?
I'm prepared to move approval of this application, subject to the conditions, which will include a final approval from TRCA before they get a building permit. The TRCA letter is very clear about that. May not ever see anything because there's a lot of work to be done. But I'm prepared to recommend approval, subject to the conditions of TRCA.
Well,
TRCA doesn't have a
No,
condition.
it's just a standard thing, so
condition.
there's no conditions.
Subject to the condition that the application be built in accordance with the site plan, and I've got the siting and grading plan SP1 and SP2.
So substantially in accordance with the site plan and which other ones?
Siting and grading plan SP1 and SP2.
Okay. Okay, so.
Any issues there?
No, as long as the wording is substantially in accordance, the agent was okay with that.
Through the chair, I'm looking at SP1 and SP2.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if it needs to be tied to both.
You're not sure if it needs to be tied to both?
Okay, can we is Mr. Jarusik still on the line? Okay, just maybe I'll ask him. Mr. Jarusik, I'm assuming you can hear me.
I can.
So do we need to tie it to both? The site plan is fine, but SP1 and 2, or just one of those two would be?
SP1 should be substantial. As part of the application requirements for C of A, you can only have one image per drawing. Okay. SP2 was created to create the landscape calculations on another page. So that's just the calculations for landscaping, but the main site plan is SP1.
Okay, so then the condition would be substantially in accordance with site plan and SP1. Is that right?
Well, site plan is SP1.
Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah. I'm just, because Ms. McCauley mentioned site plan and SP1 and SP2. I didn't look at
I'm reading the titles of these.
Okay, fine. So just substantially in accordance with site plan is going to cover what she's looking for.
Right.
Which would be SP1.
Okay. And
that's it. There's no other conditions?
Yeah, urban forestry has no conditions.
No.
No. Okay. So that recommendation in site plan, I just want to check that site plan includes, it shows the concrete foundation, although the comment says old house to be removed. Can we add to that the concrete foundation shall be substantially maintained?
I don't think we can do that. That's something TRCA is requiring anyway, so they would have the oversight on that, would they not, Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer? He's saying yes.
Okay,
That's not
all right.
for us.
I'm okay.
Yeah?
I want to cross the T's and dot the I's.
All right, so your motion is to approve the application with a condition to build substantially in accordance with the site plan labeled SP1.
Correct.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that?
Chair, I'll second the motion. Thank you.
Okay, so that's moved by Ms. McCauley, seconded by Mr. Stinson. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you for coming out. And we have one item left, which is item number 18. 34 Bendale Boulevard. We have before us minutes from the March 11th meeting. Also the agenda package and materials, public hearing notice. We have a revised site plan, cover letter from Lauderdale Design, an arborist report from Evan Cut Tree Services, site photos, replanting plan from Lauderdale Design, and we have planning asking for condition and forestry asking for condition number 2. Metrolinx is comments only. We have 6 form letters in support. I'm not showing any speakers. There's nobody in the audience that's left. So do we have the agent on the line?
Through the chair, Roddy is unmuted.
Thank you. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, perfect. So, my name is Rudy. I'm from Lauderdale Design for 34 Bendale Boulevard. The minor variance that we're asking is to go, the proposed zoning requires a 7.76 setback in the rear corner lot, and we are proposing 1.5.
Okay, can I just stop you for a second? Are you
Yeah.
aware that the planning department is asking for 2.5 in that variance?
They did give me that suggestion, and if we get the 2.5, we're trying to push for 1.5. So
Okay, I'm just letting
Yeah.
you know, the planning report is there, and this committee does take that into consideration. So
That's correct.
are you willing to revise this, or you want to stick with your 1.5?
I would like to know if there's a chance to get the 1.5.
No,
If not-
we can't tell you what your chances are here. Either you're going to go with the variance that's before us, or you're going to amend it to 2.5. So I need you to make a decision. So
Well-
either we move forward with the variance as is right now,
Mhm.
or you have a chance to amend it knowing planning wants 2.5.
Well,
Madam Chair, if I,
Go ahead. So what's your decision? Do you want us
My
to?
decision will be to not risk it and go for the 2.5 meter.
Okay, so in that case, panel members, we're looking at an amended application of 2.5 meters for variance number 1. Well, it's the only variance. Okay. So do panel members, do you need a presentation on this? Do any of you have any questions? Mr. Stinson has a question for you.
Actually, Chair, I just want to make an observation. There's actually 6 form letters in support with names and addresses.
Right.
So I don't need a presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Rudy, is there anything you want to add before we take this into committee to make a decision that's not before us? So you also know that forestry is asking for condition number 2, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
and with your amendment, the planning report goes away. I think, no, there's one there's one other thing they're asking for, which is that you plant 2 trees on the
Yes.
on the side. So you're okay with that?
Yes, we already agreed to that.
Okay. Okay. You have a question? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I just want to ask, have you consulted the house number 76 on the Rosender Court? That's your neighbor.
If he's not part of the support letter, then we haven't, no.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, go ahead.
I have a question about the facade of the garden suite on the Rosender Boulevard. I'm looking for that as to whether that is a blank wall or whether that is going to be built with windows and doors.
This will be a stucco finish, and it will have windows as well and doors on the, well, it will have the main door at the back between the main unit and the garden suite, and the windows will be at the facade.
The windows will be, maybe I'll make it fairly clear. I don't want a blank wall along Resander Boulevard.
No, there is windows.
Okay, so there's going to be windows along that.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. All right, that's it.
Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, anything you want to add, Rudy? Because we're good. We're ready to make a decision on this.
Okay, so I'm so sorry to ask this, but if I still go for a 1.5, will you guys be like, no, we're not, and we'll give you 2.5?
Listen, I told you before, like, we can't tell you, you know.
Okay,
oh,
never mind.
We
Then
might do.
2.5
Yeah,
it is.
you're asking a question you're not going to get an answer to. So.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. All right. So you want to stick with the 2.5 then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you,
So-
Chair. Rudy, this isn't the Price is Right, so we're at 2.5. Okay, now that we're in committee, Rudy, we got to talk amongst ourselves. In light of the conversations we've had and I've heard, I would be happy to put forth a motion to approve Rudy's application, subject to community planning conditions, which there are 2, and they were discussed, about 2.5 meters, requiring that minimum, and also 2 trees planted on the north side of the yard. Oh, sorry.
As amended.
As amended. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the application, moved by Mr. Stinson, including forestry number 2, as amended. Variance number 1 has been revised to read 2.5 as per the planning request. And then the planning report is still, yeah, I already said that, number 2.
Okay.
No, that's advisory comments.
Before we go any further, can one of you help me find the building elevation for the garden suite? Because we're on, you know, that garden suite is on the main street. And as long as I can be confirmed that they are not doing a blank wall on the main street, on Resander, I'm happy with this.
Okay, we're out of committee. I thought you already asked her that question, and she said there were windows. Can you just confirm that, Rudy?
There's windows. There's windows. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, there is windows. There is no blank words.
No blank wall.
No.
All right.
We're back in committee, so the motion that was on the floor was moved by Mr. Stinson to approve the application as amended, with variance number 1 now being 2.5, including forestry condition number 2 and the planning report.
And I will second that.
You're going to second that. Okay, so moved by Mr. Stinson, seconded by Ms. Colley. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, your application's approved as amended. Thank you, and we stand adjourned at 5:17. Thanks, thank you, everybody.